Chapter 1, The Beastmaster World. Lu Xing, tomorrow is the day we contract a beast. Have you decided what beast to contract yet? In a classroom at Guangshi No. 1 Middle School. A little fat boy couldn't help but ask his classmate next to him. I don't know, I'll see when the time comes. Lu Xing fell into deep thought. He had been in this world for some time now. Like most time travelers, he started off as an orphan. But fortunately, his parents had left him several houses. So Lu Xing could make a living by renting out the houses. This world is one where monsters run rampant. If you want to get ahead, you have to work hard and become a powerful beast master. Lu Xing, Su Fat, what are you two whispering about over there? From atop the lectern, a bespectacled woman roared. If you don't want to listen to my class, you can just get the hell out now. Lu Xing and Su Fat immediately sat up straight. The woman at the lectern was their homeroom teacher, resembling a stern teacher. Both were in their 30s, and neither had a partner. But with her temperament, it was normal not to have a partner. With her temperament, which man could stand it? When the stern teacher saw Lu Xing and Su Peng shut up, she gently pushed her thick glasses and continued. Tomorrow is the day you will contract your beast. I hope you will listen to what I just said and do everything within your abilities. And one more thing, don't be late. As soon as she finished speaking, Master Extinction picked up her books and turned to leave the classroom. As Master Extinction left, the originally very quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. The students began to discuss among themselves. They discussed what beast they would contract tomorrow. I want to contract the wind beast. My father is a blacksmith, so I can help him blow the fire in the furnace with the wind beast. I want to contract the scythe beast. My family farms, so the scythe beast can help harvest the rice. I want to contract the. Just as everyone was talking, one guy suddenly spoke up. You're all so useless. He gave the crowd a disdainful glance. Xiaobo, this guy is going to insult someone again. Su Fat, who was standing nearby, was used to this kind of thing. I'm telling you, my father has already asked someone to find me a really powerful beast. That beast will arrive tonight, and I'll be able to contract it then. Unlike you guys, who can only contract some rubbish. Xiaobo, don't go too far. Yeah, it's just that you have a few stinking pieces of money in the family. Xiaobo's words caused a public outcry. Hey, my family is rich, aren't you guys angry? I'll tell you, the initial beastmaster determines the path of a beastmaster. The stronger the initial beast, the farther the beastmaster will go. If I'm not wrong, you people will only end up in this place. Rest in peace in one corner and live out your life honestly. As soon as Xiaobo finished speaking, the originally indignant crowd flushed with anger. Xiaobo was right. Although they could contract a beast tamer tomorrow, it would be a free one from the Huagua. These days, is there anything good that's free? Fine, you can all continue to sit here and look at the sky. I'm going home to see if my beast tamer has arrived. After saying this, Xiaobo got up and went home. Looking at Xiaobo's departing back, Su Fat couldn't help but spit. Bah, what a thing. I get angry whenever I see this guy. Lu Xing, on the other hand, was very calm. The next day, Lu Xing arrived early at the school playground to gather. The school teacher had already booked a bus, which would take everyone to the beast taming hall to receive their initial beasts. After waiting for a short while, Lu Xing noticed that almost everyone in the class had arrived. The teacher, Ms. Extinction, counted the number of people and then told the bus driver, "Our class is here, we can go." Just then, class monitor Wu Yuqian suddenly spoke up. Teacher, it seems like there are a few missing from our class. Missing? Master Xie Jitai was momentarily taken aback. And she counted again. There aren't any. But Master Xie Jitai had taught several generations of students. She quickly recovered. You mean Xiaobo and the others, right? Don't worry. They won't be coming. Their parents called me yesterday. They said they've already prepared the beasts they want to contract in advance. Upon hearing this, the students on the bus Each had a flash of envy on their faces. Because they knew that these students who didn't come were starting from a much higher starting point than they were. As the scenery outside the bus kept flashing into the distance. After half an hour of travel, Lu Xing and the others finally arrived at the entrance to the Beast Taming Pavilion. Alright, everyone, don't rush, line up. Enter the Beast Taming Pavilion in an orderly manner. Follow what I said yesterday and carefully select the beast you want. When you see the beast you want, you can raise your hand to indicate it, and at this time, the staff of the Beast Taming Pavilion will come forward to help you. Good. The students responded in unison. Lu Xing followed the group into the Beast Taming Pavilion. As soon as they entered, Lu Xing smelled a strong stench. It was the smell of the wild. Led by the staff, they arrived in a huge room. The room was filled with all kinds of iron cages. And the iron cages contained all kinds of beasts. Ugh! One classmate couldn't help but vomit all at once. It really stinks here. When they saw the terrifying-looking imperial beasts, several students backed away, their faces showing fear. The staff members saw this group of students, who were like scared birds, and they shook their heads. They couldn't help but murmur. These kids really are getting worse. They can't even stand this. I'm starting to worry about the future of our country. We're actually going to have to rely on these guys to protect us. Just as he was complaining, a figure caught his eye. Hey! It seems like there's an interesting guy this time. Between the iron cages, there was a guy pacing back and forth. He kept surveying the beasts along the way, heading deeper and deeper. Interesting. You guys take care of these kids here. I'll go take a look inside. Yes. The other staff members hurriedly said yes. This staff member walked towards Lu Xing's direction. Chapter 2, Selecting a Beast. This is a level F little stone monster. This is a level F trumpet flower. This is a level F mole rat. Lu Xing muttered to himself as he walked. Like most crossovers, Lu Xing also had the beast system with him. He could see the attributes of the beasts with just his naked eye. Under the system's classification, the quality of the beasts of war is divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SSS. 9 ranks. The quality of the beasts of war represents their potential. The higher the rank, the faster their strength will increase. Similarly, the stronger the combat effectiveness. The only pity is that after crossing over, the system was attacked by the laws of this world and lost a lot of information. Naturally, many functions are also missing. It doesn't matter, the system functions are only temporarily missing, and the system sprite said it is working hard to fix it. I believe it will be fixed soon. The functions will definitely be even more powerful in the future. Lu Xing muttered to himself. The Beast Taming Pavilion may seem large to others, but Lu Xing only walked for 10 minutes. He had already walked through it once, while others were having trouble making a choice. Lu Xing also had a choice. He chose the small B-class icefinch. Lu Xing muttered to himself. Gao Bo had guessed correctly. Although there were many beasts of war here, most of them were rubbish. As expected, sheep doesn't mean good. A small ice bird is fine. After all, it is a B-class, which is already much better than the average. Lu Xing believed that. With his intelligence and talent, combined with the beast taming system as an add-on, it is not impossible. Moreover, a beast master cannot only contract one beast for the rest of his life. The ranks of beast masters are divided into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, King, and Transcendent King. Each stage is divided into 10 ranks. And for every stage broken through, one more beast position can be added. In other words, if one can become a Transcendent King, then that person will have 9 beasts. Transcendental King? Lu Xing subconsciously clenched his fists, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. My path to becoming a beast tamer begins with you. Lu Xing looked at the small ice sparrow not far away. Just as Lu Xing was about to give in to reality and choose the B-class small ice sparrow. Roar! A low growl caught Lu Xing's attention. Lu Xing turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. A small black creature appeared before his eyes. It looked like a puppy. Black German Shepherd. Attribute, evil. Gender. Level, Black Iron first rank. Talent, S. Skills learned, rip and grab, bite. P.S. It seems to have a terrifying bloodline within it, but what exactly it is, the host will need to discover for themselves. A black German Shepherd? Lu Xing's face revealed a hint of joy. Since there was an S-class black wolf, who needed a B-class little icebird? Lu Xing immediately raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to tame the black wolf in front of him as his first beast. The staff member standing nearby saw Lu Xing raise his hand. He hurriedly came over. His eyes were full of curiosity, wanting to know what kind of beast Lu Xing would choose. When he got close, his face suddenly revealed a look of disappointment. A black wolf dog? As far as he knew, black wolf dogs had limited talent. Their strength could at most reach bronze. In other words, Lu Xing's path of becoming a beastmaster would likely stop at bronze. Bronze it is. Although the staff member felt a bit sorry. Out of his duty, he couldn't help but remind Lu Xing. Are you sure you want this black wolf dog as your initial beast? Yes. Lu Xing said decisively. This is a high-quality black wolf dog, and the system tells him that this guy has strange bloodlines. If there are no accidents, this guy is most likely the illegitimate son of some big shot. Okay. I'll help you then, the staff member said, while reciting a mantra. Soon he drew a magic circle on the ground. And inside the iron cage, under the feet of the black wolf dog, a magic circle also appeared. You can start the contract by dropping a drop of blood into this magic circle. Okay. Lu Xing took out a pocket knife he had prepared long ago, and lightly cut his finger, and blood instantly flowed out. He dropped the blood onto the magic circle. For a moment, the magic circle radiated with light. As a ray of light shot into the black wolf dog's brow, Lu Xing found that he had a connection with the black wolf. Is it that simple? The staff member was slightly stunned. He was a bit familiar with this black wolf. This guy was unruly, and usually gave the keepers a dirty look when they saw them. He was a white wolf that couldn't be tamed. He thought it would struggle a lot, but didn't expect it to be so easily subdued by Lu Xing. Okay, you can try to collect this black German Shepherd into your beast taming space. Okay. Lu Xing quickly performed the previously learned incantation. The black German Shepherd in the iron cage turned into a flash of light and disappeared into thin air. Lu Xing felt the black German Shepherd enter his beast taming space. That beast taming space was constructed by Lu Xing's beast taming power. Instead of making a fuss, it lay very quietly on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Unfortunately, it was a great pity. The staff member's face became even more pained. He felt that Lu Xing was a guy with quite a bit of talent. But it was a pity that he had wasted a place on the black wolf dog. If only he had come from a better family, then he might not have come to this place. Lu Xing had subdued the black wolf dog, and now he only wants to do one thing. That is to go home. Then he summoned the black wolf dog, cultivating their relationship. After all, it is the world of beast masters, and beasts must obey the orders of their masters. If the relationship between the beast master and the beast is not good, the beast may run away, or even bite its master. Lu Xing turned to leave. Just then, a miserable scream sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a small figure covering its head, rolling around on the ground, its face full of pain. What's wrong with it? Class monitor Wu Yuqian couldn't help but ask. It's a contract backlash. The staff member beside her showed a hint of sympathy on her face. If there's no surprise, the guy in front of you will most likely be an idiot in the future. This is the price of controlling beasts. If you want to become a beast controller, you have to take on such risks. No. Suddenly, one guy turned his head and ran outside. Su Chao, what are you running for? You haven't even made a contract with a beast. I don't want a beast, my life is more important, beasts are too dangerous, I'd rather be an ordinary person. Su Chao shouted, while speeding up his pace. What about you guys? At this time, a red-haired staff member glanced at the remaining students. Do you want to continue? Chapter 3, Give Up? Or you can choose to be like that guy. Give up on becoming a beast tamer. Look at you all look like a bunch of losers. I don't think you'll survive the beasts even if you become a beast tamer. The red-haired woman's words deeply shocked everyone present. Give up, there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. The red-haired woman's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And many classmates chose to leave, just like Su Chao. Me? Me what? You can also choose to leave. The red-haired woman spoke to the class monitor, Wu Yuqian. No, I want to become a beast tamer. Wu Yuqian suppressed her deep fear and walked towards an iron cage not far away. At Wu Yuqian's actions, a flash of appreciation appeared in the red-haired woman's eyes. She liked such strong girls. Lu Xing glanced at Wu Yuqian. And instead of saying anything, he left alone. Ha! The red-haired woman looked at Lu Xing's departing back. And a strange look flashed across her face. Someone had actually completed the contract. And it was a handsome young man. It's just that his appearance was so familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. The red-haired woman suddenly froze in place. Her eyes wide. As if she had thought of something incredible. Interesting, isn't he? At this time, the person who helped Lu Xing contract came up to the red-haired woman. I also think he's interesting. And if you knew that he spent just a few seconds to contract the beast tamer, you would be even more surprised. What? Just a few seconds? Zhou Fan, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Zhou Fan gave the red-haired woman a cold stare. Who would dare deceive you, Phoenix? Humph. Phoenix snorted. I don't think you would dare. Right, that little guy who just left. What beast did he contract? Why did it only take a few seconds? You have to know that. A beast is also a living being with feelings. No one wants to be contracted by someone else and becomes someone else's slave. So every time a beast is contracted by someone else, they will struggle desperately. That's why that guy just now, when he contracted the little stone monster, suffered a backlash from the contract. Because the little stone monster didn't want to become that guy's beast. What a pity. A flash of pity also crossed Feng Huang's face. As Zhou Fan had said, if Lu Xing's background had been better, then he would have been given a good initial beast. Then Lu Xing's path to becoming a beastmaster would have been much easier. Lu Xing left the beast taming pavilion and arrived at the main entrance. Just then, he ran into Master Extinction. At the moment, Master Extinction had a long face and kept scolding the students in front of her. The state only gives you one chance to tame a beast, and these guys have actually given up. Xiami Sihuan felt a bit disappointed. She had clearly taught them so many times. But these guys still let go of the leash in a critical moment. Forget it, you chose your own path. Don't blame me if you suffer in the future. Just take a taxi home. Yes. A few students wiped away tears, bowed their heads, and quickly left. Lu Xing glanced at and he was ready to leave directly. Was in a temper. And Lu Xing didn't want to get in the way. Stop. For her students, was very familiar. She was already a little angry. But when she found that Lu Xing didn't greet her when he saw her, and tried to sneak away, this made her even more angry. Ha! Just as she was about to lose her temper, she was surprised to discover that Lu Xing was now a black iron first-rank beast tamer. As long as you contract your first beast, you will be able to reach the rank of black iron first rank. And Lu Xing's body exuded the aura of a black iron first rank. You brat contracted a beast and didn't even bother to report it to your teacher. Are you not taking me, your teacher, seriously? Teacher, how dare I? Lu Xing immediately apologized to Master Extinction. I'm glad you're not. Okay, come here and stand properly. Ha? What do you mean, huh? Have you forgotten what I said? Lu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't forgotten Master Extinction's words. But he had been daydreaming during class with Su Fat. So he hadn't heard Master Extinction's advice. Don't think that just because you've contracted a beast, your tail can wag up to the sky. Come here and stand properly, waiting for the other students to come out. Then I'll take you somewhere. I know you're a bit impatient right now. You want to sneak home and release your newly contracted beast. Let me tell you, this kind of behavior is particularly dangerous. Dangerous? Yes, your beast has just been contracted. Your strength is weak, and you don't have as much control over it. Be careful of the situation where the Beastmaster is devoured by the beast. Oh. Lu Xing suddenly came to his senses. After waiting at the door for a while, the students inside gradually came out. Phoenix, you've worked hard. Oh, Miss Chen, this is what we should do. The red-haired girl was named Phoenix. And she was also an old student of Master Extinction. She came here this time as a volunteer. Purely out of respect for Master Extinction. Okay, I'm going to take these little guys away. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Phoenix waved her hand. Master Jinia took Lu Xing and the others, got on the bus, and set off in an unknown direction. On the way, Lu Xing glanced at the students on the bus. There were 30 of them when they arrived. Now there were only 15 left. A 50% elimination rate, that's really high. Lu Xing had no idea that the even more terrifying was yet to come. Under the leadership of the Extermination Master, the group arrived at a base. The Extermination Master pointed to a number of glass houses within the base. Okay, your next few days will be spent here getting to know your beasts well. Remember, you must wait until you have become familiar with your beasts before releasing them. After saying this, the group walked into the glass houses that the Extermination Master had arranged. Inside the glass house, Lu Xing glanced around. He noticed that there was heavy security around, with guys in black uniforms standing everywhere. No surprise. These guys are there to protect them. Officially, they are there to protect. But in reality, they are there to prevent someone's beast from sneaking out. There are still more ordinary people outside. If the beast escapes into the street, it will cause a riot. Lu Xing glanced at his classmates on both sides again. He noticed that his classmates had obediently sat cross-legged. They began to practice, preparing to improve their beast control and strengthen their bond with their newly contracted beasts. Chapter 4, Jealousy. Lu Xing thought about it, and he tried to communicate with the black German shepherd in the beast taming space. Lu Xing found that this black German shepherd gave him a very familiar feeling. It was like an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. This must be a benefit brought to me by the system. Lu Xing would not believe that. He had the legendary kingly air of power. And with a shake of his tiger body, those powerful beasts would obediently submit. After feeling the intimate relationship between himself and the black German shepherd. Come out, black wolf dog. Lu Xing quickly made a hand seal, releasing the black wolf dog. Instantly, a black wolf dog appeared in the glass room. Lu Xing's actions startled everyone. Wow, this guy is awesome. He really is awesome. He just made a contract with the beast and then dared to release it. What's awesome about it? I think he's just plain stupid. If nothing goes wrong, he'll be torn apart by the beast. Hey, you two, stop talking. Pay attention to what's going on down there. If one of the beasts escapes, I'll make you pay. Yes, boss. The two men, who were still talking, immediately shut up. Ha! The leader of the black-clad men frowned slightly. He had expected to see the black wolf attack. But it didn't happen. R. Lu Xing used his past life experience, like howling at a dog, and crouched down, while extending his hand. Seeing this, the black wolf dog, with its pink tongue hanging out, wagged its tail, and pounced towards Lu Xing. It knocked Lu Xing down in one fell swoop. Oh no! Just as one guy was about to step in and save Lu Xing. Wait a minute. The leader of the black-clad men stopped the guy next to him. Look again. Everyone noticed that The black wolf dog was not attacking Lu Xing. Instead, it stuck out its pink tongue and kept licking Lu Xing's cheeks. Stop licking, stop licking. It's so itchy. Lu Xing frowned slightly. This black wolf dog was really too enthusiastic. Everyone saw this and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Lu Xing with different eyes. Did this black wolf dog really just contract with him? According to the information, yes. The leader of the black-clad men glanced at the tablet in his hands. Lu Xing's information suddenly appeared on the screen. Interesting, I haven't seen such a little guy in a long time. He actually summoned a beast tamer on the first day. No, he hasn't even used it for a day. You have to know that the fastest it takes here is 3 days. Hey, how long did it take you in the beginning? Me? 4 days. What about you? I took a little longer, 5 days. What about you? I also took 4 days. The crowd began to talk excitedly. After playing with the black wolf dog for a while, Lu Xing stood up. He waved at the black-clad people around him and said, "Hey, you can open the door now. Boss? This. Go." The leader of the black-clad people nudged the person next to him. Don't worry, that guy really tamed the black wolf dog. It doesn't matter if it doesn't. With our strength, it's a piece of cake to take down a black iron first stage black wolf dog. HM. The subordinate next to him walked towards the glass room. He pressed a button next to him and opened the glass door. Lu Xing walked out with the black wolf dog. Young man, you're very good. You have a promising future, work hard, I have high hopes for you. The subordinate of the black-clad man couldn't help but praise Lu Xing. Thank you. Lu Xing nodded. Your black wolf dog is really well behaved. The man in black saw Lu Xing's black wolf dog. And it was actually very docile, circling around Lu Xing's feet. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and pet the black wolf dog. Be careful. Lu Xing pushed the man in black away. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out. Lu Xing's black wolf dog suddenly sprang up, its sharp claws slashing through the air with a shrill sound. If Lu Xing hadn't been quick-witted, the black-clad man's subordinate would have been scratched. That was close. The black-clad man said with a lingering sense of fear. He almost thought he was going to die here. Indeed, things were not that simple. It was he who had been careless. Good boy. Let him off this time. Lu Xing hugged the black wolf dog, which was snarling. At this moment, the black wolf was no longer the gentle creature it had been, but a fierce beast. It gnashed its teeth, as if it wanted to tear the black-clad man to shreds. After Lu Xing's persuasion, the black wolf regained its smiling expression. The black-clad man's subordinate swallowed. No wonder someone said that those who change their faces easily are like dog faces. I never thought it was true. Fawn, how many times have I told you? Be careful, be careful. Luckily, this time, this little brother came to the rescue in time. Otherwise, you would have had to answer for it here. Sorry, boss, I'm not saying anything. I'll go back and write a 10,000 character inspection. Remember, write it overnight, I want to read it. Okay, hurry back to your own position. Xiaofang lowered his head and returned to his position. The leader of the black-clad men extended his hand to Lu Xing. Hello, my name is Zhou Weigua. Hello, my name is Lu Xing. Lu Xing extended his hand and shook hands with Zhou Weigua. Little brother, you are very good. I have high hopes for you. You must work hard. In the future, you will definitely have a place among the strong in Guang City. Zhou Weigua was not bragging. To tame a beast, in addition to beast control strength, one also needs something else. Beast affinity. The former can be increased through training, but the latter is innate. Beast mastery is like a yoke, forcing the beast to do something. The stronger the beast mastery, the more obedient the beast will naturally be, and it will not dare to rebel. Similarly, if the affinity with the beast is strong, then it will be intimate with its own beast, and the beast will naturally do whatever the beastmaster tells it to do. The former is forced. while the latter is voluntary. Although the methods are different, the results are the same. If there is a difference, it is when they encounter a strong enemy. The former's beast master may have his beast betray him, while the latter will basically fight to the death. This is very important for the beast master. Lu Xing and Zhou Weiguo's words attracted the attention of one person. What's the big deal about summoning a beast? As for hyping it up like this, and the seat of the strongest in Guangshi, these guys are really good at flattery. I can do it too. As he said, he pinched his fingers together in a spell. Come out, my beast. As he finished pinching his fingers together, a dazzling magic circle appeared on the ground. A mouse appeared in front of everyone. It was a bamboo rat. When the others saw it, they exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 5, First Strike. No good. Zhou Weiguo shouted. But it was too late. Once the bamboo rat was summoned, it pounced on its master. The bamboo rat opened its blood-red mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit the guy on the neck. Ah, no! The beastmaster subconsciously put his hand in front of him. The sharp teeth of the bamboo rat bit right into the arm of the beast tamer. Ah! It hurts! The beast tamer let out a painful wail. His voice attracted the attention of the other students, and everyone looked in this direction. A young black-clad man, a newcomer to the Black Beast squad, in his haste, actually stepped forward and pressed the switch to open the glass door. As the glass door opened, the bamboo rat, which had been biting the arm of the beast tamer, seemed to see a glimmer of hope for escape. It immediately let go of its mouth, and then ran towards the glass door. No! Stop it! Don't let it get out! If it gets out, it'll be bad! With a shout from Zhou Weiguo, the black-clad men reacted. These guys are thugs, and they're so old, they're only that strong. The school hired them mainly because they were weak and cheap. Everyone thought they could handle such a job. It was like asking a group of adults to take care of elementary school students. At first, the adults would be especially careful, for fear of hurting the students, and then they would control them very strictly. After a long time, they became numb and let their guard down. It was inevitable that there would be sudden fights and bumps. Just as the black-clad men were about to take action, whoosh! A dark shadow darted out. The black wolf dog used its tearing claws. The black wolf dog leaped, pursuing the bamboo rat. It revealed its sharp front paws and clawed at the running bamboo rat. A tearing sound was heard. The black wolf dog's sharp claws easily sliced open the bamboo rat's fur, inflicting a serious injury. The bamboo rat stopped, and countless drops of blood flowed from the deep, bone-revealing wound on its back. In no time, the ground was covered in blood. Oh, my head! It hurt so much. The bamboo rat's beastmaster covered his head and suddenly crouched down. After a few moans of grief, he suddenly fainted. The beastmaster and the beast are linked by a spiritual bond. If the beast is seriously injured or killed, the beastmaster will also suffer a severe blow. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and deal with it. Zhou Weiguo spoke to the few subordinates beside him with some resentment. Upon hearing this, the subordinates reacted from their daydream. They immediately began to deal with the scene. Young man, thank you so much this time. It's nothing, it's just a small favor. Zhou Weiguo looked at Lu Xing. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him, his eyes full of admiration. Unable to resist, he spoke to Lu Xing. What are your plans for the future, little brother? Do you want to join our Black Beast squad? Zhou Weiguo extended an olive branch to Lu Xing. Lu Xing not only had a high level of talent, but also just now, his calm attitude in a crisis already made him worthy of Zhou Weiguo's recruitment. It didn't matter if the initial beast taming grade was low. Zhou Weiguo felt that if Lu Xing was willing to follow him, he would definitely find a way to help Lu Xing find a better beast to control. After all, he was at least a silver tier 6 powerhouse. Sorry. I'm not considering joining the mercenary squad for now. I'm still young, and I want to have fun at the beast taming university for a few years first. Zhou Weiguo heard this and was momentarily stunned. Then he burst out laughing. He gave Lu Xing a knowing expression. Yes. Joining the mercenary squad is a very dangerous thing. And Lu Xing is only 18 years old. Just becoming an adult. A wonderful university life awaits him. How could he give that up? For the life of a mercenary at the tip of the knife? It's okay. If you want, the door to our mercenary squad is always open to you. Zhou Weigua patted Lu Xing's shoulder with great concern. Lu Xing gave a small smile and didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he turned to Zhou Weigua and asked, "Brother Zhou, can I go now?" Zhou Weigua heard this and his mouth curled up, revealing an expression of helplessness. Not yet. Why not? Because we have a rule here: after you successfully controlled a beast, you have to observe it with us for a week. Lu Xing heard this and nodded. Without Zhou Weigua having to explain, Lu Xing understood why. Because beasts have a spirit and intelligence of their own. Many of these beasts will pretend to be tamed in order to escape. Once they have left the place with their respective beast masters, they will reveal their true colors. They will then injure their beast masters and quickly escape. They originally wanted to kill their beast masters, but the contract in their souls told them not to do so. Because if they did, they would also die. This has happened before. That is why there is the rule of a week of observation. Okay. Although Lu Xing felt a little helpless, he still had to abide by the rules here. A few days later, the students in the glass room were all staring outside the glass room. They kept swallowing their saliva. Not far away, Lu Xing was sitting at a table, holding a roast chicken and nibbling on it. From time to time, he threw the chicken bones to the black German shepherd on the ground. "What are you looking at?" A black-clad man growled at Lu Xing's classmates. "If you want to eat, you have to be a little more competitive. Look at you, all of you, you look like human beings. How can you be such losers? It's been 7 days, and not one of you has managed to tame a beast. Look at the others, they did it on the first day." The black-clad man was about to lose his mind. He had thought that these students could succeed quickly. But now, after 7 days, not one has been tamed. They were hired by the authorities to look after the students. The contract is for 1 month. Of course, if the students were more cooperative, and all could be tamed, then he could leave this hellhole sooner. But alas, not one. That means he has to wait until the end of the month. Here, he can't eat meat or drink to his heart's content. So it's no different from being in prison. Xiao Wu. Keep your voice down, don't scare the kids. Boss, I'm just frustrated. If only they were all like Lu. The Lu here is of course our comrade Lu Xing. Zhou Weigua walked over to Lu Xing, his face showing a loving expression. "Lu, are you having a good time these days?" "Yes, of course." Lu Xing took a tissue and wiped his mouth. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your hospitality these days. What about that thing you were talking about?" "Ha? No rush, Uncle Zhou, I didn't say it. After I finish university, you'll still want me. Then I'll definitely join your team." This. Crunch. Just as Zhou Weigua was about to say something, the door to this base was opened. 2 guys walked in. "Commander Zhou, I've come to take the students back." Chapter 6, Where are we going? Zhou Weigua looked towards the door and saw a woman dressed in black leather. Her fiery red hair fell down like a waterfall. She was accompanied by a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Feng Huang. Why are you here?" "Why? Commander Zhou, why can't I come?" No. Commander Zhou immediately apologized to Feng Huang. Feng Huang is a platinum-level master, a presence that Zhou Weigua looked up to. When he saw Phoenix, he naturally had to be respectful. "How about this time? Are there any good ceilings?" "Ha? This." Zhou Weigua had originally wanted to keep Lu Xing, but he didn't expect Phoenix to come. "No good." Zhou Weigua groaned inwardly. He felt that his efforts this week were going to come to nothing. Phoenix glanced around and found that the only person standing outside was Lu Xing. Because of the crowd outside the glass room, Lu Xing was the only one wearing the school uniform. In other words, Lu Xing was the only student. "It's you!" Phoenix recognized Lu Xing. "Hello, we meet again." Lu Xing gave a slight smile, looking neither humble nor arrogant. Phoenix glanced at Lu Xing, and she noticed that Lu Xing was accompanied by a black German shepherd. And the black German shepherd was shaking its tail non-stop. It gave off a very docile feeling. "Hey!" Phoenix glanced at the black wolf dog, and a flash of light appeared in her eyes. "It has actually reached the 3rd rank of black iron. Kid, how did you do it?" Phoenix felt a little puzzled. She never expected that. It had only been a short week. Lu Xing's black wolf dog's strength had risen from the 1st rank of black iron to the 3rd rank of black iron. You have to know that this is a closed base, and there is no access to any magic pills. To quickly improve the strength of the black wolf dog is almost impossible. Is it? Phoenix subconsciously looked at Joe Wegwa next to him. "Is it you, Commander Joe?" Phoenix thought that Commander Joe had used some resources to cultivate Lu Xing's black wolf dog. "You're mistaken." Joe Wegwa immediately spoke to explain. "I haven't given this kid any cultivation resources. Beastmaster is a very money-burning industry, and ordinary people rarely spend money on other people. At most, I have supplied him with some ordinary delicacies." "Delicacies?" Phoenix glanced at the table nearby. She discovered that there were some leftovers on the table. Phoenix's brows furrowed slightly. Obviously. She looked down on the food on the table. After all, she eats magical beast meat with aura every day. Eating that can enhance strength. While these in front of her, she doesn't even look at them. "Okay, since it's just this brat, then I'll take him back with me. It'll be a way to give my teacher an explanation." Phoenix finished speaking and walked towards the door. She had just taken 2 steps when she stopped. She turned her head and looked at Lu Xing. "Kid, what's wrong? Can't bear to leave?" Lu Xing heard this and, with hindsight, immediately took 3 steps at once and ran in the direction of Phoenix. He walked out of the base and saw a car. A scarlet sports car. "Okay, don't just stand there. Get in the car." "Okay." Lu Xing and the other woman got in the car. Phoenix started the sports car. The sports car roared, turning into a red streak of light, leaving the base. On the road, while driving, Phoenix said to Lu Xing, "Kid, did Joe Wegwa recruit you?" "Yes, how did you know?" Lu Xing pretended to be a bit dumb. After all, if he acted too smart, it's easy to arouse the vigilance of others. When your strength is weak, you have to learn to bide your time. "Humph. That old kid. If it were me, I would probably want to recruit you too. A guy who didn't rely on resources and rose to the 3rd rank of black iron in just 1 week. It's worth my while to recruit you." Phoenix looked at Lu Xing with interest. "Kid, are you interested in joining our Phoenix mercenary group?" Lu Xing was slightly stunned on hearing this. He didn't expect Phoenix to want to recruit him as well. Was it true or not? Lu Xing fell into deep thought. Phoenix saw Lu Xing in deep thought and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Kid, if others saw you like this, they would probably laugh at you for being a fool. If they knew that they could join the Phoenix mercenary group, they would probably agree without thinking twice. But you have to think about it for a long time." "Why? Why? Don't you know that my Phoenix Legion is a gathering place for beautiful women? It's full of first-class beauties." "Oh." Lu Xing suddenly understood. "Oh?" Phoenix glanced at Lu Xing, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. She instinctively thought that Lu Xing must have some physical problem, hearing that there were many beautiful women. But he didn't seem to react at all. Is he still a man? Crunch! The sound of tires wearing on the ground rang out. The red sports car in which Lu Xing was sitting made a dashing turn and pulled over. Okay, we're here. Lu Xing nodded and got out of the car. Phoenix, however, did not get out of the car. Phoenix lowered the window and poked his head out. He said to Lu Xing, "Kid, what I just said still stands. If you want to join the Phoenix mercenaries, come to our camp and find me." After saying this, Phoenix started the sports car and left straight away, leaving Lu Xing alone. In the car, the woman sitting in the passenger seat nudged her gold-rimmed glasses. She couldn't help but say to Phoenix, "Chief, I've never seen you so interested in any boy. You're not really in love with him, are you?" "Yes. I am in love with him." Phoenix fell into deep thought. And an image of a guy came to mind. "Little brother, I wonder where you are you doing well?" The bespectacled girl was a little puzzled. But she was after all the think tank of the Phoenix mercenary group. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. Lu Xing got out of the car and glanced around. Damn, where is this? He never expected that Phoenix would just drop him off anywhere. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave. "Stupid boy, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in." Lu Xing heard this and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that at some unknown time, his homeroom teacher, that is, the exterminating master Chen Xian, had appeared in that place. Chen Xian had a stern face on, giving the impression that someone owed her 5 million yuan and wasn't paying it back. "Okay, let's go." Under Chen Xian's leadership, Lu Xing arrived at a restaurant. He followed Chen Xian into a private room. Inside the private room, several people were already sitting there. Lu Xing glanced around. He discovered that they were all his classmates. Among them was an old acquaintance. Chapter 7, The Preliminary Round. "Lu Xing, you're so slow. We've been here for a long time." Su Pang was holding a pig's trotter in his hands and nibbling on it. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sit next to me." Su Pang invited Lu Xing. Lu Xing walked over to Su Pang's seat. Since Su Pang had a bad eating habit, no one liked to sit with him. This resulted in a vacuum between Su Pang and the others. Lu Xing happened to be able to sit there. "Well, since Lu Xing is here, then almost all the students in our class who can graduate have arrived." Chen Xian raised her glass and said to Lu Xing and the others, "The teacher is here to congratulate everyone, happy graduation." Then she raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Naturally, Lu Xing and the others followed suit. The scene here made Lu Xing a little confused. Su, who was standing next to him, immediately explained to Lu Xing, "Did you see that? Almost everyone here, except you, has a bit of a family background." Lu Xing heard this and glanced around. He noticed that the guys sitting here are either rich or noble. It really is the case that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Lu Xing suddenly felt the meaning of these words. These guys in front of him are at least from small families. And for small families to exist, they must have their own advantages. They have the know-how to quickly control beasts. And this know-how is the foundation of the existence of these small families. So naturally they will not share it. Similarly, schools will not teach students, because those teachers also come from various families. They have to abide by the rules of the family. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Lu Xing and Su Pang left. On the way, Lu Xing supported Su Pang, who weighed at least 200 pounds. Lu Xing was out of breath. "Su Pang, you should lose weight." "Lose weight? What weight? I feel like I'm still pretty slim right now," Su Pang said with a drunken slur. "By the way, Lu Xing, are you ready now?" "Ready for what?" "The selection for the Beast Tamer University is in a week. We'll all have to work hard. We'll all get into the best Beast Tamer University in our country together, Huaxia University." "Good." Lu Xing was about to say something else, but found that Su Pang had already fallen asleep. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he waved his hand, called a taxi, and took Su Pang to his home. Time flies like an arrow and days and months pass by like a shuttle. Time soon came to the day of the assessment. Lu Xing arrived at the address that Su Pang had told him. He had just arrived and saw Su Pang. Su Pang looked particularly different today. He was actually wearing a suit. What do you think? I'm handsome, right? Not bad. Lu Xing nodded. If anything, Su Pang before looked like a cook. But now he looked like a real nouveau riche. Here, this is your battle table. You have to do well, as admissions officers from all over the country are here. Lu Xing heard this and opened the battle table Su Pang gave him. This time, the competition is divided into 4 regions: A, B, C, and D. Lu Xing and Su Pang were lucky, as they were not placed in the same region. The competition will be in the format of 2-on-2 battles. In the end, one champion will be selected from each region to compete for the final championship. The champion. Lu Xing subconsciously glanced at the high platform not far away. A trophy made of pure gold was placed on it. Following the information given by Su Pang, and arrived at his own battle zone. His battle zone was Zone A, and Su Pang was in Zone B. Lu Xing arrived at the lounge, where he noticed many unfamiliar faces. This time, they were not the only ones from their school to come for the assessment. The others also saw Lu Xing and looked over towards him. After taking a good look at Lu Xing's appearance, they all let out a sigh of relief. Almost everyone present had some sort of background, and naturally had already investigated their opponents. Obviously, Lu Xing, a guy from a humble background, was not on their list of competitors. Hey, who do I think it is? Isn't this our young Master Lu? A very harsh voice came over. Lu Xing's brows furrowed slightly, and he turned his head to look. He discovered that it was actually Gao Bo. So you're still alive? At the classmate reunion organized by Qin Qian earlier, Gao Bo did not show up. Lu Xing instinctively thought that Gao Bo had failed to contract the beast, which prevented him from coming. He did not expect that this guy was arrogant and disdained to be with his classmates. So he did not go to the previous class reunion. You are really lucky. You actually have the opportunity to participate in such an assessment. But unfortunately, you have met me. I am definitely the overlord of this area. As for you, you'd better go home and farm. Really? Lu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. In the previous week, he had given the black wolf dog some special training. At this time, the black wolf dog's strength had increased a lot. By the time it came to the duel, it was still hard to say who would win. Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Just then, someone called out Lu Xing's name. I'm here. It's your turn soon. Hurry up and follow me. A beautiful staff member in uniform shouted at Lu Xing. Okay. Lu Xing followed the beautiful staff member towards the battle zone. As Lu Xing appeared, the studio began to fill with sound. Here he comes, now appearing as Lu Xing from number 1 middle school. And opposite him is Hiyu from number 3 middle school. Which contestant will the goddess of victory favor this time? Let's wait and see. This competition is a school selection competition. The higher the ranking, naturally, the better the school will like him. Of course, if you perform well, even if you lose, you may still be picked by the teacher. Lu Xing looked towards his opponent. He noticed that it was a guy wearing a white vest. Come out, my dear. Hiyu quickly made a hand seal. A magic circle appeared on the ground. A beast appeared in the magic circle. It was a black rat. Lu Xing recognized Hiyu's beast. A black iron first order, F-quality black rat. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. What a piece of junk. Come out, black wolf dog. Let's finish this quickly. Lu Xing quickly summoned the black wolf dog. Black wolf dog, use your tearing claws. Upon hearing these words, the black wolf dog gave a sharp kick with its legs. And then, like an arrow released from a bowstring, it pounced towards the black rat. No, black rat, get out of the way. Black rat's strength was really weak. He didn't even have time to react. and was killed by Lu Xing's black wolf dog in seconds. Black rat. He ran over to the dying black rat, hugged his black rat, and cried there. Lu Xing still held back. If he let the black wolf dog attack with full force, this black rat might have already died on the spot. Chapter 8: Encountering an Attack. Seeing this, the referee on the side immediately raised the flag on Lu Xing's side. This bout was won by contestant Lu Xing. Next, Lu Xing participated in several consecutive battles. Without exception, none of those guys were a match for Lu Xing. They were all killed in one move by Lu Xing's black wolf dog. This guy. When Gao Bo saw Lu Xing, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Gao Bo never imagined that Lu Xing would be so strong. Losers, all of you are a bunch of losers. You can't even beat a pariah, Gao Bo said disdainfully, and then turned and left. Lu Xing happened to see Gao Bo turning and leaving. He was slightly stunned, and then remembered this guy. After the last match, there were only 4 players left in Area A. Lu Xing looked at the electronic screen above. The 4 people's avatars were displayed on it. They were Lu Xing, Gao Bo, and 1 man and 1 woman. Lu Xing didn't know. At this time, the results of the group battles were already out. Lu Xing looked at the results and he was stunned at first. Then he laughed out loud. Is this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path? Lu Xing's next opponent was no one else but our comrade Gao Bo. Gao Bo also received the information about his next match. Since today's competition has been going on all day, the organizers have decided to take a night off. They will continue the next day. Lu Xing walks out of the competition venue. What he doesn't know is that, as he leaves, a pair of eyes like a viper are staring at him through a glass window. You're still too young to compete with me. This person is none other than Gao Bo. He can be seen with a slight smile on his lips. I wonder what evil he's hiding. Lu Xing walked out of the competition venue, only to run into Su Fat. At this time, Su Fat looked like he had been through a lot. His white shirt was soaked with sweat. Hey, Lu Xing, how did your competition turn out? Me? Of course I made it to the top 4 in Area A. What about you? Me? Naturally the same as you. Su Fat was beaming. He held out his big, fat hand, ready to hook Lu Xing's shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Xing subconsciously dodged, avoiding Su's fat hand. After a day of fighting, Su's whole body was soaked in sweat. And if he hooked him, Lu Xing felt like he was going to get soaked. Okay, enough talk. Let's go eat. I'm exhausted after fighting all day. Inside a food stall, Lu Xing and Su Pang order a whole bunch of barbecued food. Here, Lu Xing, this is good stuff. It's very nourishing. Men should eat more of this. Su Pang hands Lu Xing a skewer of grilled kidneys. No, no thanks. Lu Xing doesn't like grilled kidneys. They're particularly gamey. As for the legendary theory that you can nourish your body with the same food as your body type, with Lu Xing's current body, he doesn't need this yet. Oh, come on, don't be polite. Su Fat forced the string of roasted kidneys into Lu Xing's hands. Lu Xing had no choice but to eat them. While eating, Lu Xing glanced over to the side. He saw Su Fat sitting next to him with a royal beast. It was holding a string of roasted chicken wings and nibbling on them. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the attributes of the beast appeared before him. Wild ape. Attribute, fighting. Gender. Level, 4th rank of black iron. Talent, A. Skills learned, bursting fist. A wild ape of the 4th rank of black iron with a talent. This guy's got something. Lu Xing was beginning to wonder about Su's background. Although Lu Xing and Su were on good terms. But so far, Su Pang has never mentioned a word about his family background in front of Lu Xing. Such a powerful wild ape. No wonder Su Pang has been able to get this far. Su Pang saw Lu Xing stop. What's wrong? Is it because the kidneys are too pungent, so you don't like them? No, it's because I don't like kidneys. Okay, I'll take care of the kidneys, you have a skewer of roast beef. Su Pang said as he handed Lu Xing a skewer of barbecued beef. Lu Xing nodded and reached out to take the skewer. Compared to the smelly kidneys, the barbecued beef was more to his liking. The two were full and satisfied, and were ready to leave the food stall. Since the food stall was not far from Lu Xing's home, Lu Xing was prepared to walk back with Su Pang. On the way, the two walked into a dark alley. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Tonight was a dark and windy night. Lu Xing always felt that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking the air sounded. Lu Xing subconsciously pulled Su Pang, dodging the attack of the dark shadow. Who is it? Lu Xing's face instantly became serious. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause came. Lu Xing turned his head and looked. He saw a man wearing a leather jacket standing there. And in front of him stood a cat. A black cat. The cat's eyes glowed a greenish light in the light. Interesting, this is the first time someone has been able to dodge my shadow cat's attack. Lu Xing looked at the shadow cat. Shadow cat. Attribute, evil. Gender. Level, 7th rank of black iron. Talent, D. Skills learned, claw hook. A D-class talent, a 7th rank black iron shadow cat. This strength is considered a master in this small city. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking me? It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that someone paid a lot of money to have me cripple you. If you know what's good for you, you'll surrender peacefully. To avoid suffering physical pain. Don't worry, I'll just break your limbs. I'm very fast, if you don't resist, I'll let you live, otherwise. Ha ha. Lu Xing snorted coldly. You want to cripple me? In your next life. Black German Shepherd, attack. Lu Xing summoned his Black German Shepherd. Black German Shepherd? The man in the leather jacket revealed a hint of disdain on his face. Black wolves are a common beast. He never imagined that Lu Xing would contract such a piece of trash. That's good, I'll get the 300,000 yuan for free. But for that guy, 300,000 yuan is just pocket money, I feel like I'm still going to be short. Damn, I'm losing money, I'll have to ask for more next time I do this kind of thing. After all, the rich guy's son doesn't lack money. Lu Xing had no idea that his outstanding performance these days had already attracted Gao Bo's attention. And his opponent behind him was none other than Gao Bo. Gao Bo sensed the crisis. So he planned to take the initiative and get rid of Lu Xing. This way, Lu Xing would not ruin his path to promotion. After all, there was only one examination, and Gao Bo did not want to miss the opportunity to enter a prestigious school because of Lu Xing. In fact, this is normal. In Lu Xing's previous life, it was a society ruled by law. There were similar cases. During the college entrance exam, a woman gave her best friend, who she had lived and eaten with for many years, diarrhea medicine in order to eliminate a competitor. This is a real case. Such psychologically twisted people still exist in a society ruled by law, let alone the Beastmaster world. In the Beastmaster world, the evil taste of the rich is that they want to get rid of their opponents, but they are afraid of getting their hands dirty, so they hire thugs. Gao Bo is just such a person. So he hired Leather Jacket to get rid of Lu Xing. The black wolf dog lunged at the Shadow Cat. Leather Jacket immediately made a decision. Shadow Cat, charge over there and use your claw hook. In Leather Jacket's mind, Lu Xing's black wolf dog was only at the strength of Black Iron Tier 4. His Shadow Cat, however, was at Black Iron Tier 7. And was a piece of cake. But the result was unexpected for the Leather Jacket man. Just as the black wolf dog and the Shadow Cat were about to engage in close combat, the black wolf dog used its ripping claws. The black wolf dog revealed its sharp front paws, which, under the dim lighting, shone with a cold light. It was clearly very sharp. Bam! The black wolf's ripping claws collided with the Shadow Cat's hooked claws. Chapter 9, Fighting Against Gao Bo. After the two beasts collided, a dark shadow suddenly flew backwards. Bam! That dark shadow slammed into the wall behind it. How is this possible? The man in the leather jacket widened his eyes. his face full of disbelief. He never expected that. His shadow cat had lost to Lu Xing's black wolf. Your black wolf is not a black iron tier 4. The leather-jacketed man quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Xing glared at the leather-jacketed man. I didn't say my black wolf was a black iron tier 4 either. Black wolf, give Shadowcat the final blow. Use bite. The black wolf pounced on Shadowcat. It opened its blood-red mouth wide. And its sharp fangs easily bit open the Shadowcat's neck, killing it with one move. Ah! With the death of the Shadowcat, the man in the leather jacket was immediately affected. He covered his head and suddenly crouched down. Black wolf dog, attack. Lu Xing knew that you have to kill the snake when you find it. And he didn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountain. With a mournful cry from the leather jacket man, he followed his shadow cat to the afterlife. Lu Xing walked up to the leather jacket man, took out his gloves and put them on his hands. Then he started feeling around the leather jacket man's body. As a result, he found a black card and a stack of money. Lu Xing casually counted it. The denomination of the money was 10,000 yuan per note, and there were exactly 30 notes. To be precise, this money was a voucher, not real currency, and could not be directly circulated in the normal market. Only some wealthy people used this kind of voucher as currency among themselves. After getting this kind of voucher, if you want to turn it into money, you can go directly to the bank to recharge it, and recharge the money in the voucher into the bank card. Because the source of these vouchers cannot be traced, they are very popular with those who like to do bad things. Unexpectedly, there was a windfall. As expected, killing and arson brings wealth. Lu Xing was originally thinking about how to make money. But he didn't expect this guy to come and offer him a handout. After all, he is now a beast tamer. And has a black German shepherd to support. This guy is also a big spender. Black German shepherd, let's go home. Lu Xing took off his gloves. In his previous life, he was a fan of novels. And these gloves are essential for killing people and robbing them. Lu Xing never imagined that they would actually come in handy today. He looked at the black wolf dog and saw that it seemed to be eating something. When Lu Xing looked closer, he was slightly stunned. You haven't had enough from the barbecue earlier? Lu Xing never imagined that the black wolf dog had actually eaten the shadow cat. However, he did not blame the black wolf dog for this. Existence is reason. Since the black wolf wanted to eat the shadow cat, there must be a reason for it. Lu Xing walked over to Su's side, looking at Su, who was lying on the ground, fast asleep. Lu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy really loves to drink more and more. He'd only had 2 beers and was already drunk like this. But tonight's events also served as a warning to Lu Xing. This is a world of the weak being prey to the strong. One should never let one's guard down. Otherwise, he could be the next one to fall to the ground. Come on, Su, I'll take you home. Lu Xing reached out his hand and pulled up the 200+ kilogram Su. Fortunately, in this world, after becoming a beast tamer, one's physical fitness also improves. If it were still like in his previous life, then Lu Xing would not have been able to pull up Su tonight. He helped Su back home. The next day, Lu Xing arrived at the competition venue as scheduled. He sat in the restroom, thinking, who actually wants me dead? Lu Xing felt that he had not offended anyone. Just then, a guy walked in slowly, humming a happy song. Lu Xing looked towards the door. The two locked eyes and froze in place. The person who had come was Gao Bo. He stared with wide eyes, looking incredulous. What's going on? I clearly spent 300,000 yuan to have Lu Xing's name posted on the Hitman website. Why is he still alive? Gao Bo looked as if he had seen a ghost. When Lu Xing saw Gao Bo's terrified face, he suddenly understood. It was him. A ruthless look flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. The other person actually wanted him dead. So he wouldn't be living long either. Player Lu Xing. At this time, the staff member walked in. She saw Lu Xing and Gao Bo. At first, she was taken aback. But then she smiled and said, "Oh, it's you, too, player Galbo. It's your turn to compete. Hurry up and go on stage." "Okay." Lu Xing and Galbo responded. Lu Xing and Galbo walked towards the competition area. One on the left, one on the right. They glanced at each other, each thinking their own thoughts. "Kid, you didn't die yesterday. You're lucky, but today you won't be so lucky." Galbo was ready to kill. As for Lu Xing, he had made the same decision. In the past, he had held back against his opponents. But Galbo was his opponent. Naturally, he would fight to the death. The two men arrived at the battle area. Galbo looked at Lu Xing and smirked. "Kid, you're lucky to have made it this far. But running into me means your luck has run out. Today I'll show you that there are some people you just can't afford to offend. Come out, my little sweetheart." Galbo quickly formed a magic seal. And a magic circle appeared on the ground in an instant. A huge wolf appeared on the battlefield. "It's out. Our player Galbo has once again summoned his proud wind wolf." At this time, the commentator on the commentary seat suddenly shouted out, "A wind wolf?" Lu Xing had never watched someone else's match before. And there was no need to. Because Lu Xing felt that, with his strength, none of these guys who had just obtained their beasts were his match. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. And in an instant, he understood the attributes of the wind wolf. Wind wolf. Attribute, wind. Gender. Level, 5th black iron. Talent, B. Skills learned, wind blade. A wind wolf with a B talent and the strength of a 5th tier black iron. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. It turns out that he has the capital to be arrogant. Hey! Galbo saw that Lu Xing was taking his time releasing his beast. He thought Lu Xing was scared. So he said to Lu Xing, "Kid, if you're scared, you can choose to surrender. There's no shame in admitting defeat. Especially since your opponent is me. Losing to me might be the most glorious thing that ever happens to you." "Surrender?" Lu Xing sneered. "There is no such thing as surrender in my dictionary. Come out, Black Wolf Dog. Let him see who the real Wolf King is." Black Wolf Dog? Although Galbo had known it for a long time, the moment he saw Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It really is trash that only the lowly can contract. Only you would like this kind of thing. That's right, the kind of beast you control matches the kind of beast controller. And this black wolf just happens to match you perfectly. Chapter 10, Winning Streak. Lu Xing ignored Galbo's sarcastic remarks. For people like him, the only way to teach them a lesson is with a good beating. Black Wolf, charge forward and use ripping claws on Wind Wolf. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf pounced towards Wind Wolf. Humph. Trivial skill. I haven't even made a move yet, and you've already attacked. Wind Wolf, use Wind Blade. Upon hearing this, Wind Wolf opened its mouth. Instantly, a fierce wind blade shot out of its mouth. The wind blade sliced through the air and shot towards Black Wolf. Seeing this, Black Wolf made a leap. The wind blade flew past Black Wolf's body. Black Wolf dodged the wind blade, and its speed did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it was at the Wind Wolf's side. I'm not afraid of you. Wind Wolf, use your sharp claws. Show the other party who the real Wolf King is. The Wind Wolf also extended its sharp claws. Bang! The claws of the two beasts collided in mid-air. After an explosion, a dark shadow flew backwards. It slid along the ground for a long distance. Smoke also filled the area. When the smoke dispersed, the crowd finally saw the true face of the guy who had flown backwards. It was the Wind Wolf. My God, what's going on? The Wind Wolf actually lost to the Black Wolf in a strength competition. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Black Wolf actually defeated the Wind Wolf. Looking at the seriously injured Wind Wolf lying on the ground, Galbo's face became increasingly difficult to see. Kid, what's wrong with your Black Wolf? Why can it defeat my speedy wolf? Facing Galbo's doubts, Lu Xing did not answer. What greeted him was the black wolf's next attack. Lu Xing knew deeply that bad guys usually die from talking too much. All he had to do was finish the job. Black wolf, once more. Rip claw. The black wolf quickly charged up. It turned into a black flash of light and pounced on the seriously injured swift wolf. No good. Swift wolf, run. Gabber ordered Swift wolf. Swift wolf obeyed. And it stood up shakily. At this moment, there were several deep grooves on Swift wolf's front paws. And blood was constantly oozing out. Those were the wounds from the collision with the black wolf just now. Swift wolf gritted its teeth and started running. Unfortunately, if it were in its prime, it might have a chance to escape. But now it was seriously injured. The black wolf quickly caught up with the wind wolf, and its sharp front paws cut through the air so fast that it actually created a sonic boom. A tearing sound could be heard. The sharp claws of the black wolf once again left several deep, bone-penetrating wounds on the body of the wind wolf. The wind wolf flew backwards. Wind wolf. Cowboy froze in place, having forgotten to put the wind wolf away. Just then, the black wolf pounced on the wind wolf. It opened its blood-red mouth wide and bit down on the body of the wind wolf. A loud crack was heard. The sharp fangs of the black wolf easily pierced the body of the gusting wolf. The gusting wolf let out a cry of pain and fainted directly. Ah! With the gusting wolf's serious injury and unconsciousness, its beast master, that is, Galbo, was counterattacked. Galbo covered his head, which was about to burst, and fainted all at once, collapsing straight onto the ground. What a piece of trash! No wonder he is the king of the mouth. His mouth is good, but his strength is only so-so. Lu Xing felt that he hadn't even exerted himself that much. This guy just collapsed. Seeing this, the referee immediately announced that Lu Xing had won the match. He also told the staff to come up and take the unconscious Gabber away. Is the black wolf dog really that powerful? Can't you tell if it's powerful or not? Oh no, I want to go and contract a black wolf dog to come and have a look too. I advise you not to. Can't you see that his black wolf is a bit different? Someone still noticed the difference. What do you mean? As everyone knows, the bloodline of the swift wolf is more noble than that of the black wolf. Usually, when a black wolf fights a swift wolf, the swift wolf's bloodline will suppress the black wolf's, leaving it with only 10% of its strength. But this black wolf is different. It is not afraid of the swift wolf, whose bloodline is more noble than its own. Instead, he launched an attack head-on. I don't know how this handsome beast tamer has been trained. Just as everyone was discussing this, Lu Xing had already returned to his resting room. He sat in his seat. Just then, a dark-skinned woman walked in. She had dirty braids. Smiling, she said to Lu Xing, "You're very good. I hope you can show this kind of strength in the next competition." After saying this, she left with the staff. Lu Xing was a little confused by the woman's words. He walked curiously towards the audience. By the time Lu Xing arrived, the fight was over. The woman's opponent was a male fighter using the stone boy. But that guy was no match for the woman. He was killed in one move. Interesting. Lu Xing returned to the restroom. No surprise. In a few minutes, it would be his turn to fight the woman with the dirty braids. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Lu Xing and the woman with the dirty braids arrived at the fighting arena. "Hello, my name is Zhuoma. Nice to meet you," Zhuoma said with a smile to Lu Xing. Lu Xing was good-looking, with a smile always on his face, giving people a feeling of being embraced by the spring breeze. When it came to handsome guys, not many women could resist. "Hello, my name is Lu Xing. It's nice to meet you too," Lu Xing responded politely. "Handsome guy, I'm going to attack." "You're very handsome, but I won't hold back just because of that." "Well, come at me. My black wolf isn't a vegetarian either. Come out, fighting yak. Come out, black wolf." Lu Xing and Zhuoma released their beasts at the same time. Fighting yak? Lu Xing looked at Zhuoma's fighting yak. The attributes of her fighting yak appeared in front of Lu Xing in an instant. Fighting yak. Attribute, fighting. Gender. Level, 6th black iron. Talent, B. Learn skills, brutal charge. A fighting yak of 6th black iron with a B talent. Although its talent is not good. But her strength is very strong. No wonder she has been able to get this far. Judging from her appearance, she must be on drugs, otherwise she would not have improved so quickly. This fighting yak is obviously an initial powerful beast tamer. But the further along it goes, the less strength it gains. And it will eventually become useless. In Lu Xing's eyes, the aptitude of a beast tamer must be at least a level to enter his eyes. Chapter 11, Suo Pang actually lost. Fighting yak is a fighting attribute. And the previous stone boy seemed to have quite a bit of strength. However, in terms of attributes, stone boy is a rock type, while fighting yak is a fighting type. Stone boy's attributes are restrained by fighting yak. Thinking about this, Lu Xing suddenly realized something terrible. That is, his black German shepherd is an evil attribute imperial beast. In terms of attributes, it is also restrained by the fighting yak with its fighting attribute. Fighting yak, use savage charge. Zhuoma didn't care about that. She commanded the fighting yak to charge at Lu Xing's black wolf dog. The fighting yak took a step back with its right foot. And it quickly ran up. The terrifying tonnage caused the ground to tremble every time the fighting yak landed a foot, causing the ground to tremble. The fighting yak charged at the black German shepherd, lowering its head and exposing its sharp, large horns on top of its head, and charging at the black German shepherd. The black German shepherd's eyes narrowed at the sight. It took a sharp leap to the left and easily avoided the fighting yak's savage charge. The fighting yak was moving too fast. Plus, it was overweight, so it had a lot of inertia. After running for tens of meters, it finally stopped. The fighting yak twisted its head, and it continued to look at the black wolf dog. Then it launched an attack. Again. The black wolf dog avoided it again. Lu Xing knew that, in terms of strength, the black wolf dog was no match for the fighting yak. So he chose to temporarily avoid the fight. After several consecutive dodges, the black wolf dog looked calm. It had not expended much physical strength. In contrast, the fighting yak, after using continuous savage charges, had expended its huge physical strength. At this time, it was panting, continuously gasping for breath. The fighting yak's body was already wet with sweat, and its eyes were red from being engorged. "Hey, kid, is that all you know how to do is dodge?" A flash of displeasure crossed Zhuoma's face. She had originally had quite a good impression of Lu Xing, but she never expected that Lu Xing would be afraid to choose to fight head-on. Instead, he just kept on dodging. In Zhuoma's eyes, that kind of behavior was that of a coward. In response to Zhuoma's taunts, Lu Xing remained very calm. "I only know how to dodge? Do you call that dodging?" That was just strategic avoidance. The fighting yak is stronger than the black wolfhound. And if Lu Xing chooses to go head-to-head with the fighting yak recklessly, then he is out of his mind. Lu Xing looked at the panting fighting yak. And he knew his chance had come. At this moment, the fighting yak, in Lu Xing's eyes, was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Black German shepherd, use your claw-tearing technique on the fighting yak. Be careful, its pair of large horns are still very terrifying. The black German shepherd nodded. It launched an attack, pouncing on the fighting yak. The black German shepherd's sharp claws easily sliced open the fighting yak's skin, leaving several deep wounds. The fighting yak let out a cry of pain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fighting yak's blood spurted out like a fountain from the wound. Moo! The fighting yak roared. Its eyes were wide. Its eyes were bulging. It charged at the black wolf. It wanted to run the damn thing over alive. Black wolf, dodge quickly. The black wolf dodged again. What a pity! Although the fighting yak is strong, it is also a bit of a fool. Its body is not at all agile. When facing the black German Shepherd, it can only charge blindly. Boom! Finally, after several consecutive charges, the fighting yak collapsed with a loud noise. The black German Shepherd's claw just ripped the fighting yak's skin, causing the fighting yak to bleed unceasingly from the wound. Eventually, the fighting yak collapsed from blood loss. Despicable! Zhuoma cursed inwardly. And then she ran towards her fighting yak. Zhuoma never imagined Lu Xing would use this method against her fighting yak. At this time, the referee saw the fighting yak collapse. He immediately announced that Lu Xing had won. This meant that Lu Xing had become the overlord of Area A, and he would advance to the semifinals to compete with the overlords of the other areas for the final championship throne. In the judges' box, an old man with white hair kept nodding his head. Not bad, this kid is pretty good. Really? An old woman next to him, however, looked disdainful. Clearly, she could not stand what Lu Xing had done. Even if he is good, his initial beast is just a black German Shepherd. What's wrong with a black German Shepherd? What's wrong with a black German Shepherd? Don't you know that the strength of a black German Shepherd can only reach the bronze rank at most? The old man was awakened by the old woman's words. Alas, it is indeed a bit of a pity. Perhaps many people will think it is fine to just choose a random initial beast. You can contract a better one later. However, you have to know that a person can only contract up to 9 beasts in their lifetime. And the prerequisite for contracting 9 beasts is to reach the rank of Tier 9 Beast Tamer. Every time a beast tamer fights, they unleash all their beasts at once, not one after the other, in a battle of attrition. This also makes the contract slots for each beast extremely precious. Although Lu Xing had good aptitude, he contracted a black wolf as his first beast. As he grew up, when facing opponents of the same class, Lu Xing was born with one less beast than his opponents. In the eyes of these powerful people, the black wolf was a very trashy beast. And in their hearts, the black wolf was not considered combat effective. In a real fight, it would be cannon fodder. To have one less beast was an incredibly terrifying thing. Lu Xing, however, did not know any of this at the moment. He glanced at Zhuoma, and then turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the combat area in Zone A, Lu Xing ran into someone. Isn't that Su Pang? Lu Xing noticed that Su Pang looked particularly different today. The guy looked like a beaten eggplant, his head hanging down. What's wrong with you? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Su Pang. Did your parents say something to you? No, I lost the competition. Lost the competition? Lu Xing frowned slightly. You know, Su's initial beast was an A-class beast, a 4th-tier black iron wild ape. I can't believe he lost. How strong his opponent must be. Just as Lu Xing was wondering, a pretty figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a long pink dress, and a faint smile hung on her slightly baby-fat face. Hey, little fatty, you're still here. The woman greeted Su Pang with a smile. When Su Pang saw this woman, his face became even uglier, as if he had eaten shit. Lu Xing, this is the guy. I lost to her. Her? Lu Xing glanced at the woman, and he never would have guessed that Su Pang had actually lost to a cute girl. Chapter 12, The Cute Girl. The girl glanced at Lu Xing. She was slightly stunned. She never expected that Su Fat would have such a handsome friend. Hello, let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Xiaoming. You can call me Meng Meng. Lu Xiaoming extended her hand to Lu Xing, as if they were old friends. There was nothing she could do. Lu Xing was just too handsome. This was the right of a handsome guy. Hello, I'm Lu Xing. This is my friend, Su Pang. I see, we just met. You're the loser. You. Su Pang were about to say something else when Lu Xiaoming skipped away. Okay, I have to go. We can chat again sometime, Lu Xiaoming said and left. Looking at Lu Xiaoming's receding back, Su Peng was furious. He had worked hard for today. He had hoped to shake off his worries and win a championship for everyone to see. Unexpectedly, he lost to this guy named Lu Xiaoming. Okay, don't be angry. Let's go, I'll buy you a roast chicken today. It's a way to compensate for your wounded heart. Really? As soon as he heard there was roast chicken to eat, Su Fat was beaming with joy. This guy didn't have many hobbies in his life. His biggest hobby was eating. Really? Let's go. On the way, Su Fat suddenly remembered to ask Lu Xing about the competition. Lu Xing, I lost on this side. How about your side? You didn't also lose, did you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but give Su Fat a dirty look. You think I'm like you? Su Fat heard this, first stunned, and then jumped up suddenly. He put his arm on Lu Xing's shoulder. Wow, man, you can do it. Su Peng never imagined that Lu Xing could have come this far. It's just so. It's not that I'm too strong, it's just that my opponent is too weak. Listening to Lu Xing's words, Su Peng felt speechless. You give a little and you get a lot. You brat, you never stop bragging. I can't take it anymore. To celebrate your success, I'm going to eat my fill tonight. I'm going to eat 2 whole roast chickens by myself. Lu Xing nodded. Okay. He had just received some money yesterday, so he could afford to pay for the roast chickens. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Lu Xing took Su Fat home. Su Fat looked at Lu Xing as if he had something to say but didn't dare. What's wrong? Nothing, I just hope you do your best tomorrow. Help me defeat that smug guy. Don't worry, I will. Lu Xing patted Su Peng's shoulder and gave him a reassuring gesture. Okay, I'm going to bed. Su Peng seemed used to staying over at Lu Xing's place and turned and walked towards the bedroom Lu Xing had prepared for him. Lu Xing, however, was lost in thought. He was recalling what Su Peng had just said. A spirit-type multicolored phantom butterfly. That multicolored phantom butterfly is Lu Xiaoming's initial beast. Forget it, there's no point thinking about it now, I'll naturally know the answer tomorrow. The next day, Lu Xing arrived at the arena as promised. Today Lu Xiaoming was dressed in the same way as yesterday, still wearing a long pink dress. She seemed to have a soft spot for pink dresses. The rules of this assessment competition were: the Overlord of Area A would fight the Overlord of Area B. The Overlord of Area C would fight the Overlord of Area D. The winners of these 2 matches will compete for the final championship. Lu Xing happened to be matched against Lu Xiaoming. Come out, colorful phantom butterfly. Lu Xiaoming released her initial beast. Colorful phantom butterfly. Attribute, spirit. Gender. Level, Black Iron 5th rank. Talent, S. Skills learned, mental strength. After seeing the attributes of the colorful phantom butterfly, Lu Xing finally understood why Su Peng had lost. That guy didn't lose unfairly. At the same time, Lu Xing also became curious about Lu Xiaoming's family background. A family that could use SSS-class aptitude as the initial beast tamer. This must be a very powerful family. Hey, what's wrong? You're not charmed by my beauty, are you? Lu Xiaoming saw that Lu Xing was taking his time summoning his beast tamer, and couldn't help but tease Lu Xing. Lu Xing shook his head with a bitter smile. He quickly made a hand seal. A magic circle appeared on the ground, and the black German shepherd appeared from it. Woof! After a few days of fighting, Lu Xing's black German shepherd had become stronger, and its body had grown larger. At this time, the judges' seats. The judges began to comment on Lu Xing's black German shepherd. Hey, this black German shepherd seems to be extraordinary. Yes, it seems to be bigger than an ordinary black wolf dog. It seems that this kid has spent a lot of money on it. It's a pity to spend money on such a beast, isn't that a waste of money? By the way, Granny Yang, you like that girl, don't you? Do you think she will win this time? Of course. Granny Yang's face showed a confident expression. That's the colorful fantasy butterfly, a very rare existence. Against this common black wolf dog, it's more than enough. Really? The old man on the side had a different opinion. Hey, son, old man, why do you always argue with me? Every time I say something, you always have to refute it. Where did I offend you after so many years? You should be enough. Old man son felt very speechless. If you say it wrong, can't I refute it? Didn't you say that the little girl would win? I think the young man will win instead. Even if you're being stubborn, you can't just say something that's not true. I'm not being stubborn. Let's just wait and see. The competition between Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming began. Use the mental command for the colorful phantom butterfly. Lu Xiaoming gave the command to the colorful phantom butterfly. The eyes of the colorful phantom butterfly shot out a colorful light, which shot towards the black German shepherd not far away. No good. Su Fat, who was sitting in the audience, let out a cry. Although he had already warned Lu Xing, he could not help but be surprised by Lu Xiaoming's unconventional approach. She had actually launched an attack right away. Lu Xing saw the rainbow phantom butterfly launch an attack. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked so calm. He didn't even give any commands to the black wolf dog. This guy can't be stupid. Could it be that the roast chicken from last night was poisoned? No, after this competition, I'm going to go find the owner of that roast chicken restaurant and cause trouble. He actually made my brother stupid. I'm going to make him pay a hefty sum for mental damages. Just as Su Fat muttered to himself. The next scene left him dumbfounded. What's going on? Su Fat never expected that. The mental stronghold of the multicolored phantom butterfly would land on the black wolf dog. It was actually swallowed by the black wolf dog. At this time, the black wolf dog's body glowed with black light. That spiritual stronghold had no effect at all. Ha ha ha. See? Old man's son laughed out loud. Grandma Yang's face became more and more unpleasant. Hey, old man, did you know about this already? Ha? I knew about it, and I'm not the only one who knew about it. You knew about it too, didn't you? Grandma Yang and old man's son's words left the people around them confused. Hey, don't you forget, this black wolf dog is evil? Sun Leo's words instantly made everyone come to their senses. Evil attributes are the nemesis of spiritual attributes. Evil beasts with evil attributes are immune to attacks from spiritual attribute techniques. This is the most basic knowledge. And everyone seems to have overlooked the fact that the black wolf dog has evil attributes. Chapter 13, The Final. Lu Xiaoming looked at the black wolf dog in front of Lu Xing. At this time, the black wolf dog sat obediently on the ground, wagging its tail non-stop. Lu Xiaoming bit her lip, a hint of grievance on her face. She never imagined that her colorful phantom butterfly would actually be restrained by the black wolf dog in front of her. Stinky dog, bad dog. Lu Xiaoming began to scold. What's wrong? Why aren't you attacking anymore? Lu Xing asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoming glared at Lu Xing viciously. Although she was very angry, she was not so angry as to lose her head. Damn it, if I had known, I would have gone and bought some monster cores for my 5-colored phantom butterfly to use. A monster core is a crystal produced inside a monster. It contains all the energy of the monster. Similarly, all the moves the beast has learned are stored in the beast core. If you give the beast core to your beast, the beast will learn the moves stored in the beast core. Of course, this learning is not 100% guaranteed. There is a chance of failure. And the chance of failure is not small. At the same time, there is a terrifying fact in front of everyone. A beast can only learn 4 moves in its lifetime through the beast core. The rest must be learned on their own. So the use of monster cores for beasts must be considered carefully. The use of monster cores also depends on one's character, because monster cores may store other moves. If your beast learns a useless move, it's over. Lu Xiaoming's colorful phantom butterfly can only do one move, Spirit Strong Thought. This Spirit Strong Thought is a move of the spirit attribute, and it has no effect on Lu Xing's black German shepherd. That's why Lu Xiaoming was very remorseful for not using the monster crystal core too. Add new moves to her colorful phantom butterfly. I give up. Knowing that she couldn't beat Lu Xing, Lu Xiaoming simply conceded gracefully. I hope you can keep being so lucky. Lu Xiaoming left angrily. Looking at Lu Xiaoming's departing back, Lu Xing revealed a faint smile. He returned to the lounge. As soon as he walked into the lounge, Su Fat ran over happily. He gave Lu Xing a bear hug. Brother, you're awesome. I never thought you'd beat that sissy. Su Fat was full of joy. He had lost to Lu Xiaoming yesterday. And today Lu Xing had won against Lu Xiaoming, which was like taking revenge for him. But brother, you can't be too happy just yet. Why? Because you're about to meet a formidable enemy. Formidable enemy? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, a figure suddenly passed through the door of the lounge. Then there was a terrible noise. Wow, girls, come quickly. Master Yan Bing is here. Wow, so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man? I feel like I can't breathe. Girls, let's go ask him for an autograph. A group of crazy girls chased after Yan Bing. Yan Bing, what a familiar name. Su Fat couldn't help but give Lu Xing a look when he heard this. Hey, are you really Lu Xing? Su Fat couldn't help but reach out and touch Lu Xing's head. There's no fever either. Go away, Lu Xing couldn't help but push Su Fat's fat hand away. You brat, you don't even recognize Yan Bing. Yan Bing is one of the top schoolboys at our school. The class monitor of the first class. Young and rich, a typical rich and handsome guy, the dream lover of many young girls. Looking at Su's lecherous expression. If you didn't know, you would think he was ogling some pretty girl. If Lu Xing didn't know that Su's sexual orientation was normal, he would have fled long ago. Oh, brother, you're actually not bad. I feel that you're more handsome than Yan Bing. But the reason why you're not as popular as Yan Bing is that your background is not as good as his. And you're too low-key. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the only friend you have. Su Fat analyzed the difference between Lu Xing and Yan Bing. Well, it's rare for you to say something agreeable. Damn, so you're so narcissistic. Su Fat couldn't help but attack Lu Xing with a rash of itching. After Lu Xing and Su Fat rested for a while in the restroom, the staff came. Looking at the beautiful staff member in front of him, Lu Xing knew. The finals are coming. Yan Bing? Let's fight and see who the ultimate winner will be. Lu Xing arrived at the battle site. Yan Bing had already been waiting there for a long time. Yan Bing saw Lu Xing, and his brows furrowed slightly. Obviously, he never imagined that his opponent would be such a bumpkin. Yan Bing was born into an upper-class family after all, and naturally knew the sons of those big families. Obviously, among those sons of big families, there was no such person as Lu Xing. A bunch of losers, and they actually lost to a country bumpkin. And I had to do it myself. Come out, Ice Lion. Yan Bing snapped his fingers. And a blue magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. A blue lion appeared on the battlefield. Roar! As soon as the Ice Lion appeared, it roared into the sky, vowing its status as the overlord. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite arrogant. Lu Xing immediately understood the attributes of the Frost Lion. Frost Lion. Attribute, Ice. Gender. Level, Black Iron 6th rank. Talent, A. Skills learned, Ice Arrow, Ice Claw. A level talent, a Frost Lion of the Black Iron 6th rank. No wonder he was able to win in the end. The strength of the 6th rank of Black Iron appeared in front of this group of novice beastmasters. It was like a big guy going into a fish pond to catch fish. This is not intentional abuse of the opponent. But unfortunately, he encountered Lu Xing. Come out, Black German Shepherd. Lu Xing released his Black German Shepherd. Black German Shepherd? Yan Bing's disdain grew even stronger. His family's security guards don't want this beastmaster. This is the most trashy beastmaster imaginable. Black Wolf Dog, it seems the opponent looks down on you. Show him what you're made of and use ripping claws on the Ice Lion. Humph. Yan Bing snorted. He never expected Lu Xing to attack on his own initiative. Ice Lion, use Ice Arrow. Upon hearing this, the Ice Lion opened its mouth. A sharp ice arrow spurted out and shot towards Lu Xing's black wolf dog. Seeing this, the black wolf dog dodged sharply, avoiding the ice arrow of the Ice Lion. At the same time, it continued to pounce at the Ice Lion. Wow, it actually managed to avoid it. In that case, Ice Lion, use Ice Claws. Rip the stinking dog to shreds. Upon hearing this, the Ice Lion's eyes, which had been a little drowsy, suddenly opened. Yes. He was going to get serious. Chapter 14, Is this still a black wolf dog? Bang! The Ice Lion and the black wolf dog collided. The sharp claws of the black wolf dog and the short claws of the Ice Lion clashed. After the two beasts collided, one figure flew backwards. It was the Ice Lion. How is this possible? Yan Bing never expected that. In terms of strength, the Ice Lion would lose to Lu Xing's black wolf dog. What is the situation with this guy's black wolf dog? Just as Yan Bing was puzzled, Sun, the old man on the judging bench, saw a clue. I see. Hey, Sun, the old man, you're being evasive again. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Upon hearing this, Sun, the old man, immediately began to explain. Don't look at this black wolf dog as having low aptitude, but it can't be helped that it is highly skilled. Sun Lauer's words made everyone suddenly realize. Yes, why didn't I think of that? In Beastmaster battles, aptitude only plays a supporting role. Although there are cases of challenging someone of a higher level, in most cases, the party with the higher strength has the advantage. It is clear that Lu Xing's black wolf dog is very strong. Lu Xing looked over at his black wolf dog. Black wolf dog. Attribute, evil. Gender. Level, 7th rank of black iron. Talent, S. Skills learned, Rip and Claw, Gnaw, Shadow Ball. P.S. It seems to have a terrifying bloodline within it, but what exactly it is requires the host to develop it themselves. At this time, the black wolf dog has long since reached the strength of the 7th rank of black iron. Coupled with its talent, it is not the F-class that everyone sees, but the terrifying S-class. In terms of strength and talent, the black wolf dog crushed the Ice Lion. If it can't defeat the Ice Lion, the black wolf dog can just find a piece of tofu and crash into it. Rascal, no matter what tricks you use, but you've still managed to anger me. Ice Lion, use Ice Arrow. Yan Bing once again issued an attack command to his Ice Lion. The Ice Lion stood up shakily. The collision just now had caused it to suffer considerable damage. At this point, it had long since put aside its contempt. Opening its mouth, an icy, piercing ice arrow shot out at the black wolf. Black wolf, dodge, then rush over and do it again with the rip claws. Lu Xing ordered the black wolf. The black wolf dodged the ice arrow of the Ice Lion and continued to pounce on the Ice Lion. Seeing the black wolf dog getting closer and closer, the Ice Lion panicked a little. From the previous collision, the Ice Lion had already realized that it was no match for the black wolf dog. If it collided with the black wolf dog again, it would be the black wolf dog that fell. The Ice Lion did not dare to linger and began to flee backwards. Ice Lion, what are you doing? Use your ice claws to fight back. Yan Bing saw that the Ice Lion had chosen to flee, and he felt humiliated. He couldn't help but roar at his Ice Lion. Up until now, he had never told his Ice Lion to run away. How could this be? Yan Bing, hurry up and tell your Ice Lion to fight back. Yes, don't let it run away again. Hurry up, if you don't fight back now, it will be too late. Yan Bing's fans couldn't help but worry for Yan Bing. Ice Lion, did you hear that? Hurry up and fight back. Yan Bing continued to growl, his eyes glowing with a murderous light. The Ice Lion felt a chill, as it seemed to recall how Yan Bing had treated it before. The Ice Lion couldn't help but shiver. It had no choice but to grit its teeth and stop. At the same time, it extended its sharp claws, which were wrapped in layers of cold air, and clawed at the black German shepherd that had pounced. Bang! The claws of the two beasts collided once again. This time the result was exactly the same as the last time. After a cry of pain, the huge body of the ice lion flew backwards and slid along the ground for a long distance before coming to a stop. Looking at the seriously injured and dying ice lion, Yan Bing felt a headache coming on, but he gritted his teeth and held on. With great difficulty, he said, "I yield." He knew that Lu Xing was a guy who would show no mercy. If he didn't admit defeat, then his ice lion might be crippled by Lu Xing's black wolf dog. That was not what he wanted to see. Ha! Lu Xing never expected that. The arrogant Yan Bing would admit defeat. "You little brat, just you wait. We're not done yet." Yan Bing finished, put away his ice lion, and turned to leave. Lu Xing defeated Yan Bing and won the championship of this assessment. But to his surprise, no one seemed happy. Lu Xing didn't care. He raised the trophy made of pure gold. He also received the reward for this competition 1 million huaxia coins. Lu Xing's slightly deflated wallet instantly swelled up. The awards ceremony was over. Lu Xing returned to the lounge. He thought there would be countless instructors from Imperial Beast University waiting for him there. What he didn't expect was that the only people waiting for him there were Su and another fat guy. The fat guy had a faint smile on his face and round glasses on his face. His sparse hair was blowing in the wind. "Hello, Lu Xing. I'm the instructor in charge of admissions at Jiangnan Imperial Beast University. My name is Wu Yong. I think you have great potential. Do you want to join us at Jiangnan Imperial Beast University?" Wu Yong? Useless? Lu Xing was a little unimpressed by the name. Jiangnan Imperial Beast University? He fell into deep thought. Lu Xing thought that Huaxia University or Modo University would throw him an olive branch. Unexpectedly, neither of the two schools had taken a fancy to him. "Oh dear, Lu Xing, what are you still thinking about?" Su Fat couldn't help but rest his hand on Lu Xing's shoulder. Jiangnan University is not at all inferior to Huaxia University or Shanghai University. And I have already promised Professor Wu Yong. I will directly register at Jiangnan Imperial Beast University. Don't hesitate, come with me. We can be best friends together. Don't look at Su's words as if they were coming from a lofty position. This guy also has his own thoughts. At this moment, his heart was already overjoyed. Wow, that's Jiangnan Imperial Beast University. It is said to be the school with the most beautiful women. Su Fat also wants to have a sweet love affair in college. Naturally, he will not let go of the opportunity to join Jiangnan University. Okay. Lu Xing agreed. Good. Wu Yong saw Lu Xing agree. He was suddenly a little excited. He immediately took out a volunteer form from his bosom. "Come on, just fill it out." He looked as if he was afraid Lu Xing would change his mind. "Wait a minute." Just as Lu Xing was about to fill it out, he suddenly smiled and asked Wu Yong, "What benefits do I get for joining your Jiangnan University?" Chapter 15, Learning a New Skill. Lu Xing was, after all, the Guangzhou city champion. And joining Jiangnan University? Naturally, he wanted some benefits. Yes, there are naturally benefits. Wu Yong said, while pulling out a card. There are 500,000 huaxia coins in this card. It's considered our school's contribution to your Beast Mastery Fund. And I also have a golden grade monster core. You can use it on your black wolf dog. A golden grade monster core? Lu Xing subconsciously reached out his hand and took the monster core into his hands. He used the system eye to look at the monster core. Shadow Leopard Monster Core, after use, allows the black wolf dog to learn Shadow Claw and Shadow Assault. Lu Xing nodded. It seems that this mentor Wu Yong is not really useless, as his name suggests. He has obviously done his homework. What do you think? Are you very satisfied, student Lu Xing? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing naturally would not say what was on his mind. So. He put away the Shadow Leopard's monster crystal core. At the same time, he took over the bank card in Wu Yong's hand. With a flourish of his pen, filled in the application form in Wu Yong's hand. Seeing Lu Xing fill in the application form, Wu Yong's heart couldn't help but thump wildly. It's done, it's done. Those idiots, they're actually letting go of such a good seed. They're directly giving it to me. Everyone else found Lu Xing's initial beast to be a black German shepherd. But Wu Yong was different. From the outside, Wu Yong was a nerd. Gives the impression of being dull. In fact, he is not at all dull. Accordingly, in terms of knowledge of beast control, Wu Yong has put in a lot of effort. Just because others can't see it doesn't mean Wu Yong can't. Seeing that the die is cast, Wu Yong can't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, your black German shepherd's aptitude must be more than just an F. Wu Yong's words make Lu Xing shudder. This is the first person to see through him. Okay, everyone has their secrets. I respect you. Remember to be punctual when you arrive at Jiangnan University. I still have to go to other places to recruit students. I won't accompany you. After finishing speaking, Wu Yong turned around and left. Looking at the receding back of Wu Yong, Lu Xing felt that this balding uncle was not as simple as he seemed. Okay, he's gone far away. Su Fat once again embraced Lu Xing. To celebrate the fact that we both got into Jiangnan Imperial Beast University. Let's go eat some barbecue buffet. Of course, you're paying for this meal, right? Why? I paid for the last meal, so it's your turn. No. You're the one who got the Jiangnan Imperial Beast University perk. Didn't you? I really didn't. Su Fat glanced at Lu Xing. You don't think everyone gets this perk, do you? Lu Xing thought about it. A golden level monster core? If every freshman gets one. How rich and generous Jiangnan Imperial Beast University must be. Okay, don't think about it anymore. My stomach is growling with hunger. Su Fat dragged Lu Xing away. From the lounge. Night. Lu Xing stood on the second-floor balcony of his home. He looked at the sky. Today is a nice day. The night sky is cloudless. A bright moon hangs high in the sky. The bright moonlight pours down on the earth. Lu Xing glanced at the black German shepherd next to him. The black German shepherd also felt Lu Xing looking at it. It suddenly smiled. Non-stop licking its pink tongue. Its eyes curved like a crescent moon. Right. Lu Xing saw the black wolf dog. He then remembered that during the day Wu Yong had given him a golden level monster core. Here, I'll give you a good thing, Lu Xing said, and handed the golden level monster core to the black wolf dog. Seeing this, the black wolf dog seemed to be attracted to the monster core in a special way. The black wolf dog actually swallowed the monster core directly. Ding dong. System prompt. It has been detected that the black wolf has swallowed a monster crystal core. System is judging. System judgment complete. Suddenly, a system interface appeared in front of Lu Xing. Please select a skill from the following list to learn. Shadow Claw, wrap the evil attribute around the claws, and grab the opponent fiercely, causing evil attribute damage. Shadow Assault, lurk a distance away, then suddenly spring up and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Lu Xing looked at the two skills in front of him. He was in deep thought. Which one should he choose? After some consideration, Lu Xing made his decision. I choose to learn Shadow Assault. Ding dong, selection complete. Congratulations, host, your black wolf has learned Shadow Assault. Lu Xing heard this and immediately looked at the attributes of the black wolf. Sure enough, he saw the skill Shadow Assault in the black wolf's skill bar. Black wolf dog. Let's go. Lu Xing took the black wolf dog downstairs and into the courtyard. Black wolf dog, use Shadow Assault on that big tree. Upon hearing these words, the black wolf dog gave a sharp kick with its hind legs. Its body lurched forward. Then its entire body disappeared. Bang! By the time Lu Xing reacted, the black wolf dog had already launched its attack. Its sharp claws caught on a large tree not far away. It actually left several deep claw marks directly on the trunk of that large tree. So strong. Lu Xing once again felt the benefits of having a powerful mount. He never would have imagined that the beast taming system he carried with him actually had such a function. In other words, Lu Xing could make his beast tamer learn some powerful skills. And it was a 100% success rate. While others were wondering if they would learn useless skills, Lu Xing could already choose freely. The only regret was that a beast master could only learn 4 skills from a monster core. This was the law of the world at this time. And even Lu Xing's beast master system could not intervene. Forget it. Lu Xing still knew the truth that one's heart was never content. He had the beast master system, which was already a step ahead. Moreover, his black German Shepherd was of S-level quality and can be used forever. Plus, this guy has a powerful bloodline within him. So maybe there will be more changes in the future. Black Wolf Dog, let's go to sleep. Lu Xing yawned. He had fought all day and had just eaten a lot of good food with that guy Su Pang and was full. So naturally he needed a good night's sleep. Lu Xing stretched and then walked towards his room. The night was quiet. A dark figure shuttled under the moonlight. He went straight to Lu Xing's house and turned over into Lu Xing's courtyard. Chapter 16: The Power of a Shadow Raid. Click. Lu Xing's door was easily pried open. The black-clad figure tiptoed into the house. It seemed that he had investigated Lu Xing. He walked straight to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The black-clad man opened the bedroom door, looked at the bulging quilt, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. Little brat, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Just as the black-clad man was in a state of euphoria, a dark shadow pounced on him. A flash of silver light appeared, and the sharp fangs of the black German Shepherd easily bit off the black-clad man's right arm. The black-clad man let out a miserable scream, and he fell to the ground, covering the wound on his broken right arm and beginning to wail in pain. Whoosh! A dark shadow pounced on Lu Xing. Lu Xing subconsciously dodged, and then turned on the lights in the room. At this time, a golden-headed tiger bee was flying not far away. Golden-headed tiger bee. Attribute: insect, poison. Gender: level, 9th rank of black iron. Talent: E. Skills learned, combo. Unexpectedly, it is a golden hornet with E-level talent and 9th rank of black iron. Since the owner of the golden hornet was bitten by the black wolf dog, the golden hornet looks very angry. With your strength, you actually want to mess with me. You're just asking for trouble. Black Wolf, show him what you've got. Use Shadow Strike. Black Wolf heard this and immediately launched a Shadow Strike. He went into hiding. The golden wasp was momentarily stunned, and its large compound eyes kept scanning everything around it. Bang! Suddenly, Black Wolf appeared in front of the golden wasp, its sharp claws reaching out for the golden hornet. It knocked the golden hornet flying, which crashed heavily against the wall behind it. With just one move, the black wolf dog had dealt a heavy blow to the golden hornet. The golden hornet finally reacted. It was now panicking, trying to escape from this place. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. The black wolf dog used its tearing claws in succession. The black wolf dog pounced at the golden hornet again, its sharp claws clawing at the golden hornet several times, tearing it to shreds. Looking at the ground covered in shredded flesh, Lu Xing ignored it and looked at the black-clad man. At this time, the black-clad man had fainted from the pain. Black wolf dog, finish him off for me. Lu Xing's eyes flashed with cold light. Then the black wolf dog lunged at the black-clad man, opened its bloodthirsty mouth wide, and bit the black-clad man to death. Lu Xing walked towards the black-clad man, crouched down, and felt around the black-clad man's body. As a result, he only found a black card. What the hell is this black card? Lu Xing discovered that the black-clad man last time also had this thing. It seems that there will be a chance to investigate it properly later. But the most urgent task is to get rid of this guy. After saying that, Lu Xing took advantage of the night to move the body of the man in black overnight. After dealing with the bloodstains at the scene, Lu Xing began to think. Who actually wants my life? Could it still be that guy Gao Bo? Lu Xing originally thought of Yan Bing. But Yan Bing is arrogant and proud. And this guy's way of revenge is most likely to be and defeat Lu Xing head-on. Yan Bing should be disdainful of such assassination attempts. It must be Gao Bo. After some analysis, Lu Xing finally made a decision. You little brat, I'm not bothering you. But you've tried to kill me over and over again. Since you started it, I'll finish it. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he found a black shirt and put on a mask. He headed towards Gao Bo. Lu Xing originally did not know Gao Bo's location. But this guy was particularly arrogant. He even sent a WeChat message when he was in the hospital. And his location was directly exposed by the friends circle positioning function. So Lu Xing easily located Gao Bo's location. At this time, Gao Bo looked out the window with a smug look on his face. You brat, you offended me. You are dead this time. In order to kill Lu Xing, Gao Bo spent a huge sum of money. 500,000 Chinese yuan. That was the money his parents gave him for his beast control fund. But Gao Bo spent it all. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Xing went straight to the hospital's ward area. It was exactly 2 a.m. It was the time when people loved to sleep the most. The nurses on night duty had already fallen asleep on their desks. So no one noticed Lu Xing's presence. Crunch! Gao Bo's door was pushed open. Gao Bo turned his head and looked. And was taken aback when he noticed that the man was dressed in black and wearing a mask. He let out a sigh of relief. It's you! Gao Bo thought that Lu Xing was the hitman he had hired. How did it go? Did you kill the kid? Lu Xing didn't respond to him, but took a quick step forward. There was a popping sound, and a sharp needle pierced Gao Bo's stomach. You! Gao Bo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He never imagined that the black-clad man would strike at him. Wasn't he the black-clad man's employer? Gao Bo slumped over, and blood instantly spread all over the floor. He watched the black-clad man's receding back, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier, and finally passed out. After leaving the hospital, Lu Xing found a place and burnt the clothes on his body. He had just used the tail of a golden tiger bee to pierce Gao Bo's body. The tail of a golden tiger bee is poisonous. If you are stung by the vital parts of a golden tiger bee, even immortals can't save you. Phew! Lu Xing let out a breath of air. What bad luck! He didn't want to kill anyone, but the other party wanted to kill him. So he could only fight back. This is a world of the strong devouring the weak. The weak can only be the meat on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Lu Xing's heart, which wanted to become stronger, once again became fierce. He did not go back to the original house. After all, someone had just died there. Lu Xing was preparing to go to the next house. As for the original house, he planned to find an agent to rent it out. After all, Lu Xing had already cleaned it up. If he didn't say anything, no one else would know what had happened there. 2 days later, Lu Xing was awakened from his sleep by the ringing of his phone. He opened his bleary eyes and found that the caller was Su Pang. Hey, Lu Xing, where are you right now? Su Pang's voice was urgent. He had a key to Lu Xing's house and had wanted to hang out with him today. But Lu Xing wasn't home. Su Pang became nervous. After all, in Su Pang's eyes, Lu Xing was a nerd. He hardly ever left his room. I'm in the Sunshine community. Lu Xing reported his new address to Su Pang. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Lu Xing's door was knocked on. Su Pang stood outside the door, panting. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chapter 17, Mountain Climbing. You're awesome. You're not even going to school. Lu Xing was a little confused when he heard this. Since all the exams were over, what was the point of going to school? Su Pang smiled and took a delivery bag out of his pocket and handed it to Lu Xing. What is it? Just open it and see. Lu Xing opened the delivery bag. Inside was a piece of red paper. Lu Xing took it out and looked at it. He discovered that it was actually an admission notice from Jiangnan Imperial Beast University. How about it, are you surprised? Are you surprised? It's okay. Lu Xing casually threw the admission notice on the sofa. Su Pang saw Lu Xing's attitude and suddenly became a little unhappy. Hey, this is at least the third-ranked Imperial Beast University in Huaxia. You just casually threw this admission notice on the sofa? Lu Xing heard this and gave Su a dirty look. So what do you want me to do with it? Do you want me to worship it? Damn, I was beginning to suspect that you were the problem. Do you know what this admission notice means? What does it mean? It means our bright future. Imagine, we're about to enter a university full of beautiful women. Singing and dancing, surrounded by beauty, with beautiful women on the left and right. Su's ramblings got more and more outrageous. And more lewd. Okay, do you have anything else? Yes. What is it? I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Well, our family is planning a graduation trip. The destination is Mount Hu, in our town. We plan to go camping there. So I want to invite you to come. What's it got to do with me if you go camping? Lu Xing felt puzzled. Just say yes or no. No. Oh, Lu Xing, aren't we brothers? No. Su Fat heard this and began to use his coquettish charm on Lu Xing. After he had cajoled him, Lu Xing finally agreed to go with him to Tiger Head Mountain. On the mountains of Tiger Head Mountain, 3 people were walking on the mountain. Lu Xing was carrying a backpack and couldn't help but ask Su Fat next to him. Hey, didn't you say that this time you were climbing the mountain with your family? Now there are only 2 of you. And who is that girl? You mean her? She's my younger sister, Su Xiaoya. Right, Xiaoya, this is my best friend in life, Lu Xing. He was the top student in our year, so you should learn from him. You're Lu Xing, the guy who got top marks thanks to his black German shepherd? Su Xiaoya looked a little surprised. If there's no second person, then that person is me. Lu Xing looked towards Su Xiaoya. His brows furrowed slightly, and his face was full of confusion. This Su Xiaoya is pure and lovely. And Su Fat, who is as fat as a pig, is like heaven and earth. Ouch, I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted. There's a big rock up ahead, let's go rest there. It hadn't even been long since they started climbing. Su Yang was panting heavily. Big beads of sweat were coming out of his forehead like they were free. His short-sleeved shirt was already soaked with sweat. Come, I've got a lot of food, let's share it. Su Yang sat down directly on the ground. At the same time, he quickly took out a lot of food from his backpack and handed it to Lu Xing and Su Xiaoya. I don't want it, give it to brother Lu Xing. Here, just take it. What if you get hungry later? Oh, you can't eat that. Don't you know I've been dieting lately? Su Xiaoya couldn't help but complain. She never imagined that her absent-minded brother would actually give her potato chips, a puffed food. You know, this stuff is an energy bomb. It's the enemy of dieters. Sorry, I forgot. Su Yang embarrassedly scratched his head. Then Lu Xing, let's just the 2 of us eat. Humph. Su Xiaoya pouted. I'm ignoring you. She walked away in a huff. Looking at Su Xiaoya's back, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Su Yang. Hey, is Su Xiaoya really your sister? Of course, otherwise she wouldn't be your sister. But she doesn't look anything like you. Me? Oh, don't look at me like that. Back then, I was really handsome. But I accidentally developed bulimia. After the treatment didn't work, I just let myself go. Okay. Lu Xing finally understood why Su was so fat. By the way, I've always had a question. Say it. You're not a sports lover, so why did you suddenly want to come here? Su couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. You found out. It's all because of that little girl, Xiaoya. I borrowed a little money from her, and in return, I had to promise her to come climb this tiger's head mountain. Lu Xing couldn't help but give Su Fat a white look upon hearing this. He was tricked by Su Fat. Ah! Just as the two were talking, Su Xiaoya, who was not far away, suddenly let out a scream. Oh no! Lu Xing and Su Fat both stood up from the ground at the same time. They rushed towards Su Xiaoya's direction. It had to be said that, at critical moments, Su's brother is quite competent. Black Wolf Dog, use Ripping Claws. Wild Gorilla, use Exploding Punch. Lu Xing and Su Pang simultaneously summoned their respective beasts and attacked the big guy in front of Su Xiaoya. A purple light flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. The attributes of the big guy suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xing. Crested King Snake. Attribute, Poison. Gender. Level, Bronze 2nd rank. Talent, D. Skills learned, Fangs. The Crested King Snake saw the Black Wolf Dog and the wild ape pounce towards it. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. The Crested King Snake's strength was Bronze 2nd rank, while the Black Wolf Dog and the wild ape's aura was Black Iron. It was simply no match for it. All of a sudden, the Crested King Snake's tail lashed out in a sweeping motion. The wild gorilla flew backwards, crashing heavily into a large tree behind him. The powerful impact almost shattered the wild gorilla's bones. Ah! As the wild gorilla entered a critical, dying state, Su Fat also suffered a backlash. After all, the beast tamer and the beast are bound together in spirit. And if the beast dies, the backlash is even more severe. Su's head suddenly ached. The strength of the Beastmaster affected the degree of the backlash. If the Beastmaster was weak, the soul power would naturally be weak, and the backlash would naturally be severe. As the Beastmaster grew stronger, the backlash from the serious injury or death of one or two beasts would not be significant and could be resisted. But naturally, more than that would not do. However, the backlash from the death of a beast was extremely terrifying. One hit. The Crested King Snake swept at the Black German Shepherd again. The Black Wolf's rank is much higher than the wild ape. He quickly dodged, successfully avoiding the King Cobra's sweeping strike. Damn it! Lu Xing's face grew increasingly difficult to see. Su Fat, quickly put your wild ape away. Also take your sister with you. I'll hold off this King Cobra. Chapter 18, Killing the Cock-Crowned King Snake. No way, how can I leave you alone and go alone? Lu Xing heard this and kicked Su Pang in the butt. Damn it, if I tell you to go, you go. Do you know what strength this Cock-Crowned King Snake has? It's Bronze 2nd rank, can you and I deal with it? Good. Lu Xing's kick woke Su Pang up. Lu Xing, you must not die. I was thinking of going with you to pick up girls. After Su Fat finished speaking, he picked up the already panicking Su Xiaoya and ran madly towards the foot of Hotu Mountain. As he ran, he shouted, Lu Xing, wait for me, don't die. Lu Xing ignored the fleeing Su Fat. His attention was fully on the battlefield. A forest was in front of him. Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog relied on its agile movements and adopted the strategy of the King of Qin circles the pillar, constantly dodging the attacks of the Crested King Snake. No, the level difference is still too great. Although in the past few days, Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog had reached the 8th rank of Black Iron, there was still a big difference between it and the 2nd rank of Bronze. The Crested King Snake. Suddenly, the Crested King Snake raised its head high. It opened its blood-red mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The teeth, glowing with a purple light, bit fiercely at the Black Wolf Dog. No good, it's a poison fang attack. Black Wolf Dog, be careful. The Black Wolf Dog heard Lu Xing's warning, and it leaped up sharply, avoiding the Cock-Crowned King Snake's attack. The Cock-Crowned King Snake's attack missed, and its teeth actually bit into a tree. The sharp teeth easily cut through the bark, deeply embedded in the tree. Ha! Lu Xing never imagined that this King Cobra would get stuck. Its teeth were embedded in the trunk of the tree. No matter how hard it tried, it could never pull them out. Here's your chance. As the saying goes, strike the snake at the 7-inch point. This King Cobra is big. But with the help of the system, Lu Xing still found the 7-inch point of the king cobra. The black German shepherd, using his tearing claws on that spot. The black German shepherd heard this and pounced at the king cobra. Seeing this, the king cobra manipulated its tail and swept it at the black German shepherd. The black German shepherd relied on its nimble movements and successfully dodged. Pop! The sharp claws of the black wolf dog cut through the skin of the crested king snake. A large amount of blood instantly spurted from the wound of the crested king snake. It also contained green liquid. It seems that the gallbladder of the crested king snake was cut by the black wolf dog. Roar! After taking a hit, the crested king snake gained infinite strength from nowhere. It shook violently. It actually broke free from the tree. No good, let's escape quickly. Lu Xing knew that this king cobra was going to make a last-ditch effort. He didn't want to be buried with the king cobra. Black wolf dog! Lu Xing shouted. The black wolf dog ran towards Lu Xing. Lu Xing rolled over and got directly on the back of the black wolf dog. With a good diet and the black wolf dog's current strength, it had reached the peak of the 8th level of black iron. At this time, was already very large. It also had enough strength to carry Lu Xing and escape. The black wolf dog carried Lu Xing and fled into the depths of the dense forest. The crested king snake chased after them. I don't know how long we ran for. All I heard was a loud rumble. The crested king snake, which was as thick as a bucket, collapsed with a loud crash. This guy is finally dead. Lu Xing had the eye of the system. He was not worried at all about this king cobra's fake death. He wondered if this guy had any crystals. Lu Xing walked towards the king cobra. After some fumbling, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. There were actually some. Not every monster has crystals. Therefore, each crystal is worth a lot. Especially this is a bronze 2nd order king cobra's crystal. Lu Xing felt that no matter what, it should be able to sell for a few $100,000. He took out his knife and prepared to dig out the crystal. However, the result was a great disappointment to Lu Xing. Damn, what's wrong with this? It's so hard. Lu Xing discovered that his knife could not even scratch the skin of the crested king snake. His knife was after all a common item, not one that had been specially made. Black wolf dog, you do it. Lu Xing gave the command to the black wolf dog. The black wolf dog raised its paw high, and a white light shone from its claw. It was the Ripper claw technique. As the claw fell, a tearing sound was heard. The black wolf dog's claw easily cut through the king cobra's skin. The king cobra's crystal was extracted. Is this the king cobra's crystal? Lu Xing noticed that the king cobra's crystal was actually purple in color. And under the sunlight, it radiated a dazzling light. Ding dong, found a king cobra crystal. Should I use it on Black Wolf? No. Lu Xing immediately chose no. Although the king cobra's fang technique was powerful, Black Wolf was not a poison beast, so it could not unleash the full power of the king cobra's fang technique. If he used it on Black Wolf, it would be a waste. After all, a beast tamer can only learn 4 skills using a magic crystal. So Lu Xing had to be very careful when choosing the skills. Okay, it's time to go back. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave with the black wolf dog, the dog suddenly looked over in the distance. What's wrong? The black wolf dog made a gesture at Lu Xing. It meant that it wanted to take Lu Xing to that place in front. Do you want to go there? The black wolf dog nodded vigorously. Lu Xing had no choice but to lead the black wolf dog in that direction. The two soon arrived at a hillside. The hillside in front of them was covered with countless vines. Lu Xing frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the black wolf dog had brought him to this place. The next second, the black wolf dog told him with its actions. The black wolf dog's sharp claws swung rapidly. In no time at all, countless vines were cut off by the black wolf dog. A dark cave appeared before Lu Xing. The black wolf dog once again made a gesture at Lu Xing. The meaning was clear. It wanted to go in. Let's go then. Lu Xing led the black wolf dog into the cave. Luckily, he had a headlamp. Otherwise, it would be hard to see the way in this dark cave. What's that smell? As Lu Xing went deeper, he noticed that the cave was dark and damp. What good things could be in here? Apparently, the black German shepherd had already discovered something in here. Soon, Lu Xing and the black German shepherd reached the end of the cave. There was a platform not far away with a pile of hay. On top of the hay, there were 3 eggs. These are the eggs of the king cobra? Lu Xing guessed it even if he was stupid. The black wolf dog nodded heavily. Then it ran happily towards the king cobra eggs. Chapter 19, Going to Sue's house. There was a loud crunching sound. The black German shepherd broke open the king cobra's eggs with one bite, and then began to devour them. In no time at all 3 king cobra eggs were in the black German shepherd's stomach. The black German shepherd's stomach suddenly bulged as if it were pregnant. Ding dong! Just then, a system prompt sounded in Lu Xing's mind. Congratulations, host, your black wolf has eaten the king cobra's eggs. Acquired new skill, fangs. Ha! Lu Xing was suddenly delighted. He never would have thought that it could be done like this. Poison is a very domineering thing. And Lu Xing had originally regretted not being able to give the black wolf the king cobra's crystallization. Unexpectedly, by eating the king cobra's eggs, the black wolf had acquired the skill of fangs on its own. You have to know. There is a difference between using the crystals and self-learning. Using the crystals can teach you up to 4 skills, while self-learning has no upper limit. Black wolf, let's go! Lu Xing opened the eye of the system and glanced around. After making sure that he hadn't left anything behind, he turned with Black Wolf and left. Not long after Lu Xing left the king cobra's cave, a noisy sound came from afar. Lu Xing looked in the direction of the sound and found it was actually Su Fat, followed by a group of guys in green uniforms. Lu Xing. Su Fat also spotted Lu Xing, and he was overjoyed, sprinting towards him. He gave Lu Xing a bear hug. Ah, you scared me. I thought the cock-crown king snake had eaten you. Su Fat seemed particularly excited. Lu Xing was not his biological brother, but he is like a real brother to me. Su Xiaoya ran over from the side. Lu Xing is very handsome, and Su Fat often brags about how great Lu Xing is in front of Su Xiaoya. So Su Xiaoya has long had some favorable feelings towards Lu Xing. This heroic rescue of a beauty made the little girl's heart flutter uncontrollably. Okay, you guys want to catch up? We'll catch up later. It's dangerous here, come back with us now. A man in uniform walked up. He had a stern face, and it was obvious that he was from the country. On the way, the leader with the square face couldn't help but ask Lu Xing, "Are you really a student?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "No." The leader with the square face shook his head lightly. However, his heart was full of shock. A black iron 9th rank black wolf dog. I never thought that this kid, at such a young age, would have this kind of strength. His future is truly limitless. These guys led Lu Xing and the others to a safe area, and also reported to their superiors, designating Hotu Mountain as a restricted area. Except for Beast Tamer, no one is allowed to enter Hotu Mountain. Looking at the backs of Lu Xing and the others as they walked away, Huazilian couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I'm getting old. There are truly talented people emerging in every generation, and we guys will be eliminated soon. Lu Xing led Su's siblings into the safety zone. Su Xiaoya suddenly spoke to Lu Xing. "Brother Lu Xing, why don't you come to my house for a visit? I'll cook you my specialty, sweet and sour pork. It'll be my way of repaying you for saving my life." Sweet and sour pork. Su's eyes lit up at the mention of it. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Lu Xing, don't keep her waiting." Su Pang kept shaking Lu Xing's arm. Only he knew how delicious Su Xiaoya's sweet and sour pork was. It was a delicacy that almost made him swallow his tongue. Looking at the expectant faces of Su Pang's brother and sister, Lu Xing felt embarrassed to pour cold water on them. He had no choice but to agree. Su Xiaoya immediately held out her hand. hailed a taxi on the way. And the few of them set off towards Su Pang's home. Before long, Lu Xing followed the Su siblings and arrived at their home. Is this your home? Lu Xing looked at the small manor in front of him and was immediately taken aback. He never would have guessed that Su Fat, this guy, actually had such a wealthy family. But then again, what kind of family could afford such a glutton? At the same time, he was also equipped with a powerful wild ape as an initial beast tamer. Lu Xing followed Su's fat brother and sister into the manor. And the group went straight to their living room. Lu Xing, my brother, you sit here for a while, I'll go cook now. Su Xiaoya finished speaking and turned to go into her kitchen. Seeing Su Xiaoya's attentive appearance, Su's fat suddenly looked at Lu Xing. His expression very serious. Hey, brat, it seems like my sister has a crush on you. You have to treat her well in the future. If I find out you've been bullying her, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Xing felt speechless when he heard this. This is just the beginning. And Su Fat wants to teach him a lesson? Does he have the strength to do so? Lu Xing and Su Fat sat in the living room and started chatting. Crunch! Just then, the front door of their house was pushed open. Lu Xing turned his head and looked and saw an elderly couple. Mom and Dad, why are you back? Su Pang shouted at the two. Why did I come back? It's you, you little brat, who has got some nerve. How dare you take your little sister to that dangerous place on Tiger Head Mountain? This. Su Pang didn't expect that. His parents would already know the news. So soon after he had returned. All right, Dad, don't be too angry. They have returned this time, haven't they? By the way, Dad, haven't you always wanted to meet Lu Xing? I've brought him along this time. Su Sun, Su Pang's father, saw Lu Xing. His face, which had been dark, suddenly lit up. Oh, you must be Lu Xing. I've heard a lot about you from that brat Su Pang. I'm really grateful this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. It was obvious that Su Sun already knew that Lu Xing had saved Su Pang and Su Xiaoya. Su Sun looked at Lu Xing from top to bottom. Not bad, he really is a person of talent. At the same time, he noticed the black German shepherd at Lu Xing's feet. Hiss. Su Sun couldn't help but let out a cold breath. He couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Lu Xing, how long have you had this black German shepherd? Lu Xing was dumbfounded by the question. It was just the other day when the school distributed the beasts. I obtained this black wolf dog at that time. Su Sun heard this and his heart couldn't help but thump. My God, it's only been a short while. Your black wolf dog has already reached the 9th rank of black iron. What, the 9th rank of black iron? Su the Fat on the side widened his eyes. And he looked at Lu Xing with strange eyes. It seemed like he was looking at a monster. Chapter 20, Spying on Secrets. That means you brat are now a black iron tier 9 beast tamer. Su Fat discovered that Lu Xing was able to control the black iron tier 9 black wolf dog. Which meant that Lu Xing was now at least a black iron tier 9 beast tamer. Lu Xing, how the hell did you train? Su Fat sprang up from the sofa. He took 3 steps and came to Lu Xing's side. He smiled and took Lu Xing's hand. And said to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, tell me, did your parents leave you any advanced cultivation secrets? As soon as Su Fat said this, Su Sun's face turned black. Snooping on other people's cultivation secrets is a big taboo in this world. He never imagined that his own son would be so stupid. Lu Xing, who was standing nearby, heard this. He naturally knew what Su Fat wanted. It was nothing, just the most basic secret manual of a beast tamer. Lu Xing was afraid that Su Fat wouldn't believe him. While talking, he took out a secret manual from his bosom and handed it to Su Fat. Su Fat was overjoyed at the sight. He didn't care if his parents were nearby or not, and took Lu Xing's secret manual. Su Fat and Lu Xing were sworn brothers, so he didn't care about the details. He extended his right index finger, tapped his tongue with it, and then began to leaf through it with relish. At that moment, Su Fat felt an excitement in his heart. He seemed to have already seen himself obtaining the peerless secret manual. and dominating the world. But what followed next was a big letdown. What the hell? Isn't this the secret manual distributed in school? This kind of secret manual is street-level stuff. Distributed by the school. Every student gets one. Su Fat couldn't help but say to Lu Xing, "You're not telling me that you upgraded to the 9th level of black iron with this?" "Yes." Lu Xing acted very calmly. Su Sun, who was standing nearby, immediately came to the rescue. Okay, Su Fat, stop messing around. Hurry up and give the secret manual back to Lu Xing." "Okay." Su Fat, looking disappointed, returned the secret recipe to Lu Xing. Lu Xing smiled and put the secret recipe away. Come, brother Lu Xing, my sweet and sour pork is ready. Come and eat." At that moment, Su Xiaomei in the kitchen walked out carrying a large basin of sweet and sour pork. She had a smile on her face. But when she saw her parents, Su Xiaomei subconsciously turned around and tried to escape towards the kitchen. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Hey! Su Xiaomei turned around very awkwardly. "Father!" "Humph!" Su Sun snorted. But for Lu Xing's sake, he didn't lash out. Instead, he said to Su Xiaomei, "You hid it from us and went to Hotu Mountain. I'll deal with you later. Now bring the sweet and sour pork over." "Yes, father." Su Xiaomei hung her head like a child who has made a mistake. She brought the sweet and sour pork to Su Sun. Looking at the sweet and sour pork, which gave off a fragrant aroma, Su Sun couldn't help but close his eyes and smell it. He was instantly intoxicated. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly wonder in his heart, why has this little girl changed today? Usually, when I ask her to make sweet and sour pork for me, she always found all sorts of excuses. She said the fumes would damage her skin and make her ugly. But today she's so enthusiastic. Soon Su Sun noticed a clue. He discovered that Su Xiaomei was actually ogling Lu Xing. Su Sun was so clever that he already anticipated it. His own cabbage was about to be ravished by this pig. But Su Sun had no intention of stopping the two of them. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Su Sun sighed inwardly. Although he appeared to be very strict on the surface, he was actually a very open-minded person. If not, Su Yang and Su Xiaoya would not have turned out the way they did. "Okay, Lu Xing, since you're here, stay for dinner." "Okay." Lu Xing nodded. After eating his fill, Lu Xing left Su Pang's home. As he watched Lu Xing's receding back, Su Pang couldn't help but ask Su Sun, "Father, do you think this Lu Xing is hiding some powerful cultivation secret from me?" Su Sun shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it." Su Sun has lived for so many years and has long since cultivated a sharp mind. He is very accurate when it comes to judging people. From Lu Xing's performance just now, he did not look like a liar at all. When he thought about this, Su Sun suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Just how strong is this kid's talent? You have to know that that is the most common cultivation secret. This world of beast taming. Everyone who wants to become a beast tamer has to cultivate the beast taming secret. Those with family backgrounds practice the ancestral techniques of their families. Those without backgrounds can only practice the free techniques distributed by the state. As everyone knows, the free ones are definitely the most rubbish. Practicing them is definitely twice the effort for half the result. Su Sun never imagined that this guy Lu Xing could actually rely solely on the free techniques distributed by the state to train up to the 9th rank of black iron. What a pity! A flash of pity for talent crossed Su Sun's eyes. If this kid had been born into a family, perhaps he would be even stronger now, and his future achievements would be even higher. Unfortunately, he didn't have any family background, and his initial beast was a black German shepherd. As Su Sun thought about this, he couldn't help but look at his son, Su Fat. He suddenly felt some resentment. This guy had his own support, practiced the family's cultivation method, and he had also spent a lot of money to find him a wild ape with good aptitude. As a result, this guy is like a useless person. Unable to help himself. Looking at Su Peng's plump and fat appearance, Su Sun was infuriated. He glared viciously at Su Peng, turned around and walked towards his study. Out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, Su Sun still had his own matters to attend to. After leaving Su's house, Lu Xing walked towards his own home. He had never imagined that Su's father was a gold-level master. At the same time, Lu Xing thought about what had just happened at Su's house. He couldn't help but take out the secret manual from his bosom that he had just shown Su. Looking at the secret manual in his hands, Lu Xing's face revealed a disdainful smile. Now that he had the system in his body, this cultivation manual was completely ineffective for Lu Xing. In the world of beast control, the strength of the beast is limited by the strength of the beast controller. If the beast controller is of bronze first rank, then his beast, at most, will also be of bronze first rank. In other words, the strength of the beast will always be equal to or less than that of the beast controller. Chapter 21. Register to become a beast tamer. A beast tamer wants to become stronger. The first step is to strengthen oneself, to improve one's own strength. Then one will find a way to improve the strength of one's beast. If there is a reversal of roles, then the beast tamer may not be able to control his beast, and the beast may even turn against its master and devour him. That is why it is very difficult to become a top-level beast tamer. Not only must one find a way to improve the strength of one's beast, but one must also find a way to improve one's own strength. Lu Xing is different. He has a system. With the help of the system, Lu Xing doesn't need to practice at all. As long as his beast is trained. Lu Xing's Black German Shepherd has reached the 9th rank of Black Iron, which means that Lu Xing is a beastmaster of the 9th rank of Black Iron. If Lu Xing's Black German Shepherd reaches the 1st rank of Bronze, then naturally he will also become a beastmaster of the 1st rank of Bronze. Thinking about this, Lu Xing's eyes are full of anticipation. Because the Black Wolf Dog is now at the 9th rank of Black Iron. It is not far from the 1st rank of Bronze. In other words, Lu Xing will be able to contract a new beastmaster soon. Unfortunately, Lu Xing is still subject to the laws of this world. And the new beastmaster he contracts cannot exceed his current beastmaster level. Otherwise, if Lu Xing gets lucky one day, he encounters a seriously injured 9th rank dragon, and he contracts it directly, and become a tier 9 beast tamer right there and then. Although he cannot contract a stronger one than he currently has. But I have the eye of the system, so I can find those with great potential. Now that you have become a beast tamer, enjoy the process of nurturing your beast. Lu Xing's whispers were heard by his Black German Shepherd. The Black German Shepherd couldn't help but give Lu Xing a dirty look. Enjoy nurturing? Lu Xing didn't really nurture it that much. This guy just took it out to eat and drink. It is all the result of his own hard work. Lu Xing mused as he walked. What should I choose as my next beast? Just as Lu Xing was wondering, a huge eagle flew over the city. It was a thunderbolt eagle. It let out a shrill cry, which immediately caught Lu Xing's attention. Eureka! As soon as Lu Xing saw the thunderbolt eagle, he made up his mind. My next beast will be something like a thunderbolt hawk. It must be able to fly. For the first time, Lu Xing found that he actually wanted a flying beast so badly. Because flying beasts have many powerful functions. First, they can fly high and see far. They can be used as scouts and pioneers. Second, if he encounters danger, he can simply ride the flying beast and run away. After all, flying is much faster than walking. Plus, flying beasts also have decent combat power. But Lu Xing's immediate priority was not to find a beast like the Thunderbolt Hawk, but to upgrade the Black German Shepherd first. Only when the Black German Shepherd successfully reached the 1st bronze level would he have the right to contract the next beast. Black German Shepherd, let's go. Lu Xing hailed a taxi by the roadside. He was going to the wilderness to give the Black German Shepherd special training. After all, the best way to level up is through combat. As for drugs, can the combat effectiveness gained from drugs compete with that gained from real combat? Lu Xing took a taxi to the entrance of a secret realm. He had inquired about it beforehand. This secret realm is the lowest level secret realm in Guangshi. Stop. Just as Lu Xing was about to enter the secret realm, he was stopped by a man in a green uniform. Please show me your ID. The man in the green uniform saluted Lu Xing. ID? Lu Xing was a little confused. Seeing that Lu Xing was a little puzzled, the man in the green uniform immediately reminded Lu Xing. It's your beast tamer ID. In order to prevent ordinary people from entering the secret realm, and also to prevent the beasts in the secret realm from escaping, the state has specially assigned people to guard the outside of the secret realm. The man in the green uniform had long since sensed Lu Xing's formidable strength, which was why he was so polite to him. If Lu Xing had been less powerful, he might have already told him to leave. Lu Xing heard this and scratched his head apologetically. I'm sorry. Can you tell me what this beast tamer's certificate is? Lu Xing usually didn't pay much attention in Master Min's classes, so he knew nothing about these matters. The man in the green uniform glanced at Lu Xing upon hearing this. He discovered that Lu Xing really didn't know. He could only patiently guide Lu Xing. He pointed to the distance with his right finger. See that tallest building over there? That's the Beast Tamer registration office. Everyone who becomes a Beast Tamer has to register there. After registering, you can get your Beast Tamer ID. And every time you improve your strength, you can go to the Beast Tamer registration office to update your information. Registering as a Beast Tamer will give you benefits according to your current strength. So hurry up and go. The man in the green uniform urged Lu Xing. Okay, thanks, big brother. You're welcome. Lu Xing left the entrance to the secret realm. He headed towards the Beast Tamer registration office. He soon arrived at the Beast Tamer registration office. What a magnificent building! Lu Xing had no idea that the Beast Tamer registration office was actually so majestic and spectacular. Like a huge church. He walked into the Imperial Beastmaster registration office. Lu Xing noticed that there were quite a lot of people inside the Imperial Beastmaster registration office. These people were coming and going in an endless stream. This guy is Silver Tier 3. That guy is Black Iron Tier 7. That guy is Bronze Tier 5. Under the illumination of the system eye, the strength of these guys was revealed. Lu Xing could see right through them. However, Lu Xing came to register as an official beast tamer. So he didn't chat with these guys. Instead, he went straight to a window. This beast tamer management office is quite humane. Perhaps knowing that beast tamer is a noble profession, the beast tamer management office has set up 20 service windows for everyone to handle their business. 20 service windows also means that people hardly need to queue up. If only some places in the previous life could be like this. Instead of just one window, the rest of the clerks just hang around. Lu Xing went up to one of the windows. Hello, I'm here to register to become a Royal Beastmaster. Okay. The clerk inside was very pretty. She gave Lu Xing a polite smile. Please place your palm on the screen next to you. Okay. Lu Xing placed his palm on the screen next to him. And in a moment, his personal information appeared on the electronic screen. His strength also appeared on the electronic screen. 10. 18 years old. Black. 9th level of Black Iron. The young saleswoman couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 22, Going to the Secret Realm with Lu Xiaoming. The saleswoman had worked here for several years. This was the first time she had seen someone so amazing. She couldn't help but sneak a peek at Lu Xing. Even though she had been prepared, she was still shocked. Lu Xing's handsome face had a hint of innocence about it, which meant the information about him being 18 years old was correct. And it was really him. How talented he must be. Just as the saleswoman was in shock, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask her. Excuse me, have my documents been processed? Oh, I'm sorry. The saleswoman came to her senses and came out of her shock. She respectfully handed Lu Xing his beast taming certificate. Here is your beast taming certificate, please keep it safe. With this beast taming certificate, You can go to the secret realm to explore. At the same time, you can also collect some quests from us. Collect quests? Lu Xing didn't expect that. There was actually a function to collect quests here. Yes, if you want to collect quests, you can go to the self-service quest machine next to you to collect them. The self-service quest machine is on the right. Of course, if you don't want to go to the trouble, you can also use your mobile phone to log in to our official website. The account number is your Beast Tamer ID. The initial password is 6 zeros. If you want to change your password, you can just follow the above process. Lu Xing nodded. Thanks. He took the brand new Beast Tamer ID card and walked towards the self-service task machine. Just as Lu Xing was about to use the self-service task machine to find a task, someone patted him on the back. Lu Xing turned his head to look and discovered that it was Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xing never expected to run into Lu Xiaoming here. Lu Xing, it really is you, long time no see. Long time no see. Lu Xiaoming beamed. And a smile is always welcome. Naturally, Lu Xing responded politely. Why are you here? Me? Naturally, I wanted to see if there were any quests I could do. Quests? So did you find any? Not yet. Lu Xing shook his head. And Lu Xiaoming's eyes lit up at the sound. She asked Lu Xing tentatively. What do you think? Do you want to team up with me? We can do quests together and look after each other. Team up? Lu Xing looked up and down at Lu Xiaoming. He was surprised to discover that, after a few days apart, Lu Xiaoming was now an Imperial Beast Tamer of the 8th rank. This guy's got talent. Lu Xing thought to himself. At the same time, he also understood. A guy who can use a level S qualified Rainbow Phantom Butterfly as his initial Beast Tamer must come from an extraordinary family background. He could obviously rely on his family, but he chose to work hard instead. This is a display of wisdom, isn't it? What do you think? Say something, agree or disagree. Lu Xiaoming saw that Lu Xing was taking his time to reply, so she couldn't help but urge him. Okay. He agreed. Lu Xiaoming's initial Beast Tamer is a Rainbow Phantom Butterfly, and his strength was not bad. So he was indeed a good partner for a team. Okay, it's settled then. After Lu Xiaoming finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. However, she discovered that Lu Xing was not following her. So she turned her head and shouted at Lu Xing. Hey, what are you standing there for? Lu Xing was a little confused. Shouldn't we take the mission first? Take the mission? Lu Xiaoming smiled and handed Lu Xing an A4 piece of paper. Lu Xing took it and looked at it. It was a printed copy of the task. Scepter of the Goblin Sacrifice. Find the Scepter of the Goblin Sacrifice and bring it back at the same time, and you will be rewarded 500,000 Huaxia coins. Goblin Sacrifice? Lu Xing was in deep thought. Goblins are a group of guys who like to hide in caves. They are very wretched. And they basically appear in groups. If you want to find a goblin group with a goblin priest, then you have to pick a large goblin group. In other words, Lu Xing is going to face an attack by 100 goblins. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lu Xing didn't expect this Lu Xiaoming to be so bold. She actually dared to accept such a task. Let's go. He didn't say anything. It's just a group of goblins. Goblins are not strong. At most, they are at the level of the 5th or 6th rank of Black Iron. It is the goblin priest that is a bit difficult to deal with. This is because the goblin priest is an evolved branch of the goblin. Their strength is at least at the bronze level. But since Lu Xiaoming is going crazy, Lu Xing will accompany her in her madness. His black wolf dog is strong enough. Even if he can't beat them, he can still escape without a problem. Let's go, I'll take you to buy supplies, Lu Xiaoming said to Lu Xing. The entrance to the secret realm. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming were carrying backpacks. Lu Xiaoming glanced at Lu Xing and couldn't help but say, "You're carrying so little. If we run out of food later, I won't share with you." It's fine, this is enough. Lu Xing didn't plan to stay in the secret realm for long. Besides, he had a secret weapon. It was his system backpack. Lu Xiaoming had no idea that Lu Xing had already filled his system backpack with food and other things, such as medicine. The backpack he was carrying now was just for camouflage. "Little brother, you're here again." The man in green uniform, the guard, said with a smile. "Well, this time you brought your beast taming certificate, right?" "Yes," Lu Xing said, while handing him the beast taming certificate. The man took a look at the beast taming certificate and SSS-class. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. My God, 18 years old, 9th rank of Black Iron. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The man in the green uniform couldn't help but take another look at Lu Xing. And after finding that the photo on it was correct, he finally believed it. He couldn't help but secretly wonder in his heart, what exactly is this guy's background? He thought that Lu Xing was able to reach the 9th rank of Black Iron, was relying on family connections. Little did he know that Lu Xing was an orphan in this world with a starting template. Wow, 18 years old and 8th rank Black Iron. The soldier who had checked Lu Xiaoming also exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xing in front of him couldn't help but give the guy a white look. Joe, look at your unpromising appearance. Boss, what rank beast tamer were you when you were 18? The soldier in front of Lu Xing heard this and his face flushed red. When he was 18, he was only at the 3rd rank of Black Iron. To reach the 9th rank of Black Iron, he would be in his 20s. Okay, you can go in now. He didn't want to be shocked again, so he hurriedly urged Lu Xing to enter the secret realm. Chapter 23, Goblin Cave. Thank you. Lu Xing still had great respect for the soldier, and he took back the beast taming certificate. Together with Lu Xiaoming, he entered the secret realm. After seeing the two enter the secret realm, the guy named Zhou couldn't help but ask his boss. Boss, what's the deal with these two? They're so young, but so strong. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. His heart is troubled. Lu Xing is young and handsome, and he is also very strong. He is accompanied by Lu Xiaoming, who is also very strong. And she is also a cute girl. Even though he has been training for many years, he still cannot help but feel jealous. After Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming entered the secret realm, Lu Xiaoming could not help but pull Lu Xing's sleeve. Hey, just now I heard them say that you have reached the 9th level of Dark Iron. Is that true or not? Of course it's true. And can't you tell if it's true or not? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but pout. She had previously lost to Lu Xing, and had long wanted to find a chance to win back. So these days she had been practicing hard. Unexpectedly, she was still a step behind. Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but become curious about Lu Xing's background. Just who is this guy? Hey! After the two had walked for a while, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaoming, do you know where the goblins are? Lu Xing's words suddenly left Lu Xiaoming speechless. Lu Xing walked in front, and Lu Xiaoming instinctively thought that Lu Xing knew. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing knew nothing. Lu Xiaoming had no choice but to take out a map from her bosom. Let's go, I'll take you there. Under Lu Xiaoming's leadership, they soon arrived outside a cave. The two hid in the woods. Lu Xing noticed that not far from the cave, two goblins armed with spears were guarding it. However, these two goblins were not very vigilant, and actually dozed off while on guard duty. Lu Xing, what do we do? Since Lu Xing was a boy, Lu Xiaoming instinctively relied on him. What else could they do but charge in? I'll take care of the one on the left, you take the one on the right. Okay. Lu Xing spoke to the black wolf dog next to him. Black wolf dog, use shadow strike on the goblin on the left. Upon hearing this, the black wolf dog slunk towards the goblin on the left. When it got close, it suddenly sprang up, its sharp claws killing the goblin with a single strike. As for Lu Xiaoming's side, colorful phantom butterfly use wind blade. Upon hearing this, the multicolored phantom butterfly flapped its wings violently. Whoosh! A sharp wind blade shot out. It directly killed the goblin on the right. How was that? Wasn't I awesome? Lu Xiaoming turned around and prepared to show off to Lu Xing. However, she discovered that Lu Xing had already reached the entrance of the cave. This guy. Lu Xiaoming stamped her foot in anger. She chased after Lu Xing's direction. Looking at the dark cave, Lu Xing fell into deep thought. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoming saw that Lu Xing didn't seem to be planning to go in. This cave is dark as pitch, so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. Inside is goblin territory. If we go in rashly, we risk being ambushed. So what do you want to do? Just as Lu Xing was thinking. Help! A woman covered in blood ran out of the cave. Several goblins were following her. Black Wolf, charge and use your tearing claws. Black Wolf heard this and slammed his feet back. And then disappeared from the spot. He pounced on the goblins behind the woman. And killed them in a few strikes. Lu Xiaoming was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. She helped the seriously injured woman to her feet. At this point, the woman was so badly injured that she actually fainted directly. Lu Xing. Let's go. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming took the woman and left. In another cave, a woman was lying on the ground. Bandages were wrapped around her body. And her wounds had already been treated. She woke up from her sleep, only to find the two of them sitting by the campfire in front of her. She was shocked. Just as she was about to scream, Lu Xing covered her mouth first. Don't scream, we're the good guys. We just saved you. Hearing this, the woman suddenly remembered the scene just now. Lu Xing noticed that the woman had calmed down a little. She let go of the woman's hand. Here, drink some warm milk first. Lu Xiaoming handed the woman a cup of warm milk. The woman took the warm milk and gulped it down, drinking it all clean. By the way, why were you in the goblin cave? What exactly happened? Lu Xiaoming's words made the woman cry out in surprise. Lu Xiaoming saw this and immediately went up to comfort her. After a while, the woman stopped crying. She began to tell her story. It turned out that she had teamed up with someone else. Since she was weak, the big players naturally looked down on her. So she can only team up with some rookies. In addition to her, there were 4 other people. They took on the task of defeating the goblins. At first, the mission went very well. But unexpectedly, the leader of the team became arrogant. After destroying a few goblins, he naively thought that they could destroy the goblin horde. So they headed to the goblin cave. After saying all this, the woman began to cry again. Alas! Lu Xing sighed. Without the woman having to tell him, he already guessed the ending. They rashly entered the goblin cave and were ambushed by the goblins and nearly lost their lives. By the way, did you see anything inside the goblin cave? For example, a goblin that looked very different. Lu Xiaoming asked the woman. A goblin that looked different? Lu Xiaoming's words suddenly made the woman's eyes light up. Yes. There was a goblin that looked like an old man, leaning on a walking stick, with a feather stuck on its head. It was the goblin priest. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming said in unison. They didn't expect to save this woman and have this unexpected joy. However, the woman's next words poured a bucket of cold water over the two of them. Let's go back. It's really scary in there. I feel like there are at least 100 goblins in that goblin cave. Lu Xing was once again plunged into deep thought by the woman's words. We have to think of a way. Although the black wolf dog is stronger than the goblins. But there are so many goblins. Ants can kill an elephant if they bite it enough. Lu Xing still understands this truth. I have to find a way to deal with these goblins. What is the best way to quickly eliminate these goblins? Lu Xing suddenly felt a headache. After all, his black wolf dog only has a single skill. Damn, it would be great to have a group attack skill. Chapter 24, Fire Attack. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoming next to him started coughing violently. What's wrong? Lu Xing turned his head to look. It's nothing, I got choked by the smoke. It turned out that a cold wind had just blown back into the cave. causing Lu Xiaoming to be choked by the smoke from the campfire. Eureka! Looking at Lu Xiaoming, who kept coughing, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. What's up? Lu Xing didn't tell Lu Xiaoming much. The next day, Lu Xiaoming was surprised to find that Lu Xing had picked up a large pile of firewood from somewhere. What are you doing? You'll see soon enough. Lu Xing went to the entrance of the goblin cave. He found that the two goblins were still standing guard there today. Compared to yesterday, the two goblins looked much more energetic today. Perhaps it was the attack yesterday that made them vigilant. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Xiaoming. He said to her, "Come on, as usual, I'll take the left one, you take the right one." Okay. Although Lu Xiaoming didn't know what Lu Xing wanted to do, she still agreed. The two followed the same method and settled the goblins guarding the entrance. Looking at the entrance to the goblin cave, which was one person wide, Lu Xing gave a sneer. He walked towards the place where he had stacked the firewood. In no time, Lu Xing placed the firewood at the entrance of the goblin cave. Perhaps to prevent the goblins inside from escaping easily, Lu Xing also moved some large rocks to block the entrance from the inside. Everything was ready. Lu Xing took out a lighter from his pocket and skillfully lit the fire. As he watched the fire burn, Lu Xiaoming remained confused. "Xiaoming, hurry up and tell your rainbow butterfly to work harder." "Huh? Tell your rainbow butterfly to fan the wind and blow all the black smoke into the cave." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming's eyes lit up. She finally understood what Lu Xing wanted to do. Since the goblin cave was very dangerous, they would use smoke to force the goblins out. Colorful fantasy butterfly, it's up to you. Under Lu Xiaoming's command, the colorful fantasy butterfly started flapping its huge wings rapidly. In no time, countless wisps of black smoke, fanned by the butterfly's wings, poured into the cave. At that moment, inside the goblin cave, the goblins were all sleeping. But then the billowing black smoke rushed in, and every goblin started coughing violently. The smoke woke them up. One by one, they got up from the ground and fled in all directions. They tried to escape from the cave and go outside to breathe fresh air. But when they were about to reach the entrance of the cave, they were surprised to find that the cave had been filled with stones at some unknown time. These stones made the already narrow road even narrower. The goblin in charge had no choice. He had to crouch down and try to crawl out of the cave. But the billowing black smoke still knocked him out. Before long, the entire passage was filled with the corpses of the goblins. They all died from lack of oxygen due to the black smoke. The goblins inside were desperate. The air in the cave was getting thinner and thinner. They had no choice. Could only grit their teeth and move the bodies of the goblins in the passage to the inside. But this was also risky. That is, after they moved the bodies, the black smoke that was blocked outside would rush in again. Outside the cave, Lu Xing moved a stone and sat outside. He held a chicken leg in his hand and nibbled on it with interest. From time to time, he added some firewood to the fire. Lu Xiaoming on the side was a little anxious. "You're still in the mood to eat." Lu Xiaoming was surprised to find that the black smoke that was originally pouring in could not go in at this time because the passage was full of goblin corpses. In other words, they were doing useless work. "What's the rush? Let the bullet fly for a while longer." Lu Xing appeared very calm. He knew that these goblins did not have a high IQ in terms of construction. There is definitely only one entrance. As long as he guards here, the goblins inside are like fish in a barrel. Once the air inside is completely consumed, all the goblins inside will also be dead. The fire continued for more than an hour. And only then did Lu Xing stop adding firewood. However, he did not rush to enter the goblin cave. At this time, it was filled with black smoke, and he needed to wait until the smoke dispersed before going in. What now? What else can he do? Of course, he should go back first and see if Xiaoye is okay. Xiaoye is the girl Lu Xing and his friends rescued. Good. Just as the two were about to leave. Bang! A loud noise. The stone that had been blocking the goblin cave was blown open. What's going on? Everyone pay attention. Lu Xing immediately raised his guard. The black German shepherd next to him also twisted his head, lowered his body, and took an offensive stance. Black smoke billowed. Then a figure appeared in the midst of the smoke. The figure, holding a scepter, shook unsteadily as it walked out. The main character has appeared. Lu Xing never imagined that this goblin priest would actually survive to the end. Goblin priest. Attribute, spirit. Gender. Level, bronze 3rd rank. Talent, C. Skills learned, fireball, inspiration. This guy is a bit strong. But unfortunately, he met Lu Xing. The black smoke just now had made him dizzy. Black Wolf Dog, use Shadow Strike on the Goblin Sacrifice. Although the Goblin Sacrifice's level is bronze 3rd rank, after being smoked by the black smoke, its strength is less than 10%. While it is sick, take its life. Lu Xing will not wait for it to recover. The black wolf lunged at the goblin priest. Its sharp claws instantly scratched at the goblin priest's body, quickly leaving several deep wounds. The horrible green blood spurted out directly from the wounds. The goblin priest let out a painful wail, and the sudden attack made it temporarily come to its senses from its daze. It raised its scepter high in the air. A huge ball of fire condensed at the top of the goblin priest's scepter. Then it swung its right hand violently, and the huge ball of fire flew towards the black wolf dog. Black wolf dog, get out of the way. The black wolf dog suddenly leaped, dodging the goblin priest's fireball attack. The terrifying fireball landed where the black wolf dog had just been. There was a loud boom, and there was an explosion. It was immediately dusty and filled with smoke. When the smoke dispersed, a large crater had been blasted out of the ground. This showed just how powerful a goblin sacrifice was. Lu Xing was a little glad that he had used underhanded tactics against it. Chapter 25, Go Back. Colorful Phantom Butterfly, use mental coercion. Lu Xiaoming reacted only then, and gave an order to his beast. Colorful Phantom Butterfly shot out a colorful ray of light, which blasted the goblin priest. The goblin priest was then grabbed by Colorful Phantom Butterfly using mental coercion. It smashed hard against the rock wall nearby. A loud bang was heard. The goblin priest was smashed hard against the rock wall. He was seriously injured again. Black Wolf Dog, now, use Shadow Orb. Shadow Orb is a skill that Black Wolf Dog has comprehended on his own. He opened his mouth wide, and a huge black energy ball appeared in front of his mouth. Black Wolf Dog shook his head violently, and the huge black energy ball flew towards the goblin priest. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded. When the smoke had dispersed, Lu Xing looked at the goblin sacrifice. He discovered that at this time, the goblin sacrifice was already dead. The goblin sacrifice was a magical beast with spiritual attributes, and the evil attribute of the shadow ball would cause it to suffer huge damage. Lu Xing was about to walk over to the goblin sacrifice. However, he was stopped by Lu Xiaoming. What's wrong? Let's wait a bit longer. What if this guy isn't dead? It's fine, it's definitely dead. Lu Xing possesses the eye of the system. No monster can deceive his eyes with feigned death. He walked up to the goblin sacrifice and prepared to pick up the goblin sacrifice's scepter. It turned out that the goblin sacrifice actually held the scepter very firmly. Lu Xing grabbed the scepter and yanked, and finally removed the scepter. Now that we have the scepter, let's go back. No rush. Just then, Lu Xing's black German shepherd suddenly dug its paw into the goblin priest's chest. A crystal was dug out by the black German shepherd. Lu Xing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Looking at the goblin priest's crystal in his hands, Lu Xing revealed a smile. This is a good thing. It should be able to sell for a lot of money. Right, maybe there are other treasures inside. Lu Xing felt that this goblin cave should have existed for a long time. That is to say, it must have stored a lot of good things inside. Black Wolf Dog, let's go. Lu Xing took out the gas mask and miner's lamp from his backpack. And under the leadership of Black Wolf Dog, the two walked towards the goblin cave. Lu Xing. Lu Xiaoming didn't expect Lu Xing to go in and take risks. Looking at the goblin sacrifice's scepter in his hands, Lu Xiaoming hesitated. Should she go in? She knew that if she went in, she might be in danger. If she left, she would have accomplished her mission anyway. But Lu Xiaoming didn't do that. She pursed her lips and finally began to chase after Lu Xing with her own colorful fantasy butterfly. The group soon arrived at the depths of the cave. Along the way, Lu Xing saw countless dead goblins, and he was more and more grateful that he had used the strategy of fire attack. If he really had to fight hard with so many goblins, it would be enough for Lu Xing to drink a pot. Lu Xing, what do you see over there? Lu Xing heard this and looked in the direction of Lu Xiaoming's finger. He saw a bonfire not far away. There were also some barbecued meats on it. Just by looking at the shape of the barbecued meats, Lu Xing's brows furrowed. Even though he was mentally strong, he still felt a pang of discomfort. Yes, those were people. Living, breathing people. Barbecued and eaten by these goblins. No surprise. That guy was Xiaoye's companion. Ugh. Lu Xiaoming could no longer bear the churning in her stomach. She turned and fled towards the cave entrance. She just wanted to breathe some fresh air to ease her nausea. Lu Xing watched as Lu Xiaoming fled. He did not chase after her, but continued to search. After some searching, Lu Xing finally found something. He discovered that there was a lot of stuff piled up in the corner of the right-hand wall. No surprise there. That stuff was the trophies of these goblins hunting humans, or the spoils of hunting other animals. Lu Xing didn't care if the things were useful or not. With a wave of his hand, he stored everything in his system backpack. After double-checking to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, Lu Xing took the black German shepherd with him and turned to leave the place. The entrance to the secret realm. The soldiers saw Lu Xing and the others return. But there was not the slightest trace of surprise. Because Lu Xing's strength was strong. As long as he didn't deliberately look for death, he would have no problem surviving in this secret realm. Lu Xing stopped a taxi for Xiaoye. She left in the taxi. Looking at the back of Xiaoye as she left, Lu Xing knew that she would never come back in this life. If there were no accidents, she would choose to give up being a beast tamer and become an ordinary person, living an ordinary life. Let's go. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Xiaoming beside him. He discovered that Lu Xiaoming's face was pale, and it was obvious that what had just happened had a great impact on her. After all, Lu Xiaoming was a flower in a greenhouse, and she had never seen human flesh being roasted before. However, if one normally saw that kind of scene, they would also feel very uncomfortable. Just like Lu Xiaoming. Without a doubt, Lu Xiaoming would not want to eat meat or anything like that for the next few days. Lu Xing took Lu Xiaoming to the Beast Tamer registration office to hand in the task. At the same time, they received the reward. Of course, the two split the reward. So, goodbye for now. Lu Xing received the money and was ready to leave. The treasure he had just obtained inside the goblin cave needed to be sorted through properly. Wait a minute. Lu Xiaoming stopped Lu Xing. What is it? Lu Xing turned his head. He saw Lu Xiaoming running over. She snatched the phone from Lu Xing's hand and then operated it fluently. I've already saved my phone number in it. If you need to, you can call me anytime. After saying that, Lu Xiaoming ran away without looking back. Looking at Lu Xiaoming's receding back, Lu Xing gave a small smile. He hailed a cab and returned to his home. Lu Xing drew the curtains in his room and began to inventory the contents. In no time at all, Lu Xing had sorted the items. The useful ones he kept. The useless ones, but ones that might be of value to others, he was going to sell. There was also some rubbish in there, such as torn clothes, which Lu Xing naturally packed up and prepared to throw away. He counted his loot and found that this operation, in addition to the 250,000 reward, there was also some money found inside the cave. The amount was quite large, a full 300,000. This money was left behind by those who were killed by the goblins. The beast tamer is a profession that burns money. And it is also a profession that only the wealthy can afford. So with this money, it is naturally no surprise. Chapter 26, Buying a New Beast Tamer. As for the crystal core of the goblin sacrifice, Lu Xing did not plan to use it on the black wolf dog. Both fireball and inspiration are relatively low-level skills. Later, he will find a way to sell the king cobra and the crystal core of the goblin sacrifice he obtained earlier. Click. Lu Xing heard the sound of the key being inserted into the door lock. He turned his head and looked, and saw a plump guy carrying a large bag of food walk in. When he saw Lu Xing, his face was full of uncontrollable joy. Lu Xing, have you missed me? Looking at the lecherous fat guy Su, Lu Xing couldn't help but give him a dirty look. By the way, where have you been these past few days? I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. Really? Lu Xing heard this and picked up his phone to check. Sure enough, he found a few missed calls. It turned out that he had entered the secret realm, which caused Su's phone to be unable to call in. It's nothing, just went to take care of some business. Okay, cut the crap. I just went to buy a supreme pizza. Hurry up and come over and eat it. If we don't eat it soon, it'll get cold and not taste as good. Okay. Lu Xing nodded. He got up and went with Su to eat the pizza. Night. Lu Xing and Su Pang arrived on the rooftop. The night was beautiful. The stars were all over the sky, and the little stars were twinkling. It was so beautiful. Su Pang couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Oh, whoa! Suddenly, Lu Xing's black German shepherd jumped onto a high platform, and it howled into the night sky. The aura around it suddenly converged towards the black German shepherd. Wow! No way! Your black wolf is about to break through. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations in the aura, Su Fat was so surprised that he could hardly speak. He saw the aura surging madly towards the black wolf. And in no time, the black wolf broke through. Its strength had upgraded from the 9th rank of black iron to the 1st rank of bronze. Looking at the black wolf after it had broken through, Su Fat couldn't help but swallow. Lu Xing, be honest. Is your black wolf really a black wolf? It feels like it's the king of black wolves. Lu Xing's black wolf was more than twice the size of an average black wolf. It was terrifying. It was really terrifying. It also exuded a terrifying aura. And Su's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at the upgraded black wolf, Lu Xing revealed a smile. Finally, he had reached the 1st rank of bronze. In other words, Lu Xing is now a bronze tier beast tamer. He can now contract his 2nd beast. Black Wolf Dog. Lu Xing shouted. The black wolf dog's intimidation subsided, and it revealed a docile expression. Leaping towards Lu Xing with joy, the upgraded black wolf dog had become even bigger. It pounced, and Lu Xing was actually knocked to the ground. Its pink tongue licked Lu Xing's face. It was expressing its affection for Lu Xing. Okay. Lu Xing broke free. He stroked the black wolf dog's head, but in his mind he was calculating how to find a 2nd beast. Ouch, you scared the living daylights out of me. After the black wolf dog had stopped intimidating, Su Fat let out a sigh of relief. He felt his whole body drenched in sweat. I can't take it anymore, I need to take a shower, Su Fat said, and ran downstairs without looking back. Lu Xing had no idea that the intimidation of the black wolf dog had actually scared the urine right out of Su Fat. That's why he was in such a hurry to take a shower. When Su Fat came out of the shower, he found Lu Xing sitting on the sofa. Lu Xing, is something the matter? Su Fat noticed that Lu Xing seemed to be waiting for him. Well, Su Fat, do you know where to buy a beast tamer? A beast tamer? Su Fat was momentarily taken aback. Why are you asking? You already have a black wolf dog. Could it be that? Su Fat suddenly whitened his eyes. Holy cow, you're a beast tamer. You're not going to tell me that you've already broken through the first bronze rank. You're preparing the contract for your second beast tamer, right? What did you think? Su Fat felt his worldview collapsing. Lu Xing, be honest, did that big guy take over your body? Lu Xing gave Su Fat a white look on hearing this. What are you talking about? And, do you know anything about the Imperial Beast? Of course. Su Fat spoke up immediately. Okay, you lead the way tomorrow. After spending a few days in the secret realm, Lu Xing didn't sleep well. He got up and went to his room to sleep. As Lu Xing walked into his room, Su Fat was shocked. He couldn't help but mutter. My father is truly my father. He really knows how to judge people. Su Fat's father, Su Sun, had told Su Fat over and over again. You must get along with Lu Xing. And you must never get into trouble with him. Making friends with Lu Xing may be the best choice Su Fat has ever made in his life. This is the place you were talking about, where they sell royal beasts. Yes. Su Fat couldn't help but say. Lu Xing didn't expect that the place selling royal beasts was actually so remote. Don't worry. When I'm doing something, what else could you possibly worry about? Don't look at this place as shabby, this is where I bought my wild gorilla. Upon hearing Su Fat's words, Lu Xing nodded. Su's wild orangutan had good aptitude, which proved that this place still had good goods. Lu Xing, under the guidance of Su, entered the shop selling royal beasts. Since it was early, there were not many customers. The owner inside saw someone coming. He immediately came up with a smile. After seeing clearly who was coming, he was stunned at first, and then cheerfully said, Oh my, young Master Su, what brings you here? Su spent a fortune on a wild ape, so the owner naturally knows him. Okay, Mr. Jean, I won't waste your time. My friend here is looking for a contract for a second beast. Show us your best stuff. What? A second beast? Mr. Jean looked at Lu Xing in surprise. He noticed that Lu Xing was very young, and there was still a hint of innocence on his face. Boss Jean couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. May I ask your surname, my dear? It's Lu. Lu. Could it be that? Boss Jean thought Lu Xing was the child of some big shot. With Lu Xing's strength, and with Su's fat body to set off Lu Xing's appearance, Boss Jean became even more enthusiastic. Oh dear, it's young Master Lu in person. My humble shop is truly honored. Since you, young Master Lu, have come, naturally I will show you my best beasts. I just don't know what type of beast you want, young Master Lu. Chapter 27, 100,000 to buy a small electric sparrow. Flying ones, I just don't know if you have any here? Flying ones? Boss Jean was slightly taken aback, and then he said with a smile. Yes, of course. Then just follow me. Under Boss Jin's guidance, Lu Xing and the other man arrived at a basement. Lu Xing glanced around, and he noticed that there were iron cages all around. Inside the cages were all kinds of beasts with wings. I guess these are the flying beasts that Boss Jean was talking about. Lu Xing muttered. Su Fat, who was standing nearby, looked very uncomfortable. Wow, it really stinks in here. Su Fat pinched his nose and couldn't help but complain. Lu Xing also frowned slightly. There was no way around it. The space here was limited. These flying beasts all ate, drank, defecated, and urinated here. There was no way around the stench. Young Master Lu, take a closer look. See if there is a beast you are satisfied with. HM. Lu Xing nodded. He began to wander around the basement. After a while, Lu Xing was surprised to find that the beasts here all had good aptitude. The lowest was also a C-class. It seems that Boss Jean really didn't lie to us. Young Master Lu, what's wrong? Isn't there one you like? Lu Xing shook his head. That's right. The highest level beast here is a little firebird with an A-level aptitude. But an A-level is still too low in Lu Xing's eyes. And there is no special annotation after this little firebird's information, proving that it is unlikely to have mutated. Then there is nothing we can do. A flash of regret crossed Boss Jin's face. This is my best beast tamer. If you're still not satisfied, there's nothing I can do. Lu Xing nodded. But he asked casually. Besides these beasts, do you have any others? Others? Boss Jin was momentarily taken aback, but then he said. Yes, but I'm afraid they won't meet your standards. Boss Jin thought Lu Xing was picky. And didn't think much of the beasts here. Then show me. Since he's already come, Lu Xing naturally doesn't want to return empty-handed. It won't take much time to take a look anyway. Okay. Under the guidance of Boss Jin, Lu Xing and the other person arrived at another basement. Compared to the previous basement, this one seems even more crowded. Lu Xing discovered that, in addition to the flying beasts, there are also other beasts here. He opened the system and started checking it out. As Lu Xing had expected, the quality of the beasts here was much more varied. Beasts with an F quality were everywhere. After a while, Lu Xing sighed. Alas, it seems that picking up bargains is impossible. Lu Xing muttered to himself. Boss, there's a little electric sparrow over there, and it looks like it's about to die. Should we get rid of it? What? Boss Jin was shocked. And he hurriedly ran over to where the little electric sparrow was. He found a little electric sparrow lying on the ground, looking like it was dying. It seemed that it was seriously ill. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of this thing for me. Do you want it to infect other beasts with its virus? Boss Jin couldn't help but scold his employee loudly. You know, in this world, it is quite expensive to treat a beast. So Boss Jin would rather get rid of the little electric sparrow than take it to the doctor. After all, the little electric sparrow is not worth much. If you take it to the doctor, the cost of the treatment may exceed the value of the little electric sparrow itself. Lu Xing glanced at the little electric sparrow. He discovered that the little electric sparrow was seriously injured. Lightning was constantly flashing from its body, making a crackling sound. However, just this one glance made Lu Xing's eyes widen. What's going on? Lu Xing never would have imagined that this little electric sparrow had such high aptitude. Little electric sparrow. Attribute, electric. Gender. Level, 3rd black iron. Aptitude, SS. Learn skill, electric shock. P.S. It seems to have eaten the wrong fruit, which its weak body cannot handle. Looking at the attributes of the little electric sparrow, Lu Xing's heart beat uncontrollably. Wait a minute. Lu Xing stopped one of the workers. Boss Jin, can I buy this little electric sparrow? Lu Xing spoke directly to Boss Jin. Upon hearing this, Boss Jin's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect Lu Xing to be interested in a small electric sparrow. Su Pang, who was standing nearby, saw this and couldn't help but say to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, you're not interested in this little electric sparrow, are you? My, look at this little electric sparrow, it looks so sickly. If nothing goes wrong, it will be dead in no time. Don't be stupid. Upon hearing this, Boss Jin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is this little electric sparrow extraordinary? What did this kid see? This shouldn't be the case. I hired a professional appraiser. The highest quality beasts here are no better than C grade. Boss Jin is a very astute person. When he does the beast business, he first hires a professional appraiser to appraise the quality of the beasts. Then he divides the beasts according to their quality. The higher the quality, the higher the price naturally. Those with low quality are naturally piled together. Su Fat, don't you feel sorry for that little electric sparrow? Lu Xing showed a hint of sympathy. Lu Xing's acting was good. And even Su Fat was fooled by him. Lu Xing, I know you have a good heart, but I advise you not to be stupid. Oh, just leave it alone. That guy is, after all, a life. Lu Xing and Su's conversation fell into the ears of Boss Jean. At this time, Lu Xing, in the eyes of Boss Jean, has become a compassionate rich young master. Humph, really is the son of a rich family. Boss Jean only thought that Lu Xing was a flower grown in a greenhouse, and had compassion for these beasts. Unfortunately, this is a world of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Compassion is the most undesirable thing. Boss Jean couldn't help but sigh that Lu Xing was born lucky. Even if he had a compassionate heart, he could still live well in this world. As for him, he was determined, taking one step at a time. He had climbed from the bottom. So now Boss Jean only talks about interests, not friendship. Since young Master Lu wants it, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. What? Su Fat was shocked. Boss Jean, you're robbing people. You're not being very nice. Lu Xing, however, didn't care about that. 100,000 is 100,000. He immediately agreed. You have to act the whole way through. Just then, Boss Jean had already sensed something. If he went on to argue with him about the price, what if he woke up? After all, Boss Jean was not a fool. Therefore, Lu Xing had to establish the persona of someone who was a big grudge bearer, so that he would feel like he was a rich young master who was stupid. Chapter 28, Conquering the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing took out 100,000 huaxia coins and bought the little electric sparrow. Looking at Lu Xing leaving with the little electric sparrow, Boss Jean couldn't help but sigh. Oh dear, these rich young masters, one after the other, are really stupid with money. Boss Jean thought he had made a big profit. He sold a sickly little electric sparrow to Lu Xing for 100,000 huaxia coins. As he watched Lu Xing carrying the cage, Su Fat was furious. Lu Xing, why won't you listen to reason? What's so good about this little electric bird? You're just wasting your money. Lu Xing didn't bother to explain to Su Fat that if he knew it was an SS quality little electric bird, he wouldn't have fainted from surprise. Lu Xing took the little electric bird and quickly went home. He went into his bedroom and then locked the door. I'm going to tame it now. Don't bother me. Lu Xing's words left Su Fat stunned. Oh well, whatever. Su Fat turned around and left. He was going to eat something delicious and turn his grief into an appetite. In the room, Lu Xing followed the method that Master Extinction had taught him before and used his spiritual energy to draw a contract formation on the ground. As the contract formation was completed, the entire array glowed with dazzling light. The little electric sparrow in the cage noticed that Lu Xing was preparing to bind it, and it immediately put up resistance. However, its strength was weak, and it was seriously ill, so it had almost no strength to resist. It was easily bound by Lu Xing. The little electric sparrow turned into a stream of light, and Lu Xing stored it in the beast taming space. As the little electric sparrow entered the beast taming space, the aura in the beast taming space immediately rushed towards the little electric sparrow. It enveloped the little electric sparrow, and the magnificent aura began to heal the little electric sparrow's injuries. However, the little electric sparrow's injuries seemed to be a bit serious, and under the treatment of this aura, it was only slowly healing. Looks like I'll have to find a healer tomorrow to help the little electric sparrow recover. Lu Xing muttered to himself. Healers are a branch of beast tamer, an alternative name for a beast tamer with healing skills. The next morning, Lu Xing opened the door. He found Su Pang sitting at the dining table. He was stuffing his face. He saw Lu Xing and wanted to say something, but due to what happened yesterday, Su Pang was still a little resentful. So he simply snorted and continued eating. This guy. Lu Xing smiled slightly. He never would have guessed that Su Fat had a proud and arrogant side. Lu Xing came to the table and found a breakfast plate sitting on his spot. It seems that Su Fat was angry, but he still remembered to bring him breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Su Fat, Hey, Su Fat, do you know where there is a therapist? A therapist? Why do you ask? After eating his fill, Su Fat was obviously in a much better mood. Of course it's for my little electric bird. Your little electric bird. Su Fat's eyes widened. Lu Xing, you're not serious. You really contracted that little electric bird? Yes. Su Fat felt speechless. Although he knew that Lu Xing had a good talent. But this guy contracted the beast like this. Isn't that wasting his talent as a beast tamer? Su Fat was about to say something else when Lu Xing interrupted him. Just tell me, do you know or not? Don't be so full of it. Who am I, if not a healer? Let's go, I'll take you there now. Since the die was cast, Su Fat could not change it. His immediate priority was naturally to take Lu Xing to the healer. He wanted the healer to give Lu Xing's little electric sparrow a good treatment. He didn't want this illness to leave any hidden illnesses. Under Su's guidance, Lu Xing arrived in front of a magnificent building. This is where the therapist is located? Well, it's really grand. That's right, you know what? Therapist is a very sacred profession, and it is also very rare. Why? Because Yoshue with healing techniques are a rare existence. Whenever Yoshue with healing techniques appear, they will immediately be snatched up by major powers. Lu Xing nodded upon hearing this. It was indeed the case. From the time he obtained his Beast Master, Lu Xing had yet to meet a single Beast Master with a healing technique. Alright, enough chatter. Let's go in. Lu Xing led Su Fat towards this building and walked in. As soon as they entered, a beautiful young lady came up to them. Hello, may I help you? The young lady wore a polite smile on her face. We are here to treat the beast. Is Master Zhang here, please? Su Fat asked directly. Upon hearing this, the pretty young lady's face immediately showed a look of embarrassment. I'm sorry. Master Zhang just left the house. Do you know when he will be back? I'm not sure. The pretty young lady's words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring over Lu Xing and Su Fat. They never imagined that they would have made a wasted trip. Since they couldn't see Master Zhang, there was no need for them to stay. Lu Xing and Su Pang turned and walked towards the door. The two of them walked out of the building. Lu Xing asked Su Pang. Su Pang, do you know of any other places? Su Pang shook his head upon hearing this. Therapists were really rare. Whenever they appeared, they would be courted by various powers. This Master Zhang was the only one that Su Pang knew of, who was open to the public. So what should we do? Although the beast taming realm can heal Xiao Diank, it's just too slow. Just as Lu Xing was at his wit's end. Lu Xing. A voice came over. Lu Xing turned his head and looked, and saw a woman wearing a long red dress standing not far away. Her red hair was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Phoenix, why are you here? Phoenix. The moment Su Fat saw Phoenix, his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Lu Xing, you know Phoenix? Su Fat couldn't help but whisper in Lu Xing's ear. Ha! Wow, you're something. Tell me, how do you know her? What? Do you know her too? Su Fat couldn't help but give Lu Xing a look. Phoenix is the leader of the Phoenix Mercenary Group. Do you know what the Phoenix Mercenary Group means? It's a legendary gathering place for beautiful women. Lu Xing felt speechless upon hearing this. He didn't expect Su Fat to be so well informed in this regard. Phoenix, it's been a long time. Chapter 29, Healing the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing walked towards Phoenix. I'll just take a stroll around here, after all, it's not far from our camp. Where have you been lately, kid? I haven't seen you around. Haha, it's nothing, just some cultivation. Cultivation? Phoenix glanced at Lu Xing. I didn't know. But I was shocked when I looked. My goodness, you're not going to tell me that you're already at the strength of the first rank of bronze, are you? Well. Lu Xing nodded. Your talent is too strong. It's only been a short time, and you're already at the first level of bronze. If this goes on for a while, you might even be able to catch up to me. Phoenix is joking. With my talent, how could I possibly compare to you? Hey, it's been a few days, and this little mouth is like honey. Lu Xing wasn't really being complimentary. Phoenix's strength has already reached platinum. If he wants to catch up, it's going to take a long time. And in the meantime, Phoenix's strength will also increase. Okay, I won't waste any more of your time. Tell me, have you encountered any difficulties? Phoenix noticed a hint of worry in Lu Xing's brow. Haha, nothing can hide from Phoenix. I did encounter a troublesome matter. I just contracted a beast yesterday. But it was seriously injured and now needs treatment. But it seems the healer here has gone out. You contracted another beast? Phoenix's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't expect Lu Xing to be in such a hurry. When most people reach the bronze first rank, they will carefully consider it. And then choose a new beast. I didn't expect Lu Xing to be so hasty. But Phoenix didn't ask anymore. She instinctively felt that Lu Xing should not be that kind of idiot. Let's go. Where to? Of course, I'll take you to the healer. Lu Xing's eyes lit up at this news. He immediately chased after Phoenix, while Su Fat naturally followed closely behind. The two followed Phoenix straight to the inside of a large manor. Inside the large villa, Su Fat curiously surveyed everything around him. Is this the base of the Phoenix mercenary group? Su Fat's heart couldn't help but thump. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It smells so good. He noticed that the air here was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Just then, Dada! A woman wearing a long green dress walked down the stairs. Phoenix, who wants treatment? Lu Xing turned his head and saw a woman with green hair standing at the top of the stairs. Another beauty. This was Lu Xing's heartfelt thought. Him? Phoenix pointed to Lu Xing by his side. Okay, little brother, then release your beast. The woman in the green dress yawned. She looked lazy, as if she had just woken up. Okay. Lu Xing quickly chanted the incantation, summoning the little electric sparrow he had just contracted. After the little electric sparrow came out, it flapped a few times in the air before falling towards the ground. Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately took a step forward. Before the little electric sparrow hit the ground, he caught the little electric sparrow. When the green-skirted woman saw Lu Xing's beast, she was slightly taken aback. Then she laughed. I never thought your little bird would be so small. The green-skirted woman was being double-meaning. Lu Xing, of course, knew what the green-skirted woman was talking about. But he ignored it and said with a smile, I'd be very grateful if you could help treat it. When the green-skirted woman saw that Lu Xing was so polite, so she stopped teasing him. All right, for the sake of Phoenix, I'll help you this once. As she spoke, the green-skirted woman began to chant. Come out, my little sweetheart. In a moment, a small green elf appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a real elf. Green elf, it's your turn. Use healing on that little electric sparrow. The green elf nodded in response. The thin wings behind it flapped gently, and it flew straight to the little electric sparrow. The green spirit glowed green all over, stretched out its hand, and placed it on the little electric sparrow. In a moment, the little electric sparrow was covered in green light. After some treatment, Lu Xing noticed that the little electric sparrow's injuries were improving rapidly. This healing beast is great. Lu Xing felt that he would get a healing beast in the future. After all, it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Why not tame a green spirit as well? At this moment, the attributes of the green spirit appeared before Lu Xing's eyes. Green spirit. Attribute, plant. Gender. Level, platinum first rank. Talent, S. Skills learned, healing, vine lash, petal impact. No wonder it is legendary, a member of the Phoenix mercenary group, this strength is too strong. Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Okay, your little electric sparrow is also healed. Little brother, I'm going to go back to sleep and get a beauty sleep. After all, lack of sleep is a woman's worst enemy. If a woman doesn't get enough sleep, she will age faster. The woman in the green long skirt looked at Lu Xing. And she threw a flirtatious glance. Kid, remember, my name is Green Luo. You owe me a favor. As for when you pay it back, that depends on my mood. Green Luo finished and turned to walk downstairs, disappearing quickly at the top of the stairs. After being treated by the Green Fairy, Lu Xing's little electric sparrow was now full of energy. It could finally fly freely. The little electric sparrow flapped its wings violently, and it flew through the passageway on the second floor, then flew across the corridor, through the balcony door, and flew out. Su Fat saw the little electric sparrow fly away. He couldn't help but say to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, it's bad. Your little electric sparrow has defected. Lu Xing, however, looked very calm. With a system in place, he knew that the little electric sparrow could not have defected. It just hadn't been able to fly freely for a long time. Let it go out and fly for a while. When it gets tired, it will come back by itself. You're quite a nerve, my boy. When the little electric sparrow really does defect, I'll see how you cry then. Su Fat couldn't help but remind Lu Xing. Phoenix, who was standing nearby, was also very curious. Why was Lu Xing so confident? Even though she had just contracted the beast, she didn't dare to release it immediately. Every time, she would find a confined space, and after completely taming the beast, she will release it for use. Then we'll just wait. Phoenix glanced at Lu Xing and Su Pang. Since you two are here, then don't go. Stay for lunch. Because Lu Xing and Su Pang got up relatively late. Plus the delay just now. It was already past 11 in the morning. And it was almost time to eat. Chapter 30, Leveling Up the Little Electric Sparrow. There's actually food. Su's eyes lit up. He was a true foodie. And he was eating in the camp of the Phoenix Legion. Su couldn't help but get excited. After waiting for a while, dinner was served. Su expected to meet other members of the Phoenix Legion. He didn't expect to see only Phoenix, Lulu, and a woman with purple hair. The purple-haired woman wore gold-rimmed glasses. Although she was also a beauty, her piercing eyes made Su Pang feel a little uncomfortable. The group sat together and ate lunch. Lu Xing ate while passing some meat to the little electric sparrow on his shoulder. The little electric sparrow had been flying for a long time, and was now very hungry. So it accepts Lu Xing's feeding without hesitation. Lu Xing, how did you manage that? How could you be so sure that the little electric sparrow wouldn't run away? Maybe it's because I'm so handsome. Phoenix was slightly taken aback by Lu Xing's words. And then she couldn't help but give Lu Xing a cold stare. She didn't expect Lu Xing to give such an answer. Lu Xing's answer was very clever. Not only did it answer Phoenix's question, it also avoided exposing the existence of the system. After eating their fill, Lu Xing and Su Pang bid Phoenix farewell, and the two left Phoenix base. Looking at the two people who were leaving, Lu Luo couldn't help but say to Phoenix, Commander, that's rare. Someone like you, who hates men so much, would actually help that brat like that. Have you changed your mind? Lu Luo seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but say to Phoenix, Commander, you don't want an old cow to eat tender grass, do you? Hey, I like you this way. Lu Luo was out of control, and she actually let out a lewd expression. Lu Luo. The purple-haired woman next to Feng Huang finally couldn't stand it anymore. Zixuan, am I wrong? Zixuan gave Lu Luo a vicious glare. She was the only one who knew why Feng Huang was so good to Lu Xing. Okay, I'm not going to chat with you guys anymore. I'm going to go back to sleep for a while. After Lu Luo finished speaking, she turned around and left. Phoenix and Zixian were the only ones left in the hall. Phoenix, don't you think that Lu Xing is extraordinary? Oh. Phoenix was also interested. Although others may not know, she is Zixian, the brain of the Phoenix mercenary group. Zixian's judgment is extremely sharp. She immediately noticed that Lu Xing is extraordinary. Although that kid has only contracted a small electric sparrow, but that one seems to have extraordinary talent. I didn't think you'd notice. leaving from the Phoenix base. Lu Xing looked at the little electric sparrow hovering around him. His face was full of a satisfied smile. This guy is an SS-level electric sparrow. The next step is to improve this little guy's strength. The day after returning from the Phoenix base, Lu Xing got up early. He briefly packed his bag. Most of the things were still stored in the system backpack. Lu Xing was ready to go out and improve the strength of the little electric sparrow. He glanced at the room where Su Pang was. This lazy pig was still asleep at this time. And the terrible snoring was deafening. Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile and left his home alone. He went straight to the junior secret realm. Since Lu Xing had been here before, he was already familiar with the guards there. After briefly showing his beast taming card, Lu Xing entered the secret realm. Before coming here, Lu Xing had already done some research. His destination this time was Moon Lake. Moon Lake. Just like its name. A lake shaped like the moon. Having just entered the secret realm, Lu Xing was not taking any chances. He directly released his two beasts. The black wolf has a keen sense of smell and is highly vigilant. With it by his side, Lu Xing is not worried about being attacked by monsters. As for the little electric sparrow, ever since Lu Xing contracted it, it has finally escaped from its iron cage. So it quite likes this feeling of freedom. Lu Xing has just released it. And the little electric sparrow flaps its wings, flying up into the air, and soared freely in the air. Departure, destination Moon Lake. Along the way, after eliminating a few unsuspecting guys in a row, Lu Xing brought the black German shepherd and the little electric sparrow to Moon Lake. As Lu Xing expected, this Moon Lake was really a gathering place for water monsters. He only glanced at it and found a water monster. It was the red crab. Under the scrutiny of the system eye, the attributes of the red crab were revealed. Red crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Level, 8 black iron. Talent, E. Skills learned, cut. Looking at the red crab in front of him, Lu Xing's mouth curled up slightly. Little electric finch, it's up to you. Use electricity on the red crab. The little electric sparrow nodded. It immediately launched an attack on the red crab. Pili. A golden flash of lightning blasted towards the red crab. The poor red crab was originally basking on a large stone. However, it was attacked by the little electric sparrow. Electric shock is an attack of the electricity element, while the red crab is a water element monster and is naturally afraid of electricity. The electric shock was impartial, and it blasted directly onto the red crab. Instantly, the red crab was electrocuted and felt a tingling sensation. After receiving an electric shock, the red crab reacted. Although it was not in good condition, it still had the strength to resist. I saw the red crab jump up suddenly, and then it ran towards Lu Xing. As it ran, its two huge claws opened and closed. It kept making a clattering sound. It seemed to want to chop up all the people in front of it who had attacked it. Black Wolf Dog, it's your turn. Use the rip claw. Whoosh! Black Wolf Dog shot out. When Lu Xing saw Black Wolf Dog again, Black Wolf Dog was already behind the red crab. Rip! That huge red crab actually broke in half right down the middle. One move. Just one move. Black Wolf Dog had instantly killed the red crab. This red crab is really weak. Lu Xing couldn't help but scoff. Little did he know that, although the red crab's shell was relatively hard, Black Wolf Dog's strength far exceeded that of the red crab, so it was reasonable for it to be instantly killed. Let's go. Let's go find the next target. In the world of beast control, there are two ways to quickly improve the strength of your beast. One is to take drugs, which is the safest method. Nothing will happen. The other method is to fight, to engage in all kinds of battles. Obviously, the latter method is more effective than the former. However, the latter method is dangerous. Chapter 31, Going Home. Under a big tree, Lu Xing was holding a sandwich in his hands and nibbling on it. The two beasts by his side were also eating. After half a month, this guy's strength has finally reached the 9th rank of Black Iron. Lu Xing looked at the little electric sparrow. At this time, the little electric sparrow, with the growth of its strength, it can no longer be described in small characters. It was originally the size of a sparrow. It has now grown to the size of a rooster. The black wolf dog by its side, while guarding Lu Xing, had also improved in strength somewhat, reaching the 3rd rank of bronze. Lu Xing glanced at his watch. It had been more than half a month since he had come out, and it was time to go back. Lu Xing crumpled the bag in his hand into a ball and stuffed it into his bag. Littering is not a good habit. He prepared to leave from this moon lake with the little electric sparrow and the black wolf dog, with 1 person and 2 beasts. As they walked through the jungle, the black wolf suddenly assumed an attacking stance in one direction. It saw Lu Xing and the others. It stood up from the ground in one go. It suddenly revealed its height of 3 meters in front of Lu Xing. Roar! The white bear let out a roar. It patted its chest with its heavy paw, vowing its discontent. Obviously, Lu Xing had accidentally stepped into its territory. What a good thing! Lu Xing could tell the strength of this white bear at just one glance. White bear. Attribute, fighting. Gender. Level, bronze first. Talent, D. Learn skill, Pat. Little electric finch, it's up to you. Lu Xing didn't need to give any commands. Little electric finch launched an attack on the white bear. Pili. A golden flash of lightning blasted the white bear. As little electric finch's strength increased, its electric shock technique became more powerful. The poor white bear never expected the little electric sparrow to suddenly attack it. The defenseless white bear was hit by the little electric sparrow's electric shock. Suddenly, the white bear's entire body glowed with a golden light. When the light faded, the white bear's fur, which had been as white as snow, instantly turned dark. And it gave off an unpleasant the smell of burnt protein. What a pity! Lu Xing had originally wanted to hunt this white bear, peel off its skin, and make a white bear fur coat. Roar! After receiving a shock, the white bear was seriously injured. But it was after all strong and healthy. And actually, despite its serious injuries, it pounced towards Lu Xing. Seeing this, the black German shepherd next to Lu Xing prepared to attack the white bear. But Lu Xing stopped him. Black Labrador, this time, I'll leave it all to Xiao. As he watched the white bear pounce, Pili. Xiao launched another attack. He managed to hit the white bear in mid-run. This time, the white bear was not so lucky. After the lightning struck its body, it was killed instantly. Boom! The huge body of the white bear collapsed all at once. Seeing this, the little electric sparrow actually started dancing happily in mid-air. Just then, the aura around it suddenly converged towards the little electric sparrow. It's coming, it's coming. Lu Xing knew that the strength of the little electric sparrow was about to increase again. With a dazzling flash of light, a brand new little electric sparrow appeared in front of Lu Xing. The previous little electric sparrow was the size of a rooster, but now it was as big as an ostrich. It looked like my dream of riding this thing wasn't too far-fetched after all. Lu Xing felt that if the little electric sparrow's strength increased a few more levels, he would be able to ride it into the sky. Okay, we should go back. We've been in this secret realm for a while now. During that time, Lu Xing has been eating dried food for fear of being attacked by monsters. So he didn't dare sleep too deeply at night. This time, when he returned, Lu Xing thought he would definitely eat a big meal. Then he would sleep soundly. He left the secret realm, hired a taxi, and arrived at his own home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Fat sitting at his own dining table. He was stuffing his face. This guy. Lu Xing glanced over and found that Su Fat had actually bought a family bucket of takeout food today. He took off his shoes and walked straight to the dining table. He reached out and grabbed a chicken leg and started nibbling on it. Lu Xing, you're back. Ha! Right, you guy, you have such a nice home. Why do you like staying at my place so much? Sigh. Su Fat let out a sigh. You wouldn't understand. Looking at Su Fat's sad face. Needless to say, Lu Xing had already guessed most of it. This guy must have been scolded by his parents again. Lu Xing, you said I have obviously worked so hard. Why are my parents still not satisfied? Worked hard? Lu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Doesn't this guy Su Pang just eat and drink? Lu Xing couldn't help but use the system's eye to take a glance at Su Pang. I didn't know until I looked. And I was shocked when I looked. Wow, the sun has risen in the west. Lu Xing didn't expect that. This guy Su Pang is already at the strength of the 8th rank of Black Iron. It seems that this guy has really been working hard these days. By the way, Lu Xing, where have you been these days? You, this guy, have been elusive lately. And, what is your current strength? Guess. Lu Xing couldn't help but tease Su Pang in his heart. You little brat. Okay, I'm tired. Lu Xing took another chicken leg, ate it, and walked towards his bedroom. His bedroom had a private bathroom. Lu Xing now just wanted to take a hot shower and get a good night's sleep. Lu Xing woke up from his dream. He picked up the alarm clock and looked at it. He was surprised to find that it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xing looked out the window and found that it was already dark outside. Grumble. Grumble. Since he only ate 2 chicken legs from Su Pang, Lu Xing's stomach was already hungry. Let's go outside and take a look. First, let's find a place to fill our stomachs. Lu Xing left his home. He casually found a noodle restaurant, ate a serving of noodles and left. But as he walked out of the restaurant, Lu Xing's brow gradually furrowed. What's going on? Could it be that I'm dressed too extravagantly? Lu Xing subconsciously looked at his clothes. There's nothing wrong with them. He found that the clothes he was wearing were quite ordinary. Then why is that guy following me? Lu Xing noticed a middle-aged man following him from behind. He narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a sneer. Chapter 32, Running Away. Lu Xing deliberately walked into a small alley. He walked quickly and soon hid around a corner. The middle-aged man followed Lu Xing closely. As he passed around the corner, Lu Xing punched. The middle-aged man subconsciously blocked the blow. However, Lu Xing's powerful force made the middle-aged man take a few steps back. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lu Xing's face darkened. Humph. The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses. Do you know Gao Bo? Gao Bo? Lu Xing's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he kept sizing up the guy in front of him. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to mention Gao Bo. Yes, I know him. He was my classmate. But I haven't seen him for a long time. Lu Xing acted very calm. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, upon hearing this, laughed coldly. You really know how to act. My son died at your hands, and it was really not unjustified. Your son? Lu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect Cao Bo's father to come forward. How did he find me? Lu Xing's mind was full of doubts. He felt that what he had done was pretty flawless. Kid, do you think what you did was perfect? No one else can find out. If it were someone else, they might really have been fooled by you. But unfortunately, you met me. I specially investigated Gao Bo's connections and found that only you and him had a grudge. And I also found out that he once hired someone to kill you. So I came here specially to find you. Just now, I was a little confused, but now, judging from your behavior, I'm sure you killed my son. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but praise Gao Bo's father in his heart for being so clever. Unfortunately, he didn't reward Gao Bo's father. Lu Xing looked at Gao Bo quietly. And then coldly said, "You say I killed your son, but do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Upon hearing this, Gao Bo's father was first taken aback. Then, he laughed in anger. "Ha, do I need any evidence to kill a mere ant like you? Whether you are the murderer of my son or not, you must die here today." A ruthless look flashed in Gao Bo's father's eyes. He had already planned to crush Lu Xing to dust, to comfort his son's spirit in heaven. Even if Lu Xing was not the one who killed his son, he would uphold the principle of better to be safe than sorry. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he could not save you. Come out, my old friend. Gao Bo's father quickly pressed his finger. In no time, 3 imperial beasts appeared in front of Lu Xing. 3. Damn, I was careless. I should have just watched his strength. What do 3 imperial beasts represent? That's a silver-level boss. And Lu Xing is only bronze. How can bronze possibly beat silver? No, as long as you have your health, you won't lack for anything. Lu Xing turned around and started running. As he ran, he chanted the incantation. Instantly, the black German shepherd was summoned by Lu Xing. Lu Xing rolled onto the back of the black German shepherd and ran away into the distance. Trying to escape? No way. Gao Bo's father rolled onto the back of a horse. No one can escape from my hands. Gao Bo's father Gao Yi was in hot pursuit. What should I do? Lu Xing bit his lip. He was now in a dead end. Should he go towards the Beast Tamer Patrol? The Beast Tamer Patrol was the Beast Tamer World, and was an organization that specialized in managing crimes committed by Beast Tamer. No. Lu Xing immediately rejected this decision. If he was not mistaken, this Gao Yi must have someone in the patrol. If he went to the patrol now, is tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. So what should he do? Lu Xing noticed that Gao Yi was riding a horse, getting closer and closer. Am I going to die here today? Lu Xing was a little unwilling. After all, he had finally managed to travel through time, and he had the golden finger in his hand. As long as he stayed calm and didn't make any mistakes, reaching the top of this world was almost a foregone conclusion. Just as Lu Xing was feeling down, the fire phoenix used jet flames. Chirp! A bird chirped. A fire phoenix, burning with a fiery flame, appeared before Lu Xing. It opened its mouth. A jet of scorching flame shot out. But the fire phoenix wasn't aiming at Lu Xing, but at Gao Yi behind him. What? No good, Majestic Wildebeest, get out of the way. Gao Yi immediately gave orders to Majestic Wildebeest. Majestic Wildebeest dodged to one side, and the flaming phoenix flew past Gao Yi's body. That was close. Gao Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but yell at the red-haired woman not far away. Phoenix, what do you want? What do I want? None of your business. But you're not ashamed at all. You're actually chasing after a little guy. Gao Yi's face turned even more unpleasant when he heard this. He didn't understand. The head of the Phoenix mercenary group. Why did he have to save that brat Lu Xing? Now I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to leave here. In that case, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. The second is for you to fight me. Of course, you know the consequences of provoking me. Humph. Gao Yi snorted in contempt, and he rode off on his majestic warhorse. Before leaving, Gao Yi let loose a threat. Phoenix, you just wait. I've got this on record. After saying this, he quickly left. Looking at Gao Yi's departing back, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Fire Phoenix. Phoenix sister, why did you let him go? Fire Phoenix couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Who let this guy have a good father? Do you know who his father is? Who is it? It's Gao Hong. A platinum-level big shot. Platinum? Phoenix sister, aren't you also platinum? Hearing this, Phoenix Fire couldn't help but give Lu Xing a pop on the back of the head. You little brat, he's been platinum for a long time. I've only just been promoted to platinum for a short while. How could I possibly be his match? It's you, little brat, who just causes trouble for me. Tell me, why is Gaoi after you? Lu Xing gave a hee-hee laugh upon hearing this. It's nothing, I just killed his son. What? Phoenix Fire was taken aback. He never imagined that Lu Xing would dare to kill someone. Lu Xing began to explain. After listening to Lu Xing's words, Phoenix was filled with righteous indignation. Oh no! Her face turned pale. If I had known, I would never have let that guy go. Phoenix felt a headache coming on. Okay, you're not going anywhere now. Come with me. Where? The airport. Lu Xing followed Phoenix to the airport. Chapter 33, Heading to Jiangnan City. Phoenix, what are we doing here? Of course it's to tell you to run away. Ah. What ah? I know you got into Jiangnan Royal Beast University. Anyway, it's almost time for school to start. You go to Jiangnan now. The Gao family's influence is very strong, but it's limited to Guangshi. You just need to leave here. Okay. When you get there, go find a guy named Yan Ruyu. That guy is my college classmate. He is also my best friend. This is her address, and also, you show this to her. She will understand. After saying this, Phoenix pushed Lu Xing and let him enter the airport. On the plane, Lu Xing glanced back at Guangshi, where he had been for a long time. Although he was reluctant to leave, he still had no choice. The Gao family? Lu Xing muttered under his breath. He had already decided to work hard from now on, and then come back to seek revenge on the Gao family. As for Phoenix, Lu Xing was not worried at all. Although the Gao family was powerful, Phoenix was not afraid. After all, the Phoenix mercenary group was a camp for beautiful women, and many of its members were also the sons and daughters of various families. Lu Xing took a plane and arrived in Jiangnan City. Since Jiangnan Royal Beast University had not yet started, Lu Xing could not go to school yet. Then let's go to Phoenix's friend's place first. Lu Xing took out the note that Fire Phoenix had given him. He glanced at the address, then hailed a taxi and headed towards the address. When he got out of the taxi, looking at the neighborhood in front of him, Lu Xing froze in place. What's going on? Lu Xing didn't expect that in front of him were actually buildings that had been left unfinished. No way, is this where Phoenix's friend lives? The unfinished buildings in front of him were overgrown with weeds, looking very desolate. Compared to Phoenix's base, it was a paradise and a hell. Lu Xing couldn't help but shrug. She wouldn't have moved out already, would she? That being said, Lu Xing tried to walk towards the abandoned building. According to the information on the note, she arrived at a door. Looking at the somewhat rusty iron door in front of her, Lu Xing was about to knock on it when bang! A loud noise suddenly came from inside the room. Then a cloud of black smoke came out through the gap in the door. What was going on? Was someone secretly setting off fireworks inside? Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Crunch! The iron door was opened. A figure came out of it. Cough, cough, cough. After the person came out, he kept coughing. Looking at the guy in front of him, who looked like he had just come out of a coal mine, Lu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. She can't be Phoenix's friend. Lu Xing felt a little surprised. After coughing for a while, the woman finally recovered. She noticed Lu Xing standing in front of the door. Hey, handsome, is there something you need? No, it's nothing, I made a mistake. Lu Xing didn't dare to stay, and was about to turn around and leave. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder, stopping him. Lu Xing tried to escape, but the hand was like a pair of pliers, pinning him down. You must be Lu Xing. How do you know? Phoenix already told me. She told me to take good care of you. Lu Xing heard this and knew he had not made a mistake. He turned around with a bitter smile. He greeted the woman in front of him, who looked like a yam egg. Hello, Sister Ruyu. The woman in front of him was named Yan Ruyu. There is gold in books, and there is Yan Ruyu in books. You kid, you've got a sweet mouth. Okay, cut the crap. Come in with me. Lu Xing followed Yan Ruyu into her room. Along the way, looking at the house decorated in the style of Syria in front of him, Lu Xing became more and more worried about his safety. He had thought that Yan Ruyu would be a cute girl. He had not expected her to be so violent. He also did not know what kind of research she was doing, and had actually filled the entire room with all kinds of instruments. And the explosion just now made the already somewhat dilapidated room even more chaotic. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Lu Xing's brows were knitted together, and he couldn't help but ask Yan Ruyu, "Ruyu, what kind of research are you doing?" Lu Xing's question hit the nail on the head. Yan Ruyu suddenly became agitated. "Come here." She took Lu Xing to a corner and handed Lu Xing a test tube to look at. Inside the test tube was some black liquid, which was emitting a pungent smell. "I know, Ruyu, you must be researching poison." "Poison? What the hell poison? You brat, have you heard of evolution potion?" "Evolution potion? You obviously haven't read much. Let me explain. In our world of beasts, the theory of evolution has always been around. That is, some monsters evolved from other monsters. For example, the goblin priest evolved from the goblin. Of course, this is just a theory, and there is no scientific basis for it. So we started researching. We plan to create an evolution potion and also crack this theory." Yan Ruyu's words made Lu Xing think. In his previous life, Lu Xing had at least received 9 years of compulsory education. So naturally he knew Darwin's theory of evolution. He was not at all unfamiliar with the theory of evolution. Most people in the Beastmaster world don't believe in evolution. But Lu Xing does. It's just that the conditions aren't right. If the Beastmaster is given the right conditions, it may be able to evolve. Maybe I can try it. Create an evolution potion. Lu Xing had just had this idea in his head, but immediately dismissed it. His goal was not to become some great person. Lu Xing just wanted to become a great Beastmaster, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Because only in that way will he not be at the mercy of others? Okay, I won't say much more. You see that room? It will be yours in the future. I'm going to continue my research now. As for what happens after that, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Okay. Lu Xing didn't beat about the bush and walked straight into the room. He had just opened the door. Looking at the decorations in the room, Lu Xing felt a little surprised. Because inside and outside the door were two different worlds. Inside the door was clean and tidy. It looked like it had been specially cleaned. While outside the door was a complete mess. Test tubes and beakers were strewn everywhere. Perhaps Sister Ruyu was not without her merits. Lu Xing knew that. In order to welcome his arrival, Yan Ruyu had specially cleaned a room for him. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. Chapter 34, Handbook of Evolution. Ah, that feels good. Lu Xing lay on the bed. He had been on the road for a long time, and he was tired. He smelled the clean cotton quilt. Unconsciously, Lu Xing fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept for. Bang! Another loud noise. The whole house began to shake violently. Lu Xing jumped up from the bed. Was there an earthquake? He soon came to his senses. It must be Yan Ruyu, that guy, doing an experiment. And failing again. Damn, this guy won't blow himself up one day, will he? Lu Xing couldn't help but complain. He rubbed his bleary eyes and walked out of the room. He ended up meeting Yan Ruyu. At this time, Yan Ruyu's hair had turned into a disheveled bun. His face was black. Only his eyes and mouth were exposed. The problem was, she actually smiled at Lu Xing. Those big white teeth looked exceptionally bright. You're awake. Lu Xing nodded. Sorry, I woke you up. It's okay. Gurgle. Gurgle. Just then, an untimely noise came from inside. My stomach is hungry. Yan Ruyu said, a little embarrassed. It's okay. Since you're hungry, let's go eat. Lu Xing glanced around. Without thinking, Yan Ruyu knew there was definitely no food here. Good. Yan Ruyu nodded. But you have to wait for me a moment, I'll go take a shower and change. Okay. After waiting for more than 10 minutes. Crunch! Yan Ruyu's door opened. A beautiful figure walked out from inside. Looking at the person who walked out, Lu Xing froze in place. And his mouth couldn't help but slowly open wide. So big. My goodness, how can it be so scary? What are you talking about? Yan Ruyu couldn't help but ask Lu Xing. Nothing. I meant to say, what are we eating tonight? Let's go eat malatang. I haven't had any in a long time. Okay, let's go eat malatang. Lu Xing actually really wanted to say to Yan Ruyu. Why don't I buy you some malatang, the 6 yuan kind? The two went downstairs. Headed towards the market. Along the way, Lu Xing couldn't help but keep glancing at Yan Ruyu. Did this guy grow up eating milk and papaya? Just then, Yan Ruyu suddenly stopped. Oh no, did she find out? Lu Xing felt a little embarrassed. He was about to apologize to Yan Ruyu when Yan Ruyu exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot my wallet. Lu Xing was relieved to hear this. It's okay, I've got it. I'll treat you today. Okay. You're just as reliable as Phoenix said you were. They came out of the spicy hot pot restaurant. Yan Ruyu patted her slightly distended stomach. Ah, I ate so much today. Seeing Yan Ruyu's appearance, Lu Xing was very surprised. He didn't expect a girl as pretty as Yan Ruyu to have such a loose nerve. And her behavior and manners were not at all like those of a girl. If she wasn't a girl, Lu Xing once suspected that she was a boy. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Not at the moment. Why don't you be my assistant? Here, this is for you. Yan Ruyu didn't care whether Lu Xing agreed or not. She simply took out a notebook and handed it to Lu Xing. Looking at the thick notebook in front of him, Lu Xing frowned slightly. He couldn't figure it out. Yan Ruyu was clearly wearing a skirt. So where did she get the book from? He casually flipped through it. Lu Xing noticed that it was densely filled with information. Ruyu, did you write all this? Yan Ruyu shook her head. It wasn't me, it was my teacher. Thinking about this, Yan Ruyu couldn't help but look at the sky. My teacher is the greatest person in the world. Alas! What a pity! If he could have lived a few more years, perhaps the world would have changed beyond recognition. Yan Ruyu's face was full of longing as she said this. Who was your teacher? What was his name? His name was Dewarish. Dewarish? What kind of strange name is that? Lu Xing closed the book and prepared to go back and study it properly. What a pity! That guy Su Pang is not here. If he were here, he would exclaim, holy shit, the cult is back. Exactly. This guy named Davarish founded a cult many years ago called the Church of Evolution. They attempted to intervene in the evolution of monsters through artificial means. This way, humans' monsters could evolve faster. And they could dominate the entire monster world sooner. Become the overlord of the monster world. Unfortunately, the Evolution Church went to extremes. They did things that angered the heavens and the people. In the end, they were destroyed by the combined efforts of the people. Of course, these extremes were just isolated cases. The main thing was that they touched the interests of some high-level people. After all, no one wants the existence of an organization that threatens their interests. Unfortunately, Lu Xing didn't know any of this. After returning to Yan Ruyu's house, Yan Ruyu yawned. Okay, I'm going to go to bed. You should get some rest too. Yan Ruyu turned around and walked towards her room. Lu Xing also entered his room. He couldn't sleep. So he took out the notebook Yan Ruyu had given him. Lu Xing began to study it. Gradually, Lu Xing became absorbed in it without realizing. When he closed the last page, Lu Xing noticed that it was already late afternoon. What a good book! If what was written in the book was true, it might really change the world. I just don't know where Ruoyu got this book. Lu Xing is now eager to try. From reading the book, he already knows how the little electric sparrow evolves. An electric magic crystal and a lightning fruit can make the little electric sparrow evolve into a lightning eagle. And for the lightning eagle to evolve into a lightning draconic eagle, it needs a thunder attribute seed, plus a drop of dragon essence. According to the book, thunder attribute seeds are born in places where there is frequent thunder and dragon essence blood. Thinking about this, Lu Xing felt a headache. That's a dragon. In this world, dragons are the representatives of top combat power. Almost all dragons are existences of kingly strength. Let's go find the magic spar of the electric attribute first. As for the lightning fruit, Lu Xing talked to his little electric sparrow. This little guy was sick before, because he was greedy and ate the thunder fruit. So it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, the little electric sparrow would not have its current combat power. You eat rice one mouthful at a time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lu Xing already planned to first evolve the little electric sparrow into a thunder hawk. Tomorrow, he will go to Jiangnan City to find out more. However, Lu Xing still had one thing that he regretted. That was the fact that there were a few pages missing from the book. Chapter 35, Enter Thunder Canyon. Could it be that the evolution information for the black wolf is in those missing pages? Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had seen many beasts in the book, except for the black wolf. He had originally thought that the author felt that the black wolf was too trashy. Now it seemed that it might really be in the missing pages. Forget it. Lu Xing felt that his black wolf was exceptionally extraordinary. It seems to have some kind of powerful lineage within it. So Lu Xing doesn't plan to cultivate it in particular. And just letting nature take its course is good enough. The next day, Lu Xing came to the Imperial Beast Tamer registration office in Jiangnan City. He had two reasons for coming here. One was to find out where there were magic crystals with electrical properties. The other was to update his Imperial Beast Tamer information. Lu Xing is now a bronze 3rd rank Imperial Beast Tamer. But the information still says Black Iron 9th rank. Lu Xing walked straight to a window at the Beast Tamer registration office. Hello, I'm here to update my Beast Tamer information, Lu Xing said politely to the young lady behind the counter. Okay, distinguished Beast Tamer. Please hand me your Beast Tamer ID and place your right hand on the touchscreen to the right. Okay. Lu Xing handed the young lady his Beast Tamer ID and placed his hand on the touchscreen. The salesperson was ready to process Lu Xing's application. But when she saw Lu Xing's information, she froze in place. The salesperson was a little suspicious that she might be seeing things. She couldn't help but rub her eyes. No, that's right. Could it be that there's a problem with the system? The salesperson's brows furrowed. Xiao Wei. What's wrong? Just then, a man in a suit came over. Manager Wang, my computer system seems to be broken. Really? Step aside, let me check it. Manager Wang sat down. He was very experienced. After a thorough inspection, Manager Wang's eyebrows rose slightly. Xiao Wei, if you have any complaints about me, you can just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush. Manager Wang, I didn't. Still denying it. If not, the system is not broken, so why did you lie to me and say it was? Isn't that lying? Upon hearing this, the salesperson Xiao Wei's eyes flashed red. She spoke in a tearful voice. I just saw that his information didn't match up. Information doesn't match up? Where doesn't it match up? Director Wang, just look at his age and then his strength. Age? Strength? After seeing Lu Xing's age and strength. My God. 18 years old, bronze 3rd rank. Director Wang is also a well-informed person. And he couldn't help but exclaim. His exclamation attracted the attention of the people around him. Director Wang immediately apologized to the crowd. I'm sorry. I'm disturbing you. He bowed and apologized to the others. The others just said that he had suddenly gone crazy and ignored what was going on here. Director Wang was a smart guy. He knew that Lu Xing was quite capable. He immediately processed Lu Xing's Beast Tamer information update. Then with both hands, he respectfully handed Lu Xing his Beast Tamer ID. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my honor to be of service to you. Here's my business card. If you need anything, you can come to me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you take care of it. Lu Xing took Director Wang's business card, glanced at it, and immediately knew who Director Wang was. This guy was named Wang Bin, and was the director of this Imperial Beast Tamer registration office. Lu Xing was no fool, and Wang Bin's sudden enthusiasm had long since given him a pretty good idea. Most likely, he saw that Lu Xing was young and strong. He probably thought that Lu Xing came from a big family and wanted to curry favor with him. Lu Xing also didn't expose Director Wang's thoughts. He felt that he could take advantage of this opportunity. Director Wang, I really have a favor to ask of you. Please tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. I want to ask, do you know where I can find electro-attributed crystalline stone? Electro-attributed crystalline stone? Director Wang slightly pondered. Lu Xing was asking about a material, and it was very unpopular. Please wait a moment, I'll look it up for you. Director Wang started using the computer to help Lu Xing look it up. Director Wang is worthy of the title of Director Wang. His authority is higher than the average person. In no time, he found the whereabouts of the electric spar. The material you want is very rare. But fortunately, we just happen to have information on that thing here. Lu Xing was overjoyed at hearing this. He came to the Beast Tamer registration office. He had indeed come to the right place. And he was lucky enough to make friends with Director Wang. He directly helped him find the whereabouts of the electric spar. So Lu Xing didn't have to take a detour. After leaving the Beast Tamer registration office, Lu Xing couldn't wait to head towards a secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Lu Xing summoned his two beasts. The secret realm was extremely dangerous. No one knew what would happen next. So it's best to be cautious. Is this Thunder Canyon? Lu Xing looked up at the sky. At this time of day, the sky was covered in dark clouds, rolling and rolling. It gave a very oppressive feeling. From afar came the sound of rolling thunder from time to time. The air was humid at this time. The ground was very muddy. Apparently it had just rained. They could only trudge in. Lu Xing led the little electric sparrow and the black German shepherd, headed towards Thunder Canyon. After walking for a while, the group heard a deafening rumble in the sky. Then a strong wind blew, making the leaves around them rustle. It was going to rain heavily. We have to find a cave to hide in quickly. The black wolf dog had sharp eyesight and quickly found a cave. Let's go in. The black wolf led the way. Lu Xing followed, and the little electric sparrow brought up the rear. They had just entered the cave. Crash! It started pouring outside. That was close. They almost got soaked. Due to the strong wind outside, a lot of rain was blown in through the cave entrance. Lu Xing had no choice but to lead his two beasts deeper into the cave. Luckily, after walking into the cave, Lu Xing discovered that the cave was in a good environment. He had explored the cave before. However, that cave was dark and damp, and the air was filled with a fishy stench. But this cave was good. It was very dry. Lu Xing had thought there would be animals inside, but it turned out to be a natural cave. Chapter 36: The appearance of the black-clad man. Clatter! Clatter! The rain outside kept falling. It didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. Come, let's all eat something. Lu Xing took some food out of his system backpack. The black wolf dog liked chicken legs the best, while the little electric sparrow was very interested in the fried rice. Looking at the two beasts eating with gusto, Lu Xing gave a relieved smile, especially when he saw that the little electric sparrow had grown a lot. They were not far from the address provided by Director Wang. He believed that it would not take long for Lu Xing to reach the place. As long as he could successfully obtain the electric spar, the little electric sparrow could successfully evolve into the thunderbolt eagle. The wind was howling outside. Lu Xing took out a blanket from his system backpack. He was prepared to spend the night in this cave. As for keeping watch, naturally fell to our black wolf dog. As night fell, the rain continued outside. The black wolf dog's pair of green eyes stared fixedly at the cave entrance, feeling everything that was happening outside. Next to it, Lu Xing was snuggled up with the little electric sparrow, fast asleep. The black wolf dog gave a sweet smile. It felt a little bit sweet in its heart. Having spent so much time with Lu Xing, it had felt the warmth of home. The black German shepherd made up his mind. He would work hard to become stronger. He would protect Lu Xing with his life. He could be hurt, but Lu Xing must never be hurt. The next day, Lu Xing woke up. He glanced at the black German shepherd. He found that the black German shepherd was still standing guard. Black German shepherd, you've worked hard. Lu Xing reached out and touched the black German shepherd's little head. Okay, now it's your turn to rest. After working the night shift, the black wolf dog was naturally very tired. Lu Xing was not a skinflint like Zhou, and there was no need to exploit the black wolf dog like that. He waved his hand, and the black wolf dog disappeared. Looking at the little electric sparrow sleeping next to him, Lu Xing was in no hurry to wake it up. It was better to sharpen the knife than to chop wood. Now that the black wolf dog was tired, Lu Xing was willing to wait a little longer. Lu Xing and Xiao Diank waited for more than 2 hours. A loud noise caught their attention. Damn it! What kind of place is this? It rains all the time. There's water everywhere, and the ground is muddy. I just changed my clothes, but they're already wet again. Yang! Can you please shut up? The person who spoke up at this time was none other than the leader of their team. Yang's behavior of spreading negative energy naturally required the leader to step in and stop it. The leader's words were quite effective. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy named Yang wisely shut up. Everyone, hurry up and follow. As long as we hunt down that guy, we'll have money and women galore. The leader cheered the group on. Ha! Looking at the group of guys in raincoats in front of him, Lu Xing frowned slightly. Where were they going? It looked like they were going to hunt something powerful. Lu Xing discovered that none of these guys were simple. The worst of them had the strength of a bronze. The strongest was the leader. He was actually at the level of a silver second. Having the system eyes was really useful. Lu Xing didn't need to investigate. He could directly see the strength of these guys clearly. As these people left, Lu Xing walked out of the cave. Looking at the footprints on the ground, Lu Xing fell into deep thought. Should he follow them? Obviously. If he followed them, there would definitely be risks. After all, there were many of them. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? The bold die young, while the timid starve to death. As long as I'm careful, I'll be fine. Lu Xing was already planning to follow them to pick up the leftovers. The world of beast taming. Apart from hard training, he also needs some resources. And many of these resources come from these opportunities. It's obvious. Lu Xing saw this group of people. And these guys are his opportunities. If he doesn't follow them, it's like giving up this resource. That's it. Lu Xing carefully followed these guys. They arrived in a canyon. Roar! A roar came from afar. Here it comes, that guy appears. Everyone get ready to fight the enemy. The group of black-clad men quickly summoned their respective beasts. Pili. A flash of lightning blasted from afar. It struck a tusked pig. The poor tusked pig was instantly killed. Just one glance. The black-clad men lost one of their beasts. The faces of the crowd instantly turned grave. Roar! The attacker jumped from the rock face. Lu Xing finally saw its true appearance. Thunder tiger. Element, lightning. Gender, male. Level, Silver Tier 3. Talent, B. Skills, Lightning Strike, Lightning Flash. What a handsome Thunder Tiger! The tiger is the king of the forest. The Thunder Tiger in front of him was completely yellow. Perhaps because it was an electric attribute. The terrifying electric current was rapidly surging throughout its body, making a crackling sound. It looks domineering. After seeing the strength of this thunderbolt tiger, Lu Xing couldn't help but worry for these black-clad men. This thunderbolt tiger is of Silver Tier 3 strength. As for these men, the strongest is the leader. But he is only Silver Tier 2. How could he possibly defeat a Silver Tier 3? Just as Lu Xing was worried. No good, the information we got was wrong. This thunderbolt tiger is not Silver Tier 1. Its strength has increased. The leader of the black-clad men instantly looked miserable. What a pity! There is no medicine for regret. They are now in a difficult situation. They cannot advance or retreat. If they choose to escape, they are not as fast as the Thunder Tiger. If they do not choose to escape, with their current strength, they simply cannot defeat the Thunder Tiger in front of them. Boss, what should we do? Everyone turned to look at the leader. He was the leader, the backbone of the group. Naturally, it was up to him to make a decision in a critical moment. The leader of the black-clad men gritted his teeth. Damn it, fight to the death. He knew. Now was a dilemma. Rather than sitting around and waiting to die, it was better to fight. What if they won? With a single order from the leader in black, the group launched an attack on the Thunder Tiger. Roar! After a roar, the Thunder Tiger also launched a counterattack. The two sides immediately wrestled with each other. For a while, the entire canyon was filled with lightning and thunder. The Thunder Tiger charged into the group like a tiger into a flock of sheep, killing left and right. However, the black-clad men were numerous. They still caused considerable damage to the Thunder Tiger. The battle lasted 7 or 8 minutes. Lu Xing glanced at the battlefield and was surprised to discover that on the battlefield, there was only one rock blast beast left, facing off against the Thunder Tiger. Chapter 37, Sitting Back and Reaping the Benefits. Thunder Tiger was formidable, but continuous combat had still taken a lot of its strength. Combined with the attacks of the other black-clad men, it was seriously injured. In contrast, Rock Burst Beast had never made a move. It was taking advantage of its leisure. Lu Xing glanced at the Rock Burst Beast. Rock Burst Beast. Attribute, Rock. Gender. Level, Silver Tier 2. Talent, C. Skills learned, Rock Blast, Flying Rock. Perhaps the leader in black really has a chance of winning. This Rock Blast Beast is quite strong. And with its rock attribute, it can resist damage from electric attacks. The seriously injured Thunder Tiger may really be defeated by this Rock Blast Beast. Rock Blast Beast, use Flying Rock. The Rock Blast Beast reached into the air with its right hand, and a large rock appeared in its right hand. It swung its arm. The large stone flew towards Thunder Tiger. Looking at the flying stone, Thunder Tiger subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, just as it was about to jump to the right, its foot hurt. It turned out to be the injury it just received, which triggered at this time. Bang! The rock of the Rock Burst Beast hit Thunder Tiger squarely, without deviation. The powerful impact actually knocked the Thunder Tiger flying directly. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the leader of the black-clad men couldn't help but feel a rush of ecstasy. What was so ironic was that this guy's brothers were all dead. He didn't feel sad at all. Boom! Just as the black-clad man was gloating, a white light flashed. Bang! The Thunder Tiger, like lightning, actually came directly to the Rock Burst Beast. Its sharp claws clawed at the Rock Burst Beast. How is this possible? The leader of the black-clad men widened his eyes. He didn't expect the Thunder Tiger to still have the strength to resist. Not far away, Lu Xing had a different opinion. Is this Thunder Flash? Lu Xing also looked very surprised. Maybe I can let the lightning finch learn it. Although thunder flash is used, it will bring a roar. But this move is fast. By the time the opponent reacts, the attack has already been launched. Bang! The sharp claws of the thunder tiger grabbed the rock burst beast. It was sent flying. The rock burst beast crashed hard into the rock wall behind it and was also seriously injured. The rock burst beast struggled to stand up from the dust. After all, it was a rock attribute. Its body was covered in a thick layer of rock. Its defense was naturally incomparable to other beasts. Rock burst beast, use rock blast. The leader of the black-clad men immediately gave another order to rock burst beast. Rock burst beast raised its hands high, and a huge rock condensed above its head. It pushed its hands forward with all its might. The huge rock flew towards Thunder Tiger. Boom! Another thunderclap. Thunder Tiger disappeared from the spot. Rock Burst's attack had missed. How could this be? The leader of the black-clad men began to regret it. He didn't understand why he had provoked Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger teleported to the left of Rock Burst and clawed at it again. Rock Burst was once again sent flying. This time, Rock Burst was not so lucky. The powerful thrust caused its body to slam into the rock wall. Plop! With its huge body, after taking 2 attacks from Thunder Tiger, Rock Burst fell straight down. The strength of Rock Burst was still inferior to that of Thunder Tiger. Looking at the menacing Thunder Tiger in front of him, the leader of the black-clad men dared not stay. He turned around and prepared to flee. Boom! Another thunderclap. When the Thunderbolt Tiger appeared, the leader of the black-clad men had already fallen. He had paid for his carelessness. Little Electric Sparrow, Black Wolf Dog, let's go. Lu Xing knew that the Thunderbolt Tiger was at its end. He took Little Electric Sparrow and Black Wolf Dog and came up to the Thunderbolt Tiger. Little Electric Sparrow, use Electric Shock. Black Wolf Dog, use Shadow Ball. Lu Xing gave the attack order. The 2 beasts of burden attacked the Thunder Tiger at the same time. The poor Thunder Tiger couldn't imagine that there were still enemies. It couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the electric shock and the shadow ball. It was already on its last legs and fell down with a look of unwillingness. Lu Xing led the Little Electric Sparrow and the Black Wolf Dog to the Thunder Tiger. At this time, the Thunder Tiger no longer had the strength to resist. It looked with a look of unwillingness. He actually died at the hands of Lu Xing. At this time, it was exhaling, not inhaling. Lu Xing glanced at Thunder Tiger, and he noticed that Thunder Tiger's wound was now spewing black blood. It seems that the bamboo leaf green snake poisoned him. Lu Xing glanced at the bamboo leaf green snake not far away. That bamboo leaf green snake had been torn into 2 pieces by Thunder Tiger's claw. I know you are very unwilling, but losing is losing. Rest in peace. Lu Xing gave the black wolf a wink. The black wolf understood. It raised its sharp claws and scratched at the Thunder Tiger's neck. It directly killed the Thunder Tiger. Then the black wolf dug out with another claw and took out the Thunder Tiger's crystal. Little Spark, this is for you. Little Spark's eyes lit up at the sound of the name. It extended its paw and grabbed the Thunder Tiger crystal. Ding dong, a Thunder Tiger crystal has been found. Should it be used by Little Spark? Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the Thunder Tiger crystal has been successfully used. Please select the following skills. Lightning Strike releases a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, sometimes paralyzing them. Thunder Flash, when used, it emits a thundering sound and teleports a short distance. The distance traveled depends on the user's strength. Choose Thunder Flash. Dianjin already has the shock skill, so Lu Xing naturally won't learn it again. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your Dianjin has learned Thunder Flash. Not bad, not bad. Lu Xing gave a satisfied smile. It's good to have a system. If it were someone else, they might have failed to understand. But he is 100% successful. Little Electric Sparrow, use Thunder Flash once. Boom! After a thunderclap, the little electric sparrow appeared more than 10 meters away. Not bad, it really is a good skill. In the future, whether it is used against enemies or to escape, it is a good choice. And as the little electric sparrow's strength improves, the distance that Thunderflash can reach will only get farther and farther. Boom! 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 Since he had just learned a new skill, the little electric sparrow was very excited. He actually used Thunderflash continuously. He flew a long distance. When he returned, Lu Xing discovered that the little electric sparrow was actually panting. It seems that Thunderflash also consumes a lot of energy. The little electric sparrow had only used it a few times and was already panting. He needs to do some special training to increase this guy's physical fitness. Chapter 38, The Evolution of the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing took the two beasts with him and found a safe place. After a short rest, they set off on their journey again. After more than half an hour of traveling, Lu Xing finally arrived at the location Wang Bin had mentioned. Where would the electric spar be? Lu Xing opened the system eye and quickly scanned the surroundings. Very quickly, he found the location of the electric spar. There it was. It was not far away, on top of a mountain. There was a fist-sized yellow stone. Was that the electric spar? It was really beautiful. Lu Xing couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The electric spar was formed when lightning in the sky kept striking the same stone, and the electric energy in the lightning was absorbed by the stone. Just then, crash! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky without warning. It was not biased. Right on the one electric spar. It seems that if you want to get that one electric spar, you have to work for it. Lu Xing knew that. If they went over there recklessly, then they could be struck by lightning. What should they do? Just as Lu Xing was racking his brains, chirp! The little electric sparrow beside him suddenly hissed. The little electric sparrow had been Lu Xing's beast for a while. Lu Xing naturally understood what the little electric sparrow wanted to do. You mean, you want to go and get it yourself? The little electric sparrow nodded very seriously. It said, that piece of electric spar is for it to use. Naturally, it had to go and get it itself. Okay. So far, there is no other way. Then be careful. After all, the little electric sparrow is an electric beast. And it is immune to lightning. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, hitting the piece of spar. Now was the time. Little spark, go get the piece of spar. After some inspection, Lu Xing discovered that after the lightning bolt was fired, it had to recharge for a short while. And during this recharge period, it would be the perfect time to take the spar. Whoosh! Little spark flapped its wings. It flew towards the crystal. Just as the little electric sparrow was about to get close to the crystal, crash! An ill-timed bolt of lightning blasted down from the sky. Oh no, little electric sparrow, get out of the way. The little electric sparrow heard Lu Xing's warning. And as it looked at the crystal so close at hand, a look of reluctance flashed across its face. But soon, the little electric sparrow's eyes became determined. It actually flew straight towards the electric spar. The sparrow turned into a flash of light, swiftly passing over the top of the electric spar. Just as it looked like the lightning was about to strike the sparrow. Crash! Another clap of thunder. Again? Lu Xing heard the thunder and instinctively looked up at the sky. He realized that there was no lightning crashing down. Ha! Just as Lu Xing was puzzled, the little electric sparrow appeared not far away. It was Thunder Flash. Lu Xing instantly understood. A look of relief flashed across his face. Luckily, there was the skill Thunder Flash. Otherwise, the little electric sparrow would have been struck by lightning. Although he didn't know how much damage the lightning would have caused to the little electric sparrow. This guy really took too many risks. No, I have to give this guy a good scolding. Just as Lu Xing was about to give the little electric sparrow a good lecture, the little electric sparrow came up to him with the electric spar. At this time, the little electric sparrow was full of joy. And there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. He wanted to take credit from Lu Xing. Looking at the little electric sparrow with a hopeful look, Lu Xing softened. He didn't want to discourage it. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, your little electric sparrow has obtained the electric spar. The conditions for your little electric bird to evolve have been met. Do you wish to evolve it? Yes, no. Yes. Lu Xing came here with the sole purpose of evolving his little electric bird. Now he had the chance. Of course he couldn't let it go. With Lu Xing's choice of yes, the crystal stone suddenly glowed golden. And then countless electrical energies gushed out from it, flowing into the little electric bird's body. The little electric sparrow was wrapped in electric energy. The terrifying electric current surged rapidly through its body. Chirp! The little electric sparrow suddenly hissed. It flew up. And actually flew directly towards the dark clouds in the sky. The little electric sparrow flew higher and higher. It looked like it was about to dart into the dark clouds. Boom! There was lightning and thunder in the dark clouds. And a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly condensed and blasted towards the little electric sparrow. Oh no! The distance was just too close. There was no way the little electric sparrow could avoid it. Is my second beast about to die tragically here? A dazzling light burst out in the sky, so bright that Lu Xing couldn't open his eyes. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, your little electric sparrow has successfully evolved into a thunderbolt hawk. Hearing the system prompt in his head, Lu Xing couldn't help but get excited. It worked, it finally worked. Chirp! The thunderbolt hawk flapped its huge wings, soared around in the air for a while, and then landed directly in front of Lu Xing. Are you my thunderbolt hawk? Lu Xing held out his hand and gently stroked the thunderbolt hawk in front of him. At this time, the thunderbolt hawk's body had already reached a point where it could carry a person. To put it in terms of size, it should be similar to Yanggua's is about the same. It's so soft. Lu Xing noticed that the thunder eagle's feathers were exceptionally supple. And they also had a very pleasant temperature. The thunder eagle felt Lu Xing's caress, closed its eyes, and rubbed its head against Lu Xing's body. This was its way of expressing its affection for Lu Xing. Lu Xing opened the system and checked the thunder eagle's attributes. Thunder eagle. Attribute, electric. Gender. Level, bronze 5th. Talent, SS. Skills learned, electric shock, lightning flash, thunderclap. P.S. This is a well-developed thunderbolt hawk. I hope the host can cultivate it well. Lu Xing never imagined that his little thunderbolt hawk would not only complete its transformation, it has actually become so strong. Thunderbolt hawk? Not only has it grown larger, but also learned a new skill, lightning. Lightning, attack the enemy with the power of lightning, causing massive damage. It seems that the thunderbolt hawk has absorbed the skills it learned from the lightning. It's a pity that there are no outsiders here. Otherwise, they would definitely exclaim, "Wow, hang on the wall, there's one hanging on the wall." It is extremely difficult for others to make their beasts learn a skill. But in just a few days, Lu Xing had taught his thunderbolt eagle 2 very powerful skills. It's really frustrating to compare people. Phew! The thunderbolt eagle suddenly hissed at Lu Xing. It turned its back, exposing its back to Lu Xing. You mean you want me to get on? The thunderbolt eagle nodded. Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Fire Phoenix. Good. Lu Xing rolled over and got on the back of thunderbolt eagle. He put the black German shepherd dog away. Thunderbolt eagle flapped its wings and flew quickly. In no time, Thunderbolt eagle was carrying Lu Xing freely in the air. Is this what flying feels like? Although Lu Xing had flown in an airplane in his previous life, riding Thunderbolt eagle was a different matter. Lu Xing rode the Thunderbolt eagle and flew through the air. Suddenly, crash! A bolt of lightning blasted down from the sky. Cluck! After a shrill cry, the Thunderbolt eagle flapped its wings. Its body teleported more than 10 meters away. It avoided the attack of the bolt of lightning. That was close, Lu Xing said with some trepidation. It seems that I can't just fly around here. If it happened a few more times, Lu Xing felt that his heart might jump out of his body. After all, he was not a clown. And he could not perform knife-edge acrobatics. Lu Xing commanded Thunderbolt Hawk to land. There was too much lightning in Thunder Canyon. Flying in midair would make them a sitting duck. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. So Lu Xing chose to walk back. He took Thunderbolt Hawk and Black Wolf and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, Lu Xing noticed that his Black Wolf dog looked a little glum. What's wrong with you? The Black Wolf dog shook its head. But Lu Xing could still see a hint of loss in its eyes. It seemed that the improvement in Thunder Hawk's strength had hit the Black Wolf dog a little hard. After all, the Black Wolf dog was the eldest brother. And it had always been the main output of the team. But now, Thunder Hawk had caught up. This made it feel a little bad about its face. It's okay. Lu Xing stroked the Black Wolf dog's little head and comforted it, saying, its lead is only temporary. I believe in your potential. I believe it won't be long before you can achieve a comeback. Upon hearing this, a flash of light appeared in the Black Wolf dog's eyes. Yes. Lu Xing's words had allowed it to regain its confidence. It had secretly made up its mind. It would work hard, surpass Thunderhawk in midair, and consolidate his position in Lu Xing's team. Midair. Thunderhawk flew on its own. Lu Xing's Thunderhawk was simple-minded and playful. Naturally, it didn't feel that the Black Wolf dog had already regarded it as a competitor. Of course, this kind of competition is a healthy competition. Lu Xing arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. He walked through the entrance and left straight away. He hailed a taxi and returned to Yen Ruyu's home. Lu Xing pushed open the door and, after seeing the environment inside, he froze. What's going on? Lu Xing was surprised to find that the originally messy home had actually been tidied up. The instruments that had been piled on the floor were all neatly placed on the table. Had the owner of this house changed? Just as Lu Xing was wondering. Crunch! The bathroom door opened. A beautiful figure walked out of it. It was Yen Ruyu. At this time, Yen Ruyu kept using a towel to wipe the water from her head. She was so big. Lu Xing swallowed. No matter how many times he looked, he finds Yen Ruyu always so magnificent. Especially after a shower. Yen Ruyu gives Lu Xing a feeling of a lotus flower emerging from the water. It makes him a little dazed. He didn't expect that. With his strong concentration, he would break down in front of Yen Ruyu. It really is good to have a sister. Yen Ruyu sees Lu Xing, who is still in the same place. She also looks a little surprised. Lu Xing, you're back. Ha! Where have you been all this time? Really, you could have told me you were going out. You had me worried. Sorry, Ruyu. It's fine, as long as you're safe. Lu Xing had no idea that Yen Ruyu had mobilized countless people in the past 2 days to look for him. Bang! Just then, Yen Ruyu's door was kicked open. A red-haired woman rushed in from outside. Yen Ruyu, be honest, where did Lu Xing go? It turned out that after Lu Xing entered the secret realm, Yen Ruyu looked for him for a long time, but never found him. With no choice, Yen Ruyu could only tell Phoenix Fire that Lu Xing had gone missing. Then Phoenix Fire hurried over. Wait a minute. Isn't your brother here? Yen Ruyu quickly avoided Phoenix Fire's hug. Ha! Lu Xing. You little brat, where have you been? Do you know how worried I've been? Phoenix had thought that Lu Xing was in the safe hands of Yen Ruyu and would be perfectly fine. Little did she know that the little rascal had gone off on his own. Sorry, Phoenix. Humph. Phoenix let out a cold snort. But with that snort, her anger dissipated. Phoenix looked at Lu Xing. She didn't know what to expect. But when she saw him, she was shocked. Lu Xing, what is your current level? Bronze 5th rank. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Facing Lu Xing's casual attitude, Phoenix felt speechless. You idiot, don't you know what bronze 5th rank means? Phoenix couldn't help but think of herself. She was already considered a demon. How old was she when she reached bronze 5th rank? It seems to be just 19 years old. But this guy Lu Xing reached bronze 5th rank at the age of 18. That was just over a month ago. He has advanced from black iron 1st rank to bronze 5th rank. This is not how you level up. Looking at Lu Xing, who is like a demon. Fire Phoenix once suspected that he was the reincarnation of a great being. Okay. Fire Phoenix is relieved that Lu Xing is fine. She no longer worries. As long as Lu Xing is safe and sound, that's all that matters. She finally noticed Yen Ruyu's home. Ruyu, you've cleaned up nicely. Of course. Yen Ruyu swallowed. Her eyes darted. And it looked like she was particularly afraid of Hua Fenghuang. Hua Fenghuang didn't care about that. She placed her hand directly on Yen Ruyu's shoulder. Lu Xing was surprised to find that. In front of Hua Fenghuang, Yen Ruyu was like a mouse, while Phoenix is the cat. A mouse is naturally extra scared when it sees a cat. Phoenix didn't care about that. She took Yen Ruyu's hand. She smiled at Yen Ruyu and said, Ruyu, it's been a long time. Let me try your little sister, and see if she's grown up again. The next scene was too erotic. Lu Xing didn't dare to stay put. Phoenix, I'm going to take a break. Lu Xing turned and went into his room. Locked the door behind him. Hearing Yen Ruyu's screams outside the door, Lu Xing swallowed hard. His heart still pounding, he said with a shiver. That was close. I almost got killed. Because he almost saw something he shouldn't have. Chapter 40 Buying a Beast for Su Fat. Lu Xing lay on his bed. He was about to rest when he realized that his phone was ringing. Lu Xing, you little brat, where the hell have you been? The voice on the other end of the line belonged to Su Fat. It seemed that Su Fat had been looking for Lu Xing for several days. I'm in Jiangnan City right now. What? Jiangnan City? School doesn't start for another week. What are you doing there so early? I have some business. Lu Xing's words left Su Pang speechless. Su Pang was simple, but he was not stupid. Naturally, he knew what to say. And what not to say. Okay, then give me your address. I'll come find you. Lu Xing thought for a moment. And said to Su Pang. No need, just take a plane and come over. I'll pick you up at the airport. Okay. Airport. Su Pang had just gotten off the plane. And he saw Lu Xing not far away. Su Fat quickly ran up to him. He took 3 steps at a time. And came straight up to Lu Xing. He gave Lu Xing a bear hug. You little brat, you've made me miss you. Lu Xing gave Su Fat a white look. Where are we going now? In the morning, Su Fat had called Lu Xing. He told Lu Xing. He was taking Lu Xing to a nice place. It's a secret. You'll know when we get there. Lu Xing followed Su Fat. And they got into a taxi. They soon arrived at a villa area. Su Fat, what did you bring me here for? To see our dormitory, of course. Dormitory? Isn't there a dormitory on campus? Are you stupid? The dormitory on campus must be a dormitory with multiple people in each room, which is nowhere near as comfortable as this place. Okay, cut the crap. My father bought me a villa here. It's right up ahead. Soon Lu Xing and Su Fat arrived in front of a villa. Looking at the small 3-story villa in front of him, Lu Xing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It turns out that having money really allows you to be selfish. He never would have imagined that. Su's father had actually spent tens of millions of yuan to buy Su a villa. Okay, you idiot, don't just stand there. Hurry up and come in. Lu Xing followed Su into the room. Wow, it's still comfortable to lie down. Su casually threw his suitcase down and and threw himself onto the sofa. Looking at the lump of flesh, Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder this guy is so fat, it makes sense. Su's principle is, if you can sit, you definitely shouldn't stand. If you can lie down, you definitely shouldn't sit. Okay, you guy. Don't just stand there, go downstairs and choose a room. You see how nice I am to you, letting you choose first. After you're done, the rest will be mine. Choose a room? Yes, we'll be roommates from now on. Lu Xing was a little speechless at Su's words. This guy was like this when they were in Guangzhou. His own home was so nice, but he didn't sleep there. And instead liked to sleep in his home. Okay. Lu Xing didn't want to refuse Su either. He chose a room at the east end. Because the room at the east end could see the rising sun. Then the west end is mine. Su Peng's face was full of uncontrollable joy. He was a guy who liked to sleep in. And the east end had the sun. Which was his least favorite room. Lu Xing looked at Su Peng. He was surprised to discover that Su Peng had also been promoted to the first rank of bronze. It really is good to have a background. If Lu Xing guessed correctly, Su Peng must have undergone special training these days. Su Peng, you've advanced to the first rank of bronze. Yes, Lu Xing. You're so strong, how can I lag behind you? Su Peng laughed innocently. Lu Xing nodded. By the way, Lu Xing, I still haven't contracted a second beast tamer. Why don't you accompany me to the beast tamer shop and take a look? The beast tamer shop? Yes, the one that sells beast tamers. I took you there when we were in Guangzhou. Lu Xing suddenly understood. However, he was a little curious. Su Fat had obviously advanced to the first rank of bronze. So why hadn't he contracted it in Guangzhou? Su Fat seemed to see Lu Xing's confusion. And he smiled and said to Lu Xing. Actually, I broke through on the plane coming to Jiangnan City. Lu Xing felt speechless at Su Fat's words. That'll work. Let's go. Su Peng pushed Lu Xing's back and urged him. Lu Xing didn't move. But subconsciously asked Su Peng. Su Peng, you've broken through to the first bronze rank. Are you sure you don't want to tell your family? Lu Xing knew Su Peng's family background. So as long as he said something, his father would definitely come over as fast as he could. And take him to find a good beast master. No need. Su Peng said nonchalantly. I have money in my hands, and if I want to tame a beast, I can just go buy one. Okay. Lu Xing also stopped worrying about these trivial matters. They were going to the beast taming shop to help Su Peng choose a new beast. Lu Xing had the eye of the system, so he could definitely help Su Peng find a suitable beast. The two of them hailed a cab and headed straight for the beast taming shop. After entering the beast taming shop, Lu Xing noticed that the beast taming shop in Jiangnan City was much larger than the one in Guang City. He glanced around the shop and found that it was also much busier than the other shop. Hello, how can I help you? A young saleswoman with a smile on her face smiled and spoke to Lu Xing and Su Yang. We're here to buy a new beast tamer, said Su Yang to the point. Well, what kind of beast tamer would you like? Well, Su Fat was in deep thought. After all, he had just broken through and had not yet considered what to choose as his next beast tamer. Why don't you show us in first? Okay. This way, please. Under the guidance of the salesperson, Lu Xing and the others entered the place where the beasts were stored. Ugh! As soon as they entered the basement, Su Fat couldn't help but feel nauseous. Damn, no matter how many times I come to a place like this, it's still so disgusting. Okay, stop complaining and let's go. Along the way, Lu Xing opened the system eye. He quickly scanned over these beasts. Lu Xing was surprised to find that these beasts seemed to have already been assigned. The lower level ones were outside, and the prices were lower. The higher level ones were inside, and the prices were naturally higher. As the two of them delved deeper, Lu Xing discovered that they had actually walked into the 500,000 region. 500,000? Lu Xing muttered under his breath. It seems that there is no way to pick up bargains. He couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. Unfortunately, no one could hear Lu Xing's grumbling. Otherwise, they would definitely scold Lu Xing for being stingy. When buying imperial beasts, he was actually so stingy. In fact, Lu Xing is not stingy. He just wants to use the least amount of money to buy the best things. After all, no one wants to be a sucker.